His heightened perception was astonishingly sharp now. Nothing could escape his senses within 100-meter radius. All of this was thanks to the mutated fruit tree on the cloudy dream mountain forest. After eating 9 of the fruits, his soul had undergone an unknown change. These changes, perhaps only after coming into contact with the world of cultivators, will I be able to solve my doubts. It's also time to get in touch with some old friends. Jiang Ming had yet to meet Miss Wang after all these years. On the street market, a woman with soft red cheeks was trying her best to sell colorful clothes to the customers. It was not sundown that the customers trickled down. After sending the customers away, the woman stretched a few times, closed the door, locked it from the inside, and walked to the backyard. Just as she walked to the backyard, she saw a young man lying on a bamboo chair, swaying back and forth. "Which family are you from? Why are you barging into someone else's house?" the woman asked with a frown. The young man smiled gently and got up to walk towards her. Before she tensed up and was about to attack, he said, "It's been 7 years since we last met. And you're already a third-class martial artist. I can see why you were the treasure of the Wang family." "What are you saying?" The woman's pupils shrank, but her expression did not change. The young man flicked his finger, and a piece of origami floated toward the woman. The woman caught it and opened it. There were only 2 lines on it. "You and I are both nameless people. We're sneaking in the shadows." She remembered these words and the handwriting. She had never talked about this to anyone else. Miss Wang immediately knelt on the ground and said excitedly, "Greetings, Master. Get up. Are the items I want here?" Jiang Ming did not waste any time. Before he came here, he had already sent a swift to inform Miss Wang of a few things he was interested in. "I will get it for you." Miss Wang nodded respectfully. After all these years, she had managed this huge intelligence agency, but she had always felt that Jiang Ming was terrifying. From a first-class martial artist in the past to the unfathomable strength he had today, the growth in his strength was terrifying. She even suspected that he had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm. Soon, Miss Wang took out 3 items from a secret compartment in a room. They were a scroll, a broken blade, and an ancient copper coin. Jiang Ming first picked up the book, then activated his heightened perception and sensed the remaining 2 items. A moment later, he let out a soft sound of surprise and picked up the copper coin. "Where did you get this copper coin?" Miss Wang quickly said, "This is from an antique stall in North Peace City. Wu Dao and his man bought it when they passed by North Peace City. I've used all my power to investigate the age of this copper coin, but I've never found anything. There has never been a dynasty named Great Xia recorded in history." Jiang Ming stared at the words inscribed on the copper coin through the afterglow. It was Great Xiao's coin. Could this be a coin from the immortal cultivation world? Jiang Ming touched the copper coin and sensed a faint, strange aura from it through his heightened perception. It was very similar to the medicinal herbs that had mutated during the Immortal encounter. "Well done, continue the investigation." Jiang Ming nodded, then opened the book and read it carefully. "Before cultivating the meridian breaker, you must temper your meridians to the point where your bones and muscles can resonate together. Otherwise, when you cultivate it, your meridians will shatter and cripple you. The stronger and tougher the meridians, the faster and more powerful the cultivation of this technique." When it is used, the meridians will be broken as the price to stimulate the potential of the martial artist, and the martial artist's speed will be increased exponentially in a short time. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment. A moment later, Jiang Ming opened his eyes and said with a blank expression, "I'll take this technique and the copper coin. You can keep the broken blade." "Good job, keep it up." "Yes." Ms. Wang nodded and turned to put the broken blade back into the secret compartment. However, when she turned around and returned to the courtyard, Jiang Ming had disappeared. Only a faint sigh could be heard in the wind. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A young man was riding a horse, slowly heading south. "The meridian breaker has finally made up for my last weakness," Jiang Ming muttered to himself. "My meridians have been tempered by mutated medicinal herbs. I'm not weaker than a grandmaster. With the help of the vitality snatching technique, I'll make rapid progress in practicing this technique." This was a forbidden technique, because broken meridians could often not be repaired. However, this was not a problem for Jiang Ming. He smiled as he thought about how he would break every meridian in his body to master this technique. "This time, I finally have some power to protect myself." Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction. Being able to fight was good, but being able to run was better. That day, he found a peaceful mountain and began to practice impatiently. In June, Jiang Ming crossed the Yanming River and set foot on the warm and humid land in the south of the country of Yan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Baizhou City was the most prosperous city in the Jiangnan prefecture. Despite being out of Jiangnan City, the Qin family was feared. Even the revolutionary army that occupied the Jiangnan prefecture treated the Qin family with respect. The master of the Qin family is a well-known philanthropist. He once spent all his fortune to buy food during the food shortage and gave porridge to thousands of people for months, so that they could survive. A burly man was lying on an ox cart that was used to transport miscellaneous goods. Baizhou City could be seen in the distance. The coachman, who was over 50 years old, was talking about the local customs of Baizhou City to the man. He had a lot of praise for philanthropist Chen. Jiang Ming listened to the coachman's words and could not help but laugh silently. The people only saw the Chen family giving out porridge during the food shortage, but they did not see who caused it. They only saw that thousands of people survived, but they did not see how thousands of people died in the food shortage. According to what the Nameless had found out, philanthropist Chen always had a story to tell. After sightseeing and going on a food tour for a few days, Jiang Ming finally arrived at the gate of the Chen family. Due to the efforts of his team of beasts, Jiang Ming no longer needed to carefully check the situation around him. He already knew that there was only one Dao master in the Chen family, Chen Dongfeng. Other than that, there was no one else that could be his match. Jiang Ming's face was calm as he walked straight to the gate. With a sharp blade in his hand, his murderous intent rose. Jiang Ming was now at the peak of the Dao Master realm and had practiced the meridian breaker. "Who are you looking for?" A guard at the gate looked at the disheveled man, covered in mud. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, but he still spoke with a gentle expression. "I'm not here to look for someone, I'm here to send someone off," Jiang Ming said lightly. "What?" The guard was stunned. Blood chi exploded, and a fist landed in front of the guard, sending him flying backward. The heavy door was smashed into pieces, and his lifeless body fell into the courtyard. My name is Zhang Shan. Today, I have come to send philanthropist Chen to the afterlife. Jiang Ming's voice was like thunder, and it spread far with the help of his blood qi. In Baizhou City, countless people raised their heads in shock and looked in the direction of the Chen manor. Someone wanted to kill philanthropist Chen? Where did such a wicked person come from? In order to raise money and provide relief to the people suffering from the food shortage, philanthropist Chen even mortgaged his sword to the pawnshop. No good deed goes unpunished. Good people are so hard to come by as well. Philanthropist Chen is Tao Master. How could he be defeated so easily? Many people gathered at the Chen manor. Some people even carried hoes and shovels, trying to seek justice for philanthropist Chen. Their faces were filled with anger and hatred. They wanted to know what kind of cruel and ruthless person would come to kill Chen Dongfeng. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, had already stepped into the Chen manor. He picked up the iron blade that the guard had dropped just now and walked forward step by step with a fierce look on his face. A middle-aged martial artist who looked like a steward heard the commotion and rushed to the front yard with more than a dozen guards. He roared with a cold face, "How dare you break into the Chen manor? Chop him to death!" A group of martial artists pulled out their swords in unison, shouted, and rushed forward, slashing at Jiang Ming mercilessly. What a bunch of trash! Jiang Ming laughed out loud and walked forward unhurriedly. Although his steps were slow, his blade was as fast as lightning. In just an instant, all the guards had fallen, and the Chen manor was covered in blood. He walked toward the steward. "Are you a Tao master?" He looked at Jiang Ming's blade in horror. "Any enmity between you and the Chen family can be resolved. Please." A blade streaked across, and a head flew. "You're too noisy." Jiang Ming continued to walk into the inner courtyard and shouted again, "Chen Dongfeng, come out and fight. If you don't come out, I will kill every single member of your family." He carried the blade and walked on the brick floor. Along the way, he killed all the Chen family members he encountered. The scene was chaotic, and countless Chen family members fled in panic. In the inner court, a powerful aura suddenly burst out. "You're looking for death." The old voice seemed to contain a strange power, causing the panic-stricken Chen family members to calm down. He's really about to break through to the Grandmaster realm. When Jiang Ming heard the power in those words, he was also moved. However, he had not really broken through, so he was still just a Tao master. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm as he sensed the aura that was rushing from the depths of the inner courtyard. A figure suddenly broke through the wall, raised his hand, and tried to hit Jiang Ming. The blood qi bloomed with a blazing light and turned into a huge palm, pressing down on Jiang Ming's head. Jiang Ming evaluated the strength of the person in front of him, but his expression did not change. He turned his palm and met the attack. Blood qi lingered on his fingers and palms. Although it was not as intimidating as the other party's momentum, it seemed to be more condensed. With a deafening sound, a circle of blood-red ripples suddenly exploded. The figure who had broken the wall and launched a surprise attack actually grunted and staggered back more than 10 steps before he stopped. "So, this is the extent of your power." Jiang Ming looked at the gray-haired martial artist who was over 50 years old and laughed. Chen Dongfeng's right hand trembled slightly, and blood was dripping from between his fingers. He was actually at a disadvantage after the collision of this move. "This is impossible." Chen Dongfeng stared at Jiang Ming in shock and anger, his face full of disbelief. Chen Dongfeng seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed slightly and he shouted in a low voice, "You went to the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest and got the mutated herbs." "That's right. You killed my friend in the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest. Today, I'm here to seek revenge." Jiang Ming casually lied. "Anyway, a good man had friends everywhere. You and I both know why you are here. It's not that I can't give you what I've obtained, but why don't we sit down and have a discussion?" Chen Dongfeng's eyes were profound as he spoke. He had already guessed that this Zhang Shan had probably seen him escaping from the Immortal cave back then. "Talk my ass. I'm here for revenge. I'll kill you. Everything is mine." Jiang Ming grinned and rushed forward with his blade. If this guy was really a philanthropist, Jiang Ming naturally did not mind sitting down and negotiating with him. But since he knew that this guy was a rogue who had orchestrated the food shortage for his own benefit, Jiang Ming just wanted to kill him. His blood chi spread to 5 feet long and burned fiercely. The power of the blood-burning saber technique, displayed by a Dao master, was terrifying. Within a radius of several dozen meters, no one below the first-class martial artist could withstand this burning aura. "You're crazy." Chen Dongfeng's expression suddenly changed. The more powerful a martial artist was, the more serious the damage from using a forbidden technique would be. He had never seen someone who did not care about his life. Did I really kill his friend? For a moment, such a thought emerged in Chen Dongfeng's mind. What kind of friend could make others willing to risk their lives for him? However, in this critical moment, he did not have time to think too much. He could only dodge with all his might, but the sharp edge still grazed his back. A bloody gash exploded, and the sharp force of the blade seeped into his body, causing Chen Dongfeng to cough out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Ming followed him like a shadow and punched his shoulder. Chen Dongfeng's body was sent flying, smashing through more than 10 brick walls before he fell to the ground with disheveled hair. Jiang Ming strode forward expressionlessly and continued to pursue Chen Dongfeng. "Don't force me to retaliate." Chen Dongfeng gritted his teeth. "Just do whatever you want to do, I won't stop you." Jiang Ming strolled leisurely, his steps free and unrestrained. "After all, it's none of your business if I want to kill you. Please don't take it to heart." Chen Dongfeng was furious. Seeing Jiang Ming using the blood-burning saber technique again, his face turned ferocious and he suddenly screamed. The blood chi that surrounded his body suddenly shrank back into his body. At the same time, Chen Dongfeng's aura was also rising. The aura all over his body was becoming more and more exuberant, but it was somewhat unstable, as if he was on the verge of going berserk. "You forced me to use the blood spirit technique. You deserve to die." Chen Dongfeng stared at Jiang Ming, his eyes red. A lock of his hair turned from gray to white in an instant. He seemed to have lost a lot of vitality. Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. At this moment, he actually felt the aura of the mutated medicinal herbs from the other party. Chen Dongfeng rushed toward Jiang Ming and waved his fist. This time, it was Jiang Ming's turn to fly backward and crash into countless walls. Chen Dongfeng seemed to have fallen into madness. He attacked crazily and fearlessly. More and more of his hair turned white, and even his face was covered in wisps of wrinkles. He was rapidly aging. Jiang Ming also used the blood-burning saber technique without restraint. The blood spirit technique is a forbidden technique. Jiang Ming frowned. He saw that Chen Dongfeng's body was about to become a dry corpse, but he was still terrifyingly powerful. Let's end this here. Jiang Ming had already probed out all of the other party's trump cards, and he was too lazy to continue fighting. He suddenly swung his blade horizontally, and the two of them collided violently. Both of them were sent flying. Chen Dongfeng fell into a pile of rubble, and he was struggling to stand up. I have a technique that I have not used yet. Jiang Ming smiled and slowly raised the blade in his hand. It was like a wave that was slowly shaking. On the blade, wisps of burning blood covered it and became thicker and thicker. Red ripples appeared in the air, filling it with a heart-palpitating aura. This was the ultimate fusion of the wave-swallowing saber technique and the blood-burning saber technique. Jiang Ming's blade swung down, falling on the Chen family master's body. Chen Dongfeng's face was filled with fear. His entire body was reduced to ashes. Outside the Chen manor, there was a shocking noise. As if they had heard that the battle had ended, groups of people suddenly rushed in, shouting, "Master Chen, are you okay? We're here to help you kill the thief." Master Chen, you're really amazing, as expected of someone who is about to become a grandmaster. A group of people rushed into the Chen manor with hoes and shovels in their hands. However, when they saw the figure standing there, they immediately fell silent. That's the thief. There was a dead silence. All of a sudden, a warehouse that had been destroyed during the fight between Jiang Ming and Chen Dongfeng, which seemed to have a few main beams broken, suddenly collapsed. There were thousands of sacks of rice inside. The roof collapsed, and white rice splashed out and scattered all over the ground. Many of the people looked at this scene in confusion. Didn't philanthropist Chen say that he had no food at home this year, so he sold his sword to prove his will and share the joys and sorrows of Baizhou City with the people? Jiang Ming glanced at the food that was enough for the people in the city to eat for 10 days. He turned around expressionlessly and walked into the inner courtyard of the Chen manor. He only cared about killing people and plundering what he needed. As for whether these people would forgive the Chen family or rise up to resist, it had nothing to do with him. Jiang Ming walked all the way to the backyard, the blade in his hand dripping with blood. After killing a few martial artists who wanted to take revenge, no one tried to stop him anymore. He simply grabbed a few members of the Chen family and interrogated them to find out the place where Chen Dongfeng often stayed. After searching several courtyards and central rooms, Jiang Ming finally came to a quiet room. There seems to be something here. Jiang Ming's heightened perception sensed something odd. There are clues behind the statue of Buddha. Why do all these old men like to pray to Buddha? Jiang Ming raised his brows. He was too lazy to look for the mechanism. He smashed the entire wall with a kick, instantly revealing a dark tunnel in the ground. He stepped in and entered a secret room after a while. Seeing the scene in the secret room, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. In the secret chamber, there were weapons that shone with a cold light. Every one of them was extraordinary and would cause countless martial artists to go crazy for them if they were revealed to the public. On the other side, there were a few shelves full of books. Jiang Ming casually flipped through a few. They were all about martial arts techniques. There were several first-class martial arts techniques here. On a table at the end of the room, there was a messy pile of paper with many things scribbled on it. There were also 2 ancient books and some random writing supplies. The blood spirit technique. Jiang Ming picked up one of the books and saw the name on the cover. He flashed a satisfied smile. Chen Dongfeng must have stolen this cultivation technique from the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. When Chen Dongfeng performed the blood spirit technique, his body emitted the aura of mutated medicinal herbs, which was similar to the aura of Great Xia's copper coin. Could it be spiritual energy? Jiang Ming thought of the battle with Chen Dongfeng just now. Could the blood spirit technique allow ordinary martial artists to cultivate spiritual energy? However, the price of this cultivation technique seems to be quite high. Chen Dongfeng's life was almost sucked dry after only using it for a while. This is simply 2F** King good. It's perfect for me. Jiang Ming was very happy and put it in his arms without hesitation. Then he looked at the other ancient book, which was much thicker than the blood spirit technique. It was opened and spread out in the middle of the table. Beside it was a mess of old paper, on which the notes seemed to be studying how to crack this ancient book. There was also a piece of old paper that was only half used, and a brush dipped in ink was thrown on it, staining a large area black. The writer seemed to have had something to do and left in a hurry. Jiang Ming sighed. The person who wrote the words obviously could not come back. Jiang Ming had killed him after all. No wonder I've heard that philanthropist Chen is so discreet that he hardly shows his strength. He didn't even rush out when I came to his door. It turns out that he has been working underground every day to study these things. Jiang Ming was suddenly interested in the book. He picked it up and roughly read a few pages. His face suddenly showed surprise. The contents of the nameless book were scattered and messy. It seemed to be someone's personal journal, but there were also notes about spiritual energy. Breaking through to the third level of qi refining, and so on that would make confuse a regular person. There were also scribbled records of the pill refining process, crooked drawings of talismans, and a simple map of some mountains and rivers with some marks and labels. However, Jiang Ming had never heard of or seen these mountains and rivers. It was essentially a journal. But it obviously did not belong to an ordinary person. Was this also stolen from the cloudy Dream Mountain forest? Or did Chen Dongfeng collect this from this world? Jiang Ming was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, it was his now, and he could study it slowly in the future. He put the Immortal cultivator's brush into his pocket and arranged all the papers on the table that Chen Dongfeng had written on into a thick stack. He put them into a wooden box, wrapped them in a bag, and carried them on his back. The harvest is quite bountiful. Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction and walked to the weapon rack. He walked to a pitch-black executioner's blade. The blade was wide and sharp, and the hilt was decorated with a ghost's head, which looked a little ferocious. When Jiang Ming got closer, he found that the blade itself did not seem to be black, but was soaked in blood. Even the handle was soaked in blood. Wisps of icy cold murderous qi spread out from the blade, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. I'm afraid this blade has killed countless people. There might even be grandmasters who died under this blade. What a good weapon, it's a perfect match for Zhang Shan. Jiang Ming took the blade and left the secret room. The courtyard of the Chen Manor was in chaos. Countless people had heard the news and were rushing in from outside the Chen Manor. They were loudly discussing the situation. The warehouse collapsed. I can even see the rice piled up like a small mountain. How could that be? How could philanthropist Chen lie to us? People found it hard to believe. However, they ran to the collapsed warehouse. At this time, the Qin family was in a terrible state because of Jiang Ming. Seeing that the villain who killed the family head was still in the manor, no one dared show their face to stop these people. There's really food here. Oh my God, even the government's granary doesn't have so much food. What are those words on the grain bag? The rice seems to be from the Jiangnan Prefecture. Could it be the relief food from the government? Soon, exclamations were heard as the shocking news spread throughout Baizhou City. Jiang Ming was unbothered. After leaving the Qin manor, he went to the city gate. In the distance, there seemed to be a figure leaping on the roof. It was more than 100 feet away and was flying in Jiang Ming's direction. As expected of the rich Jiangnan prefecture. There's more than one Dao master in here. Jiang Ming raised his brows, circulated his blood qi, and chuckled. Thunderously, the Jiangnan prefecture is indeed hospitable. I appreciate it. However, it's a long journey, so there's no need to send me off. He activated his blood qi, and it flowed violently in his veins. He stomped his feet and his body was like a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had shot 1,000 feet away. There was a sonic boom in the air, and Jiang Ming's figure disappeared from Baizhou City. A moment later, a man with an imposing aura leaped over 30 meters and stopped on the city wall. He stared into the distance, but even Jiang Ming's shadow could not be seen. Could he be a grandmaster? He thought of the speed that the man had displayed just now, and his body suddenly turned cold. Even an ordinary grandmaster would not be able to display such a terrifying speed. The Qin family has really gotten themselves into trouble. He shook his head and decided not to meddle in other people's business. He left quietly. ******. The breaking of my meridians really hurts. On a mountain road, Jiang Ming's head was spinning, and his clothes were in tatters. He spat out a piece of wood from his mouth. Just now, when he used the meridian breaker with all his strength for the first time, more than half of the meridians in his body had been shattered. However, this speed is terrifying. I didn't stop just now and directly smashed into dozens of big trees. If I were to crash into a grandmaster at such a terrifying speed, wouldn't I be able to break his bones? He had a deeper understanding of this move. Not only could it be used to escape, but it was also a unique attack. Next, I'll relax for a while. After that, I'll find a place and slowly study what I found from this trip. For more than 10 years, he had only seen the local customs and practices of Great Cloud City in novels. It was time to experience it for real. I've heard that Dongyuan City is adjacent to the sea. During the Immortal encounter, there were a few families that had benefited from it and came here from Dongyuan City. Jiang Ming took out a small book, turned a few pages, and crossed out the name of the Qin family of the Jiangnan prefecture with a thin charcoal pen. Then he found the name list of Dongyuan City, looked at it carefully for a moment, and put it away in his pocket. Then let's head there. *****. Jiang Ming bought a strong horse, roughly identified the direction, and rode east. Along the way, he took in the sights. Sometimes, when he encountered something he was interested in, he would stop for a few days or even a month. Jiang Ming had become a visiting doctor at the highest-rated medical hall in the Jiangnan prefecture. He was sitting down and discussing medicine with a highly respected doctor. In terms of medical experience and knowledge, he was completely crushed. However, Jiang Ming's knowledge and understanding of herbs, as well as his Wonderful ideas in medical martial arts shocked all the senior doctors. They would exchange ideas and learn from each other for months. Alas, Jiang Ming always had to leave soon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In a desolate village, Jiang Ming met a strong villager with calluses on his hands. After being fed a bowl of soup, he fell asleep. More than a dozen soldiers in tattered armor gathered in the house from outside, discussing whatever came to mind. The more they talked, the more outrageous they became. They admitted to several terrible crimes. Jiang Ming could not listen to it anymore. He whistled to his horse over, took out the ghost head blade, and killed them all. The village was completely silent. After finding the piles of bones of their victims behind the house, Jiang Ming dug a big pit and buried them all. He also set up a wooden grave marker. He did not know what to write, so he simply did not write anything. After sprinkling wine to send off their souls, he rode away on his horse. He practiced martial arts, went on countless adventures, and made several lifelong friends. We've finally arrived at Dongyuan City. Jiang Ming breathed in the moist air and looked down from the mountain. A big city was lying on the ground in front of him. Further away, there was an endless ocean, which made people feel relaxed and happy. After more than 2 years of exploring, Jiang Ming finally arrived here. We've arrived at our destination. It's time to celebrate and rest for another month. Jiang Ming patted the horse under him and headed toward the big city in front of him. Another year passed. Outside of Dongyuan City, in a small town by the sea, Jiang Ming set up a stall and held a big pot of mouth-watering seafood chowder. At sunset, he closed his stall and counted the money he had earned today. Before returning to his small house. Sitting on the bed, Jiang Ming took out a thin book from his arms and opened it. It recorded the many things he had observed in Dongyuan City in the past year. The few families in Dongyuan City don't seem to have made any moves in the past few years, Jiang Ming murmured. Among the families that came back from the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest, he had never heard of any family like the Chen family, where someone suddenly became a peak Dao master, but no martial arts genius had emerged. Jiang Ming shook his head and decided to put the matter aside for the time being. He was ready to study the 2 books he got from the Chen family. I'll practice the blood spirit technique first. In the past few years, Jiang Ming had roughly read through this cultivation method a few times, but he had not been in a hurry to practice it. Anyway, his life was long, there was no need to be in a hurry. He flipped open the cultivation technique from the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. The blood spirit technique uses the blood chi of the human body as a fire starter, burning and refining spiritual energy. There are 2 disadvantages to this method. Firstly, the spiritual energy gained can only be used for self-cultivation. Secondly, it consumes a lot of blood chi, so only grandmasters can practice it lightly. Jiang Ming estimated that even a grandmaster would have a short life if they practiced this. Unless they were like philanthropist Chen, who had no other choice, of course. It can be considered a forbidden technique. However, is it really a forbidden technique for immortals? Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. If he practiced this technique, could he condense spiritual energy and become an immortal cultivator? It's a pity that I don't have any immortal cultivation methods. On the calm sea, a fishing boat was floating at a steady pace. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, a figure sat in the boat like a dark statue. Rowing sucks. Jiang Ming's eyes were blank as he let the boat drift with the current. The big families in Dongyuan City had not done anything suspicious, so Jiang Ming did not bother to pay attention to them for the time being. He had heard that there were many islands in the coastal waters. He had wanted to buy a fishing boat and slowly row to an uninhabited island like a recluse. He had buried his head in studying the blood spirit technique, but he had overestimated his skills. I'm not fishing anymore. He looked around and did not find any traces of any ships. Jiang Ming simply threw away the oars, and with the blood chi in his hand, he slapped the water behind him. As the waves churned, the small boat shot out like an arrow from a bow, leaving a long white trail on the sea. Fortunately, the ship I bought is strong. Seeing that this method worked, Jiang Ming was also happy. He patted the surface of the water, like a child flopping in the pool, and quickly flew into the distance. After passing through many islands along the way, Jiang Ming finally found an isolated island with steep terrain and strange rocks. There were also faint reefs on the beach, and most fishermen would not stop there. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Slowly rowing the fishing boat to the offshore area, Jiang Ming flipped the boat over and held the body of the boat with both hands. The blood chi under his feet suddenly burst out, and he jumped up with the boat, crossing hundreds of feet, and landed on a shallow beach. Jiang Ming put down the boat and began to move things out of the cabin. After hiding the ship and finding a cave to store all his items, Jiang Ming began to patrol the island. After a few days, Jiang Ming chose a place with a small river and shade on a hillside on the island. He cut down wood and built a sturdy house as well as some furniture. He would then spend another half a month cultivating farmland and growing crops. When he was bored, he would jump into the sea, catch fish, and make soup. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It's another peaceful day. One morning, Jiang Ming got up and stretched. He looked at the cloudless sky and finally decided to start practicing the blood spirit technique. Although Jiang Ming did not have any immortal cultivation methods, according to his experience of eating mutated herbs and seeing Chen Dongfeng in battle, this technique would be extremely useful. However, there were probably many obstacles in this way. Otherwise, the immortal cultivator who had died in the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest could have strengthened his body with this method when the spiritual energy gushed out and would not have been defeated. Whatever. Let's practice first. Anyway, his physical body was far from its peak, and the Grandmaster realm was not so easy to break through. The only way to become stronger was to strengthen his body. Recalling the breathing technique and the blood chi circulation technique in the blood spirit technique, Jiang Ming immediately began to try to practice it. Alas, he failed the first 2 times. Regardless, Jiang Ming remained calm and was not in a hurry. He was well aware of his own limits. The blood spirit technique was obviously beyond the scope of regular martial artists. It was clearly a wondrous technique of immortal cultivators. Comprehending it overnight was impossible. Alright, I'll try again tomorrow. After more than a month, early in the morning, Jiang Ming sat cross-legged on a smooth boulder at the edge of the cliff. The waves below hit the cliff wall, making a loud crashing sound. He was ready to call it a day after failing to comprehend it 10 times. Suddenly, a strange yet familiar power bloomed in his body. Jiang Ming suddenly sat back down, and his face showed surprise. It's done? Is this spiritual energy? A lock of Jiang Ming's hair was slightly gray. However, it quickly turned back to black as if nothing had happened. His focus was on the strange energy that bloomed in his body. It was almost the same as the aura of the mutated medicinal herbs, but it was much purer. Jiang Ming tried to use this trace of spiritual energy to cultivate a mass of blood qi. Suddenly, the mass of blood qi shrank several times, but it became more condensed and the power contained in it became much stronger. Jiang Ming was overjoyed. Did this not mean that his strength could be greatly improved again? However, Jiang Ming could not help but be a bit suspicious. He suddenly thought of the legend about Marquis Zhou Pingshi and his fate after the Immortal encounter. It was said that he wanted to break through the Grandmaster realm to a higher realm. Maybe Marquis Zhou is walking a similar path? Jiang Ming was shocked. Marquis Zhou had planned the bloodbath during the Immortal encounter. If he reaped the greatest harvest from the Immortals' cave, he might really be able to break through the Grandmaster realm. I'm so jealous. Jiang Ming grumbled. I have no talent and no qualifications. I can only rely on forbidden techniques and cheats to barely survive. Whatever. I should celebrate my success today. I'm not practicing anymore. He used up the wisp of spiritual energy he had refined, swung his arms and stomped his feet, and went back to the wooden house. The blood spirit technique is complete. It's time to study another one. After returning to the house, he relaxed for a while. Then, Jiang Ming took out the ancient book that Chen Dongfeng had been studying and started to read it from the beginning. Late at night, Jiang Ming closed the ancient book, and his face was calm. In fact, he had read this ancient book several times, but the content was too scattered and vague. Looking at the contents of this book, this immortal cultivator seemed to be mainly refining pills and making talismans as his secondary skill. He's also recorded the fireball spell, which was a spell that he devised. In addition to this, he recorded a few medicinal herbs he had discovered. Other than that, they're all records of his sales and profits. It also seems he's a social butterfly who finds it hard to make friends among the immortal cultivators. Moreover, he mentions a red pine snowfield. Jiang Ming could not help but wonder if the red pine snowfield was the gateway to the world of cultivators. He shook his head. There was too little information in this book. He could only gradually collect more information in the future. In any case, he was not in a hurry. Let's study this fireball spell. Jiang Ming did not look at the pills and talismans. They required a lot of spiritual material formulas, and the refining process required the assistance of spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy refined by the blood spirit technique could only be used for one's own cultivation, and could not be used to refine anything else. Jiang Ming had already read through Chen Dongfeng's notes, which recorded his research on these pill recipes and several kinds of talismans. He even wanted to study and try to refine them himself. Alas, there was no spiritual energy in this world. Even though Chen Dongfeng had thought of thousands of ways, he could not cultivate anything. However, Jiang Ming also understood his thought process. An immortal cultivation technique like the fireball spell required a lot of spiritual energy. Ordinary martial artists could not learn this spell. On the other hand, if he could find some substitute materials to refine one of those pills and talismans, or even a semi-finished product, it might be enough to have an amazing effect on his body. It was a pity that Chen Dongfeng had underestimated the talismans and pill recipes of the immortal cultivation world. He had also failed to develop them successfully. However, although he failed, his experience was a solid foundation for Jiang Ming to start. Jiang Ming thought for a moment, then temporarily put these two immortal cultivation techniques to the back of his mind and concentrated on studying the fireball spell. Although the fireball spell is the lowest level of immortal cultivation techniques, the power of the spiritual fire contained in it is not something that ordinary martial artists can withstand. I just don't know if I will be suppressed by the universe if I use it. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and decided to master it first. So what if it's suppressed? Can it crush me to death? However, without any immortal cultivation techniques, it's a little difficult to cultivate the spiritual energy that is refined by blood qi alone. Thankfully, Jiang Ming was not afraid of hard work. After creating a training routine, Jiang Ming began to practice these two techniques of the immortal cultivation world every day. In addition, Jiang Ming did not stop practicing his regular martial arts as well. He had slaughtered several martial arts families and collected a lot of martial arts techniques. In addition to the techniques collected by the nameless over the years, Jiang Ming had now mastered a variety of martial arts techniques. Now it was time to sort them out and integrate them into his own martial arts system. Time flew by, and the moss on the wooden house grew thicker and thicker. The fishing boat hidden on the shore was slowly decaying. 8 years later, on a cliff by the sea, Jiang Ming's expression was relaxed. He stood up wearing a tattered shirt. Have I finally reached the end of my training? For 2 years, the progress of using the spiritual energy refined by the blood spirit technique to temper his blood qi and body had been getting slower and slower. And today, he hit a wall. He clenched his fists. He was currently 10 times stronger than when he first came to the island. If he were to fight with Chen Dongfeng again, he would probably be able to crush him to death with a single hit. Even a grandmaster can't compare to me in terms of pure blood qi condensation, Jiang Ming murmured. His current martial arts realm was already comparable to Chen Dongfeng's in the past, or even one step further. His comprehension of martial arts was extremely profound, and his blood qi could change as he wished. However, at the same time, he could not take that last step. It's time to leave. He put away a few important books and looked back at the wooden house on the island, the vast expanse of cultivated farmland around it, and the giant sea turtle that was slowly sunbathing in the distance. He shook his head and turned to leave. Idyllic times like this were temporary. He would be gone for years, and he did not know when he would come back. Perhaps he would never come back. The boat on the shore had already decayed, so Jiang Ming did not build another one. When he was close to the shallow beach, he jumped up. He landed steadily on the surface of the water. The blood qi under his feet trembled and turned into ripples to dissipate the force of his fall. He quickly approached the direction of the coast. It was early in the morning, and the world was pitch black. Only the soft moonlight reflected the waves on the sea. On the beach, a few fishermen were untangling their nets in preparation for today's fishing. A fisherman packed up his things and was about to board the ship to set off, when he suddenly saw a small black dot in the distant sea, rapidly approaching. A shark? A seagull? Doesn't look like one to me, he mumbled to himself as he saw the black dot moving faster and faster toward him. He quickly called out to the other fisherman, "Look over there." "What's that?" Hearing this, everyone looked in the direction he was pointing at. A black dot was streaking to the shore as fast as lightning. Is it a fishing boat? That's impossible, even sharks can't be that fast. Everyone was bewildered. They had never seen such a scene in all their years of fishing. However, their faces were soon filled with shock. It was actually a person. How is this possible? All the fishermen were scared out of their wits as they stared blankly at the figure swiftly crossing the sea. In the blink of an eye, he was close to the shore before he landed gracefully. He was a burly man with a wrinkled face, disheveled hair, and tattered clothes. He glanced at the fishermen and asked, "What era is it now?" A few fishermen stuttered, thinking that they had met an immortal. One of the braver ones said with a trembling voice, "Sir, it is now the Great Yin Dynasty, and this year is the 15th year of the new emperor." Eh? The country of Yin hasn't been destroyed? Jiang Ming was surprised. The fisherman quickly bowed and said, "The Flying Cloud Castle, the Qingxian Army, and the country of Yin are now three separate entities. We've already been on the sea for several years, and the world has been in chaos ever since." I see. Jiang Ming was deep in thought and left without looking back. In a bustling restaurant in Dongyuan City, Jiang Ming, who had changed his appearance, ordered several dishes and listened to the diners around him talking about current affairs. It's really unexpected that the country of Yin can hold on until now. I heard that they won another battle yesterday and wiped out thousands of soldiers of the Qingxian army. Although Marquis Zhou has disappeared, he has left behind a lot of backup plans. The country of Yin might even fight back in the future and regain their might again. I think the Qingxian army is more likely to succeed. The emperor and Marquis Zhou set up a trap to kill the grandmasters of the well-known families. Now, only 3 of the 6 well-known families are left. They jointly elected the Qingxian army to destroy the country of Yin. They are not pushovers. Their revenge will be terrible. That's right. The Liang family has 2 grandmasters in one family. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the Liang family had obtained extraordinary things in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. They had created another grandmaster in just a few years. I've been practicing for 8 years, but I'm not a grandmaster yet, Jiang Ming muttered to himself, but he thought that the second grandmaster of the Liang family should have been at the peak of the Dao master level long ago. Otherwise, it would be difficult to break through this last step even if he had the opportunity. It seems like this matter of destroying the Liang family will have to be pushed back. Jiang Ming took a sip of wine. It did not matter how long it took. He was not in a hurry. At this moment, a dark-faced man suddenly laughed and said, "Speaking of which, the Flying Cloud Castle has become quite powerful. I've heard that there are a few grandmasters behind the Flying Cloud Castle. Their army is full of talented people. 2 generals have been particularly talented, and in the past few years, they've managed to capture a lot of territories. In addition, the Flying Cloud Castle is popular among the people. Countless people have run to their territory to seek refuge, and their strength is growing day by day." Jiang Ming listened for a moment and could not help but reveal a stunned look. The 2 generals were clearly Wei Yan and Fang Lai. He could not help but think back to the time when they first met in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. He did not expect that after a mere decade, these 2 people would be so famous. It's a pity that I'm still a nobody. Jiang Ming shook his head and continued. To eat the food on the table, I've had enough of Dongyuan City. I'm going somewhere else soon. Half a month later, late at night, in the Qin family manor, a dazzling blade suddenly appeared and directly split a courtyard in half. The Qin family was the top family in Dongyuan City. The most powerful martial artist in the city, Qin Hong, was dead. His head was cut off, leaving behind a headless corpse. I was talking to you nicely, but you didn't listen. You just had to fight with me. Jiang Ming held the decapitated head in his hand, and his figure flew in the dark night toward his next target. However, it seems that Qin Hong didn't have anything other than some mutated medicinal herbs. There's nothing else related to immortal cultivators. However, it was not without gain. Jiang Ming found a book on the cultivation insights of Tao masters. Although the paths of grandmasters were different, there was always some overlap. The Wu family was also an old aristocratic family in Dongyuan City. Jiang Ming grabbed Qin Hong's decapitated head and woke the head of the Wu family up from the bed. The latter was about to fight him, but when he saw the bloody head, he instantly wilted. Alas, there was nothing for Jiang Ming to take. He left with his head and continued to the next family. Those who were cooperative be fine. If they were uncooperative, they would have their heads cut off. The next day, a piece of news began to spread like wildfire in Dongyuan City. Someone had attacked all the heads of the major families and decapitated them whenever there was a disagreement. Even the only Tao master in the city was beheaded. All the aristocratic families were in danger. Since then, the legend of the executioner had been passed down in Dongyuan City for decades, becoming an excellent cautionary tale to keep children in line. As for Jiang Ming, he had already left Dongyuan City. He was leisurely riding a black horse. In his hand, he was playing with a broken piece of black metal. The only good thing he had obtained from Dongyuan City was this piece of metal that he got from an aristocratic family. It was only the size of his palm, was as thin as a piece of paper, and had razor-sharp edges. Even if Jiang Ming tried his best, he was unable to damage it. According to what that guy said, it was also seized from the Cloudy Dream mountain forest during the Immortal encounter. Perhaps it's a fragment of a magic tool. Jiang Ming shook his head, but maybe it's been damaged for too long. There's no more spiritual energy in it. I can use it as a hidden weapon, however. With my current strength, I can use the Meridian Breaker to increase my speed, and then throw this piece of metal at my opponent. Even a Grandmaster wouldn't be able to defend themselves against it. Jiang Ming thought for a moment about how to use this piece of metal and put it away temporarily. Although I didn't gain much here, I've heard a lot of stories about the Nameless. They have been benefiting from both sides of the Flying Cloud Castle and the other major forces, and have become a terrifying organization. In the midst of a war, intelligence had always been the most valuable thing. The Nameless had relied on this to start their organization, so they were naturally like fish in water. However, Jiang Ming did not intend to continue to contact the Nameless for the time being. No matter how mysterious a force was, it was still run by humans. Now that the Nameless was so powerful, he might become their target. When I become a Grandmaster, I'll go and take a look. Jiang Ming stopped thinking about it and took out a small notebook from his pocket. He crossed out a few names in Dongyuan City and looked for the next place he wanted to go. Lingyang City. It's said that it's famous for calligraphy and painting. In the Immortal cultivator's scribbles, the information on talismans mentioned that the creation of talismans required extremely high calligraphy skills. Even if ordinary Immortal cultivators wanted to go on this path, it was very difficult to get started. Moreover, there were even fewer people who could achieve success. The best way to get started was to start with calligraphy and painting, but it was also very time-consuming to learn it. Very few Immortal cultivators were willing to waste their time on this. But I have all the time in the world. Jiang Ming smiled and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. He whistled and the horse under him suddenly sped up, leaving a trail of dust all the way. Lingyang City was now under the command of the Qingxian army. However, it was peaceful, because it was located in the rear. Many high-ranking officials and nobles of the country of Yan had moved their entire families here and continued to live in the rich and prosperous Jiangnan prefecture. It seems that many people have their eyes on the Qingxian army. As Dao Master at his peak, Jiang Ming easily sneaked into Lingyang City. He found a small art studio with no visitors and walked in. I am Yu Asheng, may I ask if this place is accepting apprentices? From then on, a teenager named Yu Asheng became an apprentice in that art studio in Lingyang City. Every day, he would do odd jobs in the art studio to learn the trade. At night, he would go to the dock to work hard to earn tuition fees. 2 years later, a shocking change happened in Lingyang City. Several Dao masters were murdered on the same day. At the same time, the apprentice named Yu Asheng in the small art studio disappeared. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The world was divided into 3 parts. The war had not ended yet. However, the country of Yan was getting weaker and weaker. Marquis Zhou had left for many years, and the strategies he had left behind were no longer of any use. In the bitterly cold land of the northern border, a figure was sitting quietly on the frozen lake. There was a hole in front of him, and a fishing line went straight down. It's been 20 years since I left Peace County. Jiang Ming's gaze was distant. In the past 20 years, he had traveled to several countries. He had visited all the places recorded in the Grandmaster's notebook. Along the way, he had gone through a wide variety of experiences and his comprehension of martial arts had also become more divine. A few years ago, he even had some drinks with Feng Lai for a few days in Zhang Shan's guise. He even became a general of the Flying Cloud Castle and killed enemies on the battlefield. He only left after making many contributions. He had similar experiences with the Qingxian army and the country of Yan. It's a pity that we all serve our own masters. I wonder how many of them are still alive. Jiang Ming shook his head. Even in the country of Yan, there were many hot-blooded and righteous people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive until now. Unfortunately, the country was about to collapse, and it could not be saved by a few passionate people. Suddenly, the line dropped. Jiang Ming's face was full of joy. He quickly stood up, raised his hand, and pulled up a fat fish that weighed dozens of pounds. Dinner is settled again. Jiang Ming grinned. He then looked up and saw a faint fiery red color on the other side of the frozen lake. That's the red pine snowfield. Jiang Ming stared at the fiery red area, shook his head, and left after a moment. He had plenty of time, and there was no need to rush to explore anything. The red pine snowfield was not the only place he had left to explore. He also had to explore the Nine-Dragon Lake and the Thunderclap Valley. Jiang Ming carefully avoided many places with rumors of immortal activity. In addition, although Jiang Ming did not have contact with the Nameless, he still got a lot of information from Miss Wang with the help of his birds. They also avoided places that were suspected to have traces of immortal activity and never touched them. After all, curiosity killed the cat. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. There was only a little bit left before he broke through. He only needed a certain opportunity to break through to the Grandmaster realm. However, even though I've intentionally avoided all traces of immortal cultivators, I've gained quite a lot over the years, and I'm almost done with my research. It's time to leave. A year ago, Jiang Ming had rushed to North Peace City and took care of the last name on his list. Then he lived in seclusion to sort out what he had gained over the years. His strength was now almost comparable to that of a grandmaster, and he had acquired several rare treasures. Now, Jiang Ming had a better understanding of the mysterious world of immortal cultivation. It seems that in the world of immortal cultivation, there is also a vast immortal dynasty that governs everything. Jiang Ming thought of the copper coin that he had obtained that year and could not help but shake his head. It seemed that there were experts everywhere. But it doesn't matter. As long as I stay under the radar, no one will be able to hurt me. Jiang Ming hummed a little tune and returned to a small wooden house by the lake with the fish. The house was messy and scattered with books, medicinal herbs, scrap paper, and iron weapons. There were also many bottles and jars filled with various pills and potions. Some were the results of Jiang Ming's research on alchemy, and some were the medicinal drinks made during the process of practicing making talismans. Jiang Ming glanced at the table. There were a few talisman practice papers. His calligraphy skills had improved a lot, but without spiritual energy, no matter what he did, it was all for naught. I've laid down some foundations for the study of immortal cultivation techniques, so I'll stop here. In the future, when I leave seclusion, I should be able to quickly get to work. The next day, Jiang Ming carried a bulging bag on his back and walked further and further away in the wind and snow. He arrived at Snow Forest City. After the Green Mountain Army's rebellion, North Peace City had been almost wiped out. Snow Forest City had then become the most prosperous place in the North Peace Prefecture. Jiang Ming quite liked this place. Waiter, 3 glasses of brick. Jiang Ming walked into a popular bar, waved, and shouted. Brick was the nickname of this bar's signature wine. An ordinary person would feel as if they had been hit by a brick with one sip. Unless they were martial artists, a single glass was enough to inebriate them. The moment the bartender heard that he wanted 3 glasses, he knew that this person was definitely a martial arts expert. In the bar, a few martial artists were gathered at a table, discussing the news. The country of Yan's army is nothing to be worried about, but the flying Cloud Castle and the Qingxian army are getting fiercer and fiercer. I heard that even the grandmasters have made their moves. The grandmasters from both sides have fought more than once. It's just that they're holding back and didn't appear on the battlefield. Otherwise, they'd be absolutely invincible. I heard that last month, the Qingxian army seemed to have suffered a great loss. They were used as bait by the Flying Cloud Castle and hundreds of thousands of soldiers died. However, I heard that the Flying Cloud Castle is still guarding an isolated city. They have been facing the Qingxian army for More than half a month. It still hasn't fallen. That's really admirable. Speaking of which, I've even met General Guan once. It's a pity that we can't hold on for too long, one of them sighed. Jiang Ming paused. He slowly raised his head and asked, "May I ask if you guys know General Guan's full name?" They turned around and looked at Jiang Ming. One of them glanced at the three glasses of brick on his table and knew that he was a tough guy. He smiled politely and said, "What's wrong? Do you know General Guan?" Jiang Ming shook his head. "No, I don't. I just heard what you said. I think he's a hero." "Ha ha ha, of course, General Guanfeng is a hero." The man laughed. "It's said that he used to be a hunter in Great Cloud City. Later, he joined the Flying Cloud Castle when it was still weak. Step by step, he has made it to where he is today. He has won countless battles, but no one has offended him wherever he goes. The Black Tiger army he leads is also quite famous." Jiang Ming asked, "How can such a brave general be used as bait?" A martial artist sighed. "I've heard that the situation was constantly changing at that time. The Flying Cloud Castle made a prompt decision and sent the only army that was resting, the Black Tiger army, to move out quickly. Not only was the Qingxian army deceived, but I also heard that the Black Tiger army themselves were deceived. Now that I think about it, if it weren't for the elites of the Black Tiger army as bait, they wouldn't have been able to fool the soldiers of the Qingxian army. The soldiers were also the elite troops of the Qingxian army. Now that they are completely gone, I'm afraid that the Qingxian army has suffered a great loss, which may affect the direction of the war in the future. However, it's a pity that the men sent by the Flying Cloud Castle are trapped in Ningzhou City. I'm afraid there's no hope of survival." The warrior shook his head and took a big gulp of wine. "Thank you for the information." Jiang Ming nodded, gave the rest of his wine to them, and then strode out of the bar. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Outside of Snow Forest City, Jiang Ming's figure moved like a bolt of lightning, flying all the way to the south. With his current strength and the occasional use of the Meridian Breaker, he made rapid progress. "If I travel day and night, I will reach Ningzhou City in about 3 to 5 days. Don't you die first," Jiang Ming muttered. "When I was learning martial arts in the tiger hunting village, I told you I'd help you in the future if you needed. Master Guan, you shouldn't be a part of this war." Jiang Ming muttered to himself, but his eyes were calm. The moment he received the news, he made a decision. He owed the tiger hunting village a favor for giving him his foundation. It was his turn to help them now. Just because he was immortal did not mean he was heartless. Jiang Ming sighed softly. His speed increased again, and he disappeared in a flash. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 5 days later, he arrived at his destination. Jiang Ming disguised himself as a white-haired beggar and walked slowly along the street. Although the city was besieged by the Qingxian army, Jiang Ming sneaked in unnoticed. The Black Tiger army was busy defending the city and was short of manpower. They had no time to take care of beggars and refugees. At this time, most of the young, fit men were being conscripted. Guanfeng was not a good person, or he would not have been able to sit in this position. However, the Black Tiger army was not terrible. Although they controlled the granary, they would give out porridge on the streets every day to help the people. Jiang Ming joined the queue and went to get a bowl. He sat by the wall and had his porridge. Ningzhou City used to be an important town in the country of Yan. It is an important route to transport grain, so there should be no shortage of grain in the city. However, the army defending it is much smaller than the enemy. Jiang Ming looked in the direction of the city wall. There were traces of smoke and fire everywhere, and blood painted the wall red. It was obvious that the battle to defend the city had reached its peak. Let's wait for a chance to attack. Jiang Ming was eating his porridge, his eyes calm. He originally wanted to attack from the rear of the Qingxian army, but he felt a little stupid after thinking about it. That was an army with tens of thousands of soldiers. He would not be able to defeat them all. Therefore, Jiang Ming sneaked into the city and waited for the right time. Not only did he want to kill them, but he also wanted to destroy the morale of the Qingxian army outside the city in one fell swoop. Once their morale was scattered, they would be helpless. The next day, the city alarm rang loudly. The dense mass of the Qingxian army outside the city suddenly tried to push in again. The soldiers defending the city swarmed towards the city wall. Soon, the sounds of fighting shook the sky, and thick smoke rose from the direction of the city wall. In the city, there were soldiers walking around, shouting for the people to settle down. There's no need to panic, there will be soldiers guarding the city. Jiang Ming nodded. Compared to the Green Mountain Army, they were much stronger. When defending the city, not only did they have to fight against external threats, but they also had to be wary of internal strife. Since the new defenders were untrained, they had messed up the city's defense strategies several times. Boom! In the distance, a group of houses was destroyed by the rocks thrown by the catapults. Arrows also kept raining from the sky. People were screaming in panic. A few Black Tiger soldiers rushed back and forth to deal with the situation, but they were short of manpower. The city was plunged into chaos. Get out of the way! Quickly, get out of the way! Suddenly, a group of people marched over from the direction of the mayor's mansion. They were all dressed in full armor, and their temperaments were extraordinary. They were hurrying to the top of the city. General Guan, the west gate is the lowest, which is good for the Qingxian army's attack. They will very likely try to invade from there. Jiang Ming heard a familiar voice, but it had matured a little over the years. He looked at the group. The person who spoke was a man with a slightly tanned face. It was Peng Lu, who had led him into the tiger hunting village back then. Now, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were faintly visible. And his hair had streaks of gray. In front of him was a burly figure with a pair of bright eyes. Who else could it be other than Guanfeng? However, Guanfeng seemed to be as youthful as ever. He looked like he had not aged a day. More than 20 years have passed, Master Guan. You've also entered the Tao Master Realm, huh? Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. With Guanfeng's previous aptitude, it would be a miracle if he could break through to first class by now. However, he was actually a Tao Master now. It seemed that he had received a lot of cultivation resources in the Flying Cloud Castle. They should be here soon. Jiang Ming got up quietly and followed them, without leaving a trace. After walking through a few streets, Jiang Ming had changed from a white-haired beggar to a pale man in his prime. Sir, we must defend this city. I'll help you move your things. He ran to a soldier pushing a cart. Move this cart of arrows up. When the soldier in charge of the supplies saw that the people had come to help, he did not have the time to think, and he randomly assigned tasks to them. In any case, it was just to transport things up the city wall. Jiang Ming quickly mixed in with the crowd and carried a bundle of arrows to the top of the city wall. On the city wall, Guanfeng stared at the Qingxian army's fierce attack below. With a frown. Master, I'm afraid this is the end. I didn't expect us to die together in the end. Peng Lu walked to the side of Guanfeng and chuckled softly. Only when they were alone would Peng Lu address Guanfeng like this. Guanfeng glared at him. I don't want to die yet. However, there was a trace of fatigue and helplessness in his eyes. He cursed. In a low voice, F*CKU, Wei Yan. Peng Lu smiled. Before we embarked, didn't we already guess that there was a high chance that we would not be able to return this time? I guess, Guanfeng sighed, but when I think about how many of our comrades are going to follow us to the afterlife, I still feel like cursing. I only hope that after we die, the world can be peaceful as soon as possible. He shook his head. It was because he believed in Wei Yan's plan that he was willing to be the bait. The battle to defend the city dragged on for a day and a night. It was not until the next morning that the Qingxian army retreated like the tide, leaving only corpses strewn on the ground. But soon after, the Qingxian army sent soldiers to siege the city again. These B***stards are really pissing me off. Peng Lu's eyes were bloodshot. The Qingxian army were not trying to kill them. They were trying to exhaust them. Some of our comrades have been on shift for days. They can't hold on any longer. Peng Lu sighed. Outside the city, a general of the Qingxian army was riding a horse, swinging left and right. From time to time, he would circulate his blood qi and curse the cowards in the city. No one had come out yet to fight him. Guanfeng stared at that man for a long time and then suddenly said, "Send people to fight." Peng Lu was startled and hurriedly said, "Gung Yuanlong is a Dao master. His goal is to lure us into a one-on-one fight with him. No matter who wins or loses, they want to whittle down our numbers. If we don't fight now, our morale will drop to zero." Guanfeng glanced at the exhausted soldiers on the city wall and said, "Now, only by winning one match can we buy more time." After a while, Guanfeng gathered the 5 generals and said in a deep voice, "Who is willing to fight him? We must win." They were not afraid of death, but Gung Yuanlong was a famous Dao master. No one dared say that they had the confidence to defeat him. Finally, an older general stood out and said slowly, "Let me go. I can't guarantee that I'll defeat him, but I, Dong Jiuxing, will not return unless he dies." Everyone's expressions changed when they saw that this man was willing to fight to the death. "Then I'll leave everything to you, General Dong." Guanfeng bowed slightly before he turned around and shouted, "Bring me some wine. General Guan, please prepare the wine. I'll go down and change my clothes first. It's more comfortable to wear my regular clothes in a fight, Dong," Jiuxing said with a chuckle. In a battle with a Dao master, it did not make a difference whether one wore armor or not. Below the city gate, Dong Jiuxing stepped into a tent. He took out a gray robe from a wooden box. Just as he was about to change into it, someone suddenly opened the tent and barged in. "General Dong, General Guan wants me to tell you something." General Dong turned around in confusion. However, before he could see the face of the person who had come, he felt his vision go black. He was punched in the head. "I'm sorry for offending you." The person fed him a pill to keep him asleep. And then looked at the gray robe in the wooden box. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the city wall, Guanfeng saw that Dong Jiuxing had returned after changing his clothes. His entire person seemed to have changed. Maybe he's been wearing armor for so long that we aren't used to seeing him in his casual clothes. Guanfeng shook his head and stopped thinking about it. General Dong. He walked forward and was about to pour wine for Dong Jiuxing. Dong Jiuxing stretched out his hand to stop him and said with a smile, "How can I drink this wine before I kill the enemy? General Guan, please send someone to mull the wine. It won't be too late to drink it after I return from this battle." Guanfeng and the others were stunned. How did Dong Jiuxing become so sharp? Guanfeng was about to raise his head and say something when he saw Dong Jiuxing walking to the city wall with a long blade in his hand. He leaped and flew down. Guanfeng opened his mouth, but could only helplessly shake his head in the end. He instructed Peng Lu, "Go find the stove to mull the wine." He looked at the two sides of the city wall. The soldiers had gathered one by one and were staring at the figure who had jumped off the city wall. A glimmer of light seemed to rise in their dull and tired eyes. "If we lose this battle, we're as good as dead." Guanfeng sighed internally. Sometimes, when a spark of hope was given, what followed would be complete despair if that spark was lost. However, if he did not take a gamble, it would not be long before they were annihilated. He stared at the lone man who was walking further and further away from the city wall. "All my hope is on this one person." On the city wall, more and more soldiers gathered, but it became quieter and quieter. Everyone stared at the figure. Perhaps death was inevitable in the end, but to be able to witness a victory before death was also a kind of comfort. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming stepped over the corpses and rubble. Step by step, he came to the front of the enemy general, Gung Yuanlong, who was shouting, "Who are you? State your name." Gung Yuanlong had a long spear in his hand. He was riding on an armored horse and looking down at Jiang Ming. Far behind Gung Yuanlong were the soldiers of the Qingxian army. Their flags fluttered in the wind. Their numbers were so mighty that the army covered every inch of the horizon. This show of might was enough to cripple a regular martial artist. However, Jiang Ming felt a sense of pride in his heart. This was his moment. This was why he was training hard all his life. Facing 1,000 troops alone, Jiang Ming's confidence soared. He suddenly had a feeling that today was the day he would break through to the Grandmaster realm. "A dead man does not need to know my name." He stared at Gung Yuanlong and chuckled. "Whatever. Then I can only erect an unnamed grave for you." Gung Yuanlong sneered and suddenly jumped off his horse. He waved his spear, and blood qi suddenly burst out and soared 3 feet toward Jiang Ming. *CK, he's so powerful. On the city wall, the faces of Guanfeng and the others changed. Gung Yuanlong had been hiding his strength. This is not good. Guanfeng's eyes were dark, as if he had already seen the end. On the battlefield, Jiang Ming's face was calm. His body suddenly rushed forward as he held his blade. Blood qi covered the blade, and it collided with the spear's blood qi. Boom! The blood qi exploded, sending rubble flying everywhere. A cold light flashed, and blood spattered everywhere. A head rolled down. The collision between the two Dao masters caused smoke and dust to erupt, and for rubble to fly everywhere. Everyone thought that the battle had just begun. But they did not expect that, with just a face-off, a head would fall to the ground. How could the battle end so fast? On the walls of Ningzhou City, there was a sudden panic. Many soldiers could not believe their eyes, and their faces gradually turned ashen. Meanwhile, the Qingxian army below the city burst out with loud cheers, causing the Black Tiger army guarding the city wall to plunge into despair. Peng Lu held on to the crenels of the city wall, his heart also sinking to the bottom. Is that General Dong's head? He stared at the head that was still rolling on the ground. It was covered in blood and dirt, and its face could no longer be seen. Guanfeng remained silent, although he also hoped that the head did not belong to Dong Jiuxing. He knew that even if Dong Jiuxing were to use a forbidden technique, it would still be impossible for him to kill Gun Yuanlong with a single strike. This is fate. Guanfeng stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes gradually became calm. Dying on the battlefield is an honor. What's there to fear? Peng Lu sighed and said, Master, that's not what you said yesterday. You brat. You're just trying to undermine me. Guanfeng glared at him. When we get back home, I'll give you something to cry about. The two of them looked at each other and laughed out loud again. They felt carefree, as if life had returned to normal again for a moment. The autumn wind was strong and cold. The dust on the battlefield was slowly blown away, and a blurry figure gradually appeared in the still field. What? Peng Lu stared at that figure and suddenly quivered. He roared, he's holding a blade, not a spear. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, the appearance of their weapons was very different, so it was easy to recognize who was who. On the city wall, there was a sudden commotion. The soldiers who were despairing just now held their breaths when they heard this. They swarmed to the side of the wall and looked at the figure with wide eyes. It's a blade. It's a blade, one of the soldiers cried out excitedly. It was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. It was as if a fuse had been lit, causing a commotion among the people on the city wall. Soon, the smoke and dust cleared, and the gray-robed figure was finally revealed. Dong Jiuxing of the Black Tiger army was standing with his blade in hand, completely unscathed. All right. Good job. This time, it was the Qingxian army's turn to be silent. A few of the vanguard generals' eyes were filled with disbelief. How could Gun Yuanlong be killed with a single strike? However, in front of Dong Jiuxing, a headless corpse was lying in a pool of blood. They had no choice but to believe their eyes. Guanfeng focused on the figure in front of him. Could General Dong have been hiding some amazing forbidden technique that risks his life, he thought to himself. However, I'm afraid he has reached his limit in order to have been able to kill a Dao master. With this in mind, he quickly called for his men to recall Dong Jiuxing. However, before Guanfeng could say anything, everyone on the city wall heard Dong Jiuxing below circulate his blood qi, and his voice reverberated throughout the wilderness. Clowns of the Qingxian army, listen up. Who wants to challenge me? The morale of the soldiers on the city wall rose again. Many of them were so excited that their faces turned red as they cheered. Well done, General Dong. General Dong, you're invincible. Kill them all. The expressions of Guanfeng and the other generals changed slightly. General Dong was able to kill the enemy with one strike. Therefore, must have used a method that cost him greatly. If he continued to fight, he would probably be in deep trouble. However, now that their morale had soared, if they stopped Dong Jiuxing, it would not be good. At this moment, another Dao master rushed out of the enemy's formation and shouted coldly, "Do you think you can beat me using underhanded means? Think again. You're too noisy." Jiang Ming rolled his eyes and raised his blade. Like an arrow, he fiercely collided with the Dao master. The Dao master, who was still in the air, was chopped into pieces. Blood splattered all over the ground. "Let's see who's next." Jiang Ming laughed out loud. The blade in his hand was dripping with blood. He was like a grim reaper. He walked toward the Qingxian army's formation step by step. Jiang Ming's eyes were clear, and his aura was getting more and more condensed. The bottleneck that had stopped him for 20 years was becoming more and more fragile today. It was as if he could break through at any moment. The Qingxian army was dead silent. In a short period of time, 2 Dao masters had died. However, the man with the blade was getting bolder and bolder. He even challenged their entire army. They were trembling in fear now. This is not good. Isn't he going to break through to the Grandmaster realm? The Dao masters of the Qingxian army, on the other hand, paled drastically. We must kill him. We can't let him break through. The general of the Qingxian army looked gloomy and shouted, "Don't worry about your reputation anymore. Let us attack him together. Otherwise, when he breaks through, our entire army will be finished." The others nodded in unison, drew their weapons, and charged at the grey-robed figure. On the city wall, Guanfeng and the other Dao masters were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. This was definitely not the power that Dong Jiuxing should have. Guanfeng's gaze suddenly changed, as if he had thought of something. He turned his head and whispered something to Peng Lu. Peng Lu turned his head and looked at him in shock. As if he had seen a ghost, he quickly ran down the city wall. Outside the city wall, a total of 8 Dao masters of the Qingxian army had already rushed out of the battle formation and attacked Jiang Ming. The fastest, a skinny old man, was the first to punch Jiang Ming. On his fist, blood qi condensed like a poisonous snake. It exuded a cold and vicious aura. It was obvious that he was an expert who had cultivated his technique to perfection. Even if a grandmaster were to receive this punch of mine, his blood qi would be frozen. The scrawny old man's expression was extremely sinister. If Dong Jiuxing did not block this attack, he would be dead meat. Alas, the skinny old man was the one to get hit. The skinny old man felt as if he had hit a mountain. His blood qi, which used to be invincible, was blown away. His arm exploded and his bones were broken. What is this power? His face was filled with fear as he screamed and flew away. The next moment, Jiang Ming burst out his blood qi, which was as exuberant as the sun. He waved his left hand to block the next attack that came his way. The blade in his right hand slashed horizontally, and his blood qi also gushed out, sweeping across a Dao master and cutting him into 2 pieces. How come he's not affected? The skinny old man's eyes were blank as he watched in fear in his last moments of consciousness. In the same way, Jiang Ming killed another Dao master after dodging their attack. In the blink of an eye, 3 Dao masters had fallen. What kind of F** king monster is this? The remaining 5 Dao masters were terrified. Only a select few grandmasters are this powerful. They were in despair. There was no way they could fight him. At this moment, Jiang Ming was having the time of his life. He had been practicing martial arts for more than 30 years and was immersed in hard cultivation for most of those years. He had never fought such an exciting battle. Gradually, his enemies fell one by one. On the city wall, Guanfeng's eyes were burning as he stared at the battle in the distance. How did Dong Jiuxing just use a claw technique from the tiger hunting village? At this moment, Peng Lu had already returned and reported the fact that Dong Jiuxing was still sleeping soundly in his tent. However, only Guanfeng and a few other Dao masters knew the truth. Who is he? Why is he helping us? He even asked us to mull the wine. Is he coming back? Guanfeng was feeling uneasy. At this moment, Guanfeng had many questions. However, there were no answers. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. Jiang Ming's moves were getting faster and stronger. The remaining Dao masters of the Qingxian army were also killed by Jiang Ming. One by one, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. With each kill, the Black Tiger army behind him would shout louder, and his momentum would increase. When he killed the last person, Jiang Ming seemed to have undergone a complete transformation and had stepped into a new world. He stood quietly on the spot, and his eyes were filled with regret. I've been practicing martial arts for 30 years. I've finally become a grandmaster today. Jiang Ming looked in front of him and saw countless confused soldiers of the Qingxian army. Every time he took a step forward, the soldiers of the Qingxian army would take a step back, and the fear in their eyes grew stronger. Without the Dao masters, they were no different from a herd of sheep. They had completely lost their will to fight. This is the true strength of a grandmaster, Jiang Ming said softly and swept his hand. Dazzling blood qi shot out from his palm and shot into the formation of the Qingxian army. Blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the Qingxian army had been split in half, leaving a bloody trail that was hundreds of feet long. Terrified screams rang out. This finally completely shattered the morale of the Qingxian army. Countless soldiers threw down their weapons and fled frantically. In an instant, the Qingxian army's formation fell into complete chaos. Below Ningzhou City, the city gate had long been opened. The Black Tiger army rushed out. The overall situation has been decided. Jiang Ming's eyes were happy, and he did not continue to pursue the Qingxian army. He turned around and walked back. On the city wall, he saw a figure standing by the crenels and looking at him from afar. Jiang Ming smiled. When he was still 1,000 feet away from the city wall, he jumped lightly and floated to the top of the city wall. On the city wall, Guanfeng stared at Dong Jiuxing, who had just returned from killing his enemies. He cupped his hands respectfully. Grandmaster, thank you for saving the Black Tiger army from a desperate situation. Jiang Ming smiled and said nothing. Guanfeng stared at Dong Jiuxing, who had a strange expression on his face. He did not know what to say and just treated it as a grandmaster's quirk. However, he still could not help but say, the people in the city must know who saved them. Outside Ningzhou City, the defeated Qingxian army had fled. The Black Tiger army had come out in full force and chased after them. The top half of the city wall was suddenly empty, leaving only a few people to guard it. As for Jiang Ming and Guanfeng, no one was going near them. The ordinary soldiers only thought that General Dong was a genius who broke through during the battle. However, the Dao masters could vaguely see that this mysterious grandmaster, who had disguised himself as Dong Jiuxing, had come to save the day because of Guanfeng. Now that this grandmaster was obviously looking for General Guan, who would dare approach him? At the corner of the city gate tower, Guanfeng said slowly, charging into the enemy formation alone, killing 10 Dao masters in a row, and breaking through in the fight to become a grandmaster. Your heroic deeds will definitely spread throughout the world in a few days, and everyone will know. He looked at Dong Jiuxing in front of him and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, I don't really care who you are." "That's right." Jiang Ming laughed and then looked at the krenels beside him. There was a small pot of mulled wine on it. "The wine is still warm, don't waste it." Jiang Ming poured a glass for Guanfeng and another glass for himself. He sat on the krenels casually, raised his hand, and drank it all in one go. Jiang Ming smacked his lips, took a long breath in satisfaction, and poured another glass. Guanfeng had no choice but to sit at the other end of the krenels and accompany the grandmaster with a strange temper. He drank glass after glass of wine until every last drop was finished. Jiang Ming was still thinking about the aftertaste of the old wine. However, Guanfeng did not give up and said, "The people in the city and the soldiers of the Black Tiger Army should know who turned the tide. Everyone needs a hero's name to support them. The name of a grandmaster should be remembered. There are many heroes in the city. Blacksmiths who help to forge swords, porters who carry artillery, and women who transport the injured. And, of course, the soldiers who have suffered countless casualties. Without them, Ningzhou City would not have lasted until I came to help." Jiang Ming looked at Guanfeng and chuckled. As he was talking, he suddenly saw the fine wrinkles on Guanfeng's face, and the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. Only then did he realize that the toughest man in Tiger Hunting Village was also gradually getting older. Jiang Ming was dazed. 30 years had passed in a hurry, and some of his old friends had already disappeared. Jiang Ming shook his glass and drank the last mouthful of the wine. He stood up and looked at Guanfeng, chuckling, "Anyone can be a hero. Even if a person knows that a certain blind and frivolous boy doesn't want to stay in their village, they are willing to accommodate him temporarily and selflessly teach him everything, letting him know that in this cold and dangerous world, there are still kind people." Guanfeng's face was filled with doubt. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. His face gradually revealed a shocked expression as he looked at Jiang Ming in a daze. Guanfeng stood up immediately. Jiang Ming had already jumped onto the wall, his clothes fluttering in the wind. "Goodbye, Master Guan. I, Zhang Shan, will be leaving too." The strong wind blew up the endless fallen leaves. Jiang Ming's figure swept in the wind and disappeared into the horizon. Guanfeng was still standing there in a daze until a figure ran up from the city wall and came to his side. "General Dong has already woken up. He's fine, but I don't see who knocked him out." Peng Lu looked left and right, and suddenly said in shock, "Where is the Grandmaster? You're letting him go? You didn't ask him to stay for dinner?" Guanfeng came back to his senses and glanced at him unhappily. He pointed at the glasses. "The Grandmaster used these. Maybe some of his talent will run off on you." Peng Lu hurriedly picked it up, afraid that it would be snatched away by someone. Then, he quickly asked, "By the way, what's the name of the Grandmaster?" "He Can't be a nobody, right? Guanfeng's eyes looked at the distant mountains. No one knew what he was looking at. After a long while, he slowly said, Zhongshan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. On the official road, the figure of a young man carrying a bag on his back was walking slowly. In front of them, a city could be vaguely seen. It was Qinglin City. He vaguely remembered that stormy night in Qinglin City. Jiang Ming shook his head and smiled. He entered the city and walked aimlessly on the street. After a while, he looked up somewhere. As expected, the clothing store, which Miss Wang once owned, had gone through a few changes and was now a tea shop. However, it seems to still be within the nameless sphere of influence. Jiang Ming glanced at the shopkeeper in the shop. The aura of a martial artist could not escape his increasingly keen perception, and his face was also disguised. Walking in the city, Jiang Ming met such people one after another. There were even many obscure eyes that swept over him. He estimated that information about him had already been registered. After a few decades, the three leaders have managed to expand the nameless. Jiang Ming was also a little surprised. In the past, in addition to Miss Wang, who had changed her name to Wu Yan, the other two, Wu Hen and Wu Dao, were both beggars he took in from the street. He taught them martial arts, gave them resources, and helped Miss Wang run this organization with them. It was said that the three leaders had become Dao masters, and the nameless were renowned in the country of Yan. For the past few decades, although they would occasionally send messages, I have never really used the power of the nameless. It's time to use it. After decades, Jiang Ming still had not forgotten his old grudges. There were still a few names in his little notebook book that needed to be crossed. However, it was a hassle to take care of all by himself. Since the nameless were already flourishing, he would use them. Also, a few months ago, I received a piece of news that seems interesting. Jiang Ming walked into a restaurant and ordered several dishes and a bottle of wine. He ate alone in a leisurely manner. All the customers were chatting and laughing. Most of them were talking about current affairs. The country of Yan had shrunk into the size of a prefecture and almost existed in name only. Although the Qingxian army had suffered a heavy blow from the Flying Cloud Castle, they still had the Liang family and the other two aristocratic families to hold the fort. The outcome of the war was still unknown. However, if that new Grandmaster, Zhang Shan, suddenly attacks the Qingxian army again, I'm afraid they will be unable to fight back. When Zhang Shan's name was mentioned, the atmosphere at the table became heated. There were only a few Grandmasters in the world, and the birth of each one was an earth-shattering event. Back then, several Grandmasters had during the Immortal encounter. The number of Grandmasters in the continent could be counted on two hands, and in addition to the war, a newly promoted Grandmaster was enough to influence the general situation of the world. Moreover, the birth of this Grandmaster was legendary. He killed 10 Dao Masters in a row and stepped on piles of corpses to become a Grandmaster. His fierce reputation shocked the world. In a short time, countless legends about Zhang Shan were spread. Gradually, Grandmaster Zhang Shan was given a nickname, the Bloodthirsty Maniac. What the hell is this? Jiang Ming listened to these people's various stories and was rendered speechless. Suddenly, a table of people mentioned the nameless. I heard that the nameless informants have even reached the imperial palace of the country of Yan. A few days ago, they stirred up a storm. The newly ascended young emperor of the country of Yin could not bear the disturbance and thought that the ministers were incompetent to catch these people. He angrily said that if they were so great, they'd find out what he had for dinner. The next morning, a thick recipe book was sent directly to the town hall. It recorded every meal the emperor had in the past month. Everyone laughed. What is the Nameless doing in the country of Yin to make the emperor so angry? One of them asked casually. I heard that he stole the defense maps of the country of Yin and some confidential information. Everyone was shocked. What? The Nameless also wants to join the world's forces? Since the development of the Nameless, they were known for being a neutral part. As long as they were willing to pay the price, anyone could hire them. I don't think so. Maybe they're just buying and selling information. But I heard that the Qingxian army seems to have received more help from the Nameless in the past 2 years, but there are also objections within the Nameless. The man shook his head and did not say anything else. In the corner, Jiang Ming's eyes moved. It seems that there are many people with different thoughts in this organization after decades of not being controlled. He was not surprised. After all, it was just an organization established by a group of humans. Of course, people would become greedy over time. Do whatever you want, just don't affect my mission this time, Jiang Ming muttered, wiped his mouth, threw down the silver, and left. At the Zhou family manor in Qinglin City, the former first-class martial artist force gradually declined after the family head was killed by the enemy. However, the Zhou family head's wife had broken through to the first class and led the Zhou family to prosperity again. They were even better than before and became the top family in Qinglin City. Late at night, in the Zhou Manor's inner courtyard, in a secret room under a secluded pavilion, the Zhou family's madam, who was over 50 years old, sat in front of the table. Her back was graceful and straight, as if she still had the elegant demeanor of her youth. At this moment, she was looking at pieces of paper in front of the candlelight. After reading each piece, she would burn it. Suddenly, Madame Zhou raised her head and saw a black shadow on the wall in front of her. As the flames danced, the black shadow also rose up. Her body tensed for a second and then relaxed again. She knew that the person who could sneak behind her without a sound was much stronger than her. Thus, there was no way she could resist. May I know why you came to visit the Zhou family at night? Madame Zhou asked lightly. It's been 30 years since we last met, but your photographic memory is as sharp as ever, Miss Wang. A slightly hoarse voice was heard. Master? The woman turned around in shock and looked at the figure in front of her with uncertainty. His face was exactly the same as it was 30 years ago. Jiang Ming looked at the wrinkles on Miss Wang's face and sighed with emotion. Even if Miss Wang had become a Dao master, she could not completely resist the passage of time. Although Miss Wang's face was disguised, Jiang Ming could also sense the slightly declining blood qi in her body. He drew a line with his finger, and his blood qi spread out, leaving a few familiar words on the ground. Miss Wang stared at the words that she had not seen for decades. Her doubts were completely dispelled, and she immediately bowed in excitement. Master. For several decades, although Miss Wang had constantly sent various messages to him, she had only received a few replies, and she had never even seen his true face. Sometimes, she even wondered if he had passed away and his descendants were passing on the replies. However, after seeing him today, all her doubts were dispelled. Even if she was already a Dao master, her master was still unfathomable. Can you tell me more about the mysterious corpse in the country of Jing? Jiang Ming did not beat around the bush. In the past few decades, Miss Wang had passed on everything she had heard from her intelligence network. However, Jiang Ming was exploring and did not care. It was not until this year, when Jiang Ming had almost crossed off all the names on his list, that he really started to care about the information she had relayed to him. He had actually found a piece of information that seemed reliable. Miss Wang nodded. A few months ago, on a mountain behind a village in the country of Jing, someone found a mutilated corpse that seemed fresh. Its skin and flesh were split open, as if it had been cut by thousands of knives. However, its skin and flesh were extremely tough. Even first-class martial artists could not cut through it. I don't know how they died. Jiang Ming's heart was moved. He thought of the ancient immortal cultivator who had exploded and died in the cloudy dream mountain forest. Any other news? He asked in a deep voice. A nearly 70-year-old villager claimed that the face of the corpse was very similar to a person he knew when he was young. But no one took it to heart. After that, several Dao masters came in person and chopped the corpse into pieces at the behest of a few aristocratic families. Wu Hen's men have stolen a few drops of its blood. As Miss Wang spoke, she went to the end of the secret room and opened another secret compartment. She took out a porcelain bottle from inside and handed it to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded and put it away. He did not look at it immediately, but continued, "There's one more thing I need you to do." Miss Wang's face was filled with joy. Her master had finally given her a mission. One of the forces controlling the Qingxian army, the Liang family, Jiang Ming started slowly. Do you mean the Liang family of the Qingxian army? Miss Wang was shocked. Master, do you want to hurt the Liang family? The Liang family is the top family on the continent, and they have 2 grandmasters in charge. If we really want to make a move, we need to think about it. Do you know what the Liang family got on the cloudy dream mountain forest? Jiang Ming asked indifferently. Miss Wang shook her head. The Liang family heavily guards their secrets. Other than a few direct descendants, no one else has access to their records. The old grandmaster of the Liang family is already 150 years old. His vitality had declined seriously, but in recent years, he suddenly looks radiant, as if he was given a second life. I suspect that he has used a treasure he found during the Immortal encounter. The new grandmaster of the Liang family is Liang Xuanma. He suddenly broke through a few years ago. Everyone is talking about it. They speculate that he also made use of the treasures he obtained during the Immortal encounter to break through. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Wasn't it known that Dao masters can only break through to become grandmasters by their own perception of martial arts? The Liang family's new grandmaster broke through with an external object. Can he even be considered a true martial arts grandmaster? Forget it, who cares how he broke through? I'll just kill them all, Jiang Ming thought calmly. Although he had just become a grandmaster, his blood qi and physical body had been tempered by the blood-spirit technique for decades. He was not weaker than any grandmaster at their peak and might even be stronger. Moreover, with the addition of his heightened perception, Jiang Ming was confident that he could kill any grandmaster in the world. As for the Immortal's treasure in the hands of the Liang family, Jiang Ming did not care too much about it. According to the scattered information he had obtained over the years, even the treasures of immortal cultivators would be suppressed in this world. In the hands of martial artists, they could not exert the power above the Grandmaster realm at all. Only the immortal cultivators themselves, in a desperate situation, could harness a power that exceeded the peak of the Grandmaster realm. However, the price to pay was also terrifying. The two suspected immortal cultivators that Jiang Ming knew of were an ancient creature from the cloudy Dream Mountain forest and a nameless corpse from the country of Jing. They all died when their bodies had shattered. Jiang Ming guessed that the corpse in the country of Jing might have exploded due to the suppression imposed by the universe. Could it be that he was fighting with other cultivators and was forced to do this? Jiang Ming's eyes flickered, which meant that there might be other immortal cultivators in the country of Jing. He shook his head. He could not be rash. He returned to his senses and looked at Miss Wang. Search for any information on the Liang family with all your might. Jiang Ming looked at Miss Wang and continued lightly, after the news of the Liang family's Grandmaster's death reaches the public, I want the Liang family to be annihilated. Jiang Ming was very vengeful. He still remembered clearly that the Liang family wanted to lay their hands on the beast-taming technique of the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. Although so many years had passed, no one could guarantee that the Liang family would have forgotten about this matter. It would be a disaster if he kept them alive. Miss Wang's eyes were filled with shock as she looked at the figure in front of her. She had originally thought that he wanted to do something to the Liang family's grandmasters, but she had not expected that he actually wanted to exterminate the Liang family. Just how powerful was he? However, even though she was shocked, she still immediately bowed and nodded. I will not fail you. Although Miss Wang was now in charge of the Nameless, she had always been loyal to Jiang Ming and had never had the intention to betray him. Using the Nameless, she had wiped out all the enemies of the Wang family. However, she did not want to rebuild the Wang family. She only wanted to use the rest of her life to repay Jiang Ming's kindness. When Miss Wang got up, she was the only one left in the secret chamber. Jiang Ming stepped into Great Cloud City after 2 decades. The Nameless had been operating at full force, sending information to all corners of the country in preparation to destroy the Liang family. While waiting for their complete annihilation, Jiang Ming had been rather bored and had come to Great Cloud City. The morning air was cold, and the sky was still dark. Great Cloud City was gradually waking up in the cold winter fog. The faces of the street vendors were red from the cold, and they were trying their best to set up their tents, preparing for a busy day. The sky was still dark, and there were only a few people along the street. Some vendors saw people passing by and shouted loudly to attract customers. Jiang Ming glanced at a stall and slowly walked over. He sat at the table and asked for a bowl of curry. He smiled and asked, "How long has this stall been open?" The middle-aged stall owner smiled humbly and replied, "It's 30 to 40 years old. My father used to manage the stall. Now it's my turn." "Ah, it's a family business." Jiang Ming gave him a thumbs up, put down the copper coins after eating his food, and left. Next to the stall was an old house that occupied a large area. It was a martial arts school. It was the tiger hunting village headquarters in the past. Jiang Ming still remembered how mischievous the current owner of the tofu stall was all those years ago. Things remain the same, but people have changed. Jiang Ming took one last glance at the busy stall and turned to leave. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming went to Peace Country and did not disguise himself as a stranger anymore. Instead, he changed his original appearance to look a little older and slowly walked into the county. In the bar, a man with a goatee was behind the counter, keeping the books. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. "Hello, what do you want to drink?" he asked without even raising his head. "Where's Ah Fei?" "Ah Fei? Why are you looking for my father?" The man with the goatee looked up with a strange expression. It had been a long time since someone addressed his father like that. "Who's he?" Jiang Ming was also stunned. The man's hand suddenly stopped. Only old Jiang, the former owner of the bar. And another person had called him that. "Uncle Jiang?" The bearded man stared at the slightly older man. He suddenly became excited. "My father is fishing by the river. I'll take you to him. I'll leave you to your work. Just ask him to come to my house for a drink tonight," Jiang Ming said with a smile. When he heard this, Hu Zi's expression changed. "Uncle Jiang, you've been gone for decades. That yard has been torn down and turned into a field." Jiang Ming's eyes widened, and then he looked helpless. He did not expect that he would lose his home so soon. "That's true. They all left." Jiang Ming smiled. He remembered a letter that Yu Yan had sent him more than 10 years ago. Zhou Wenshou did not want to waste her time in this small county, so she left with her luggage. It seemed that she was going to join the Flying Cloud Castle. Jiang Ming was happy to see this. He understood Zhou Wenshou. If she really left, it meant that she wanted to carve her own path. This was the carefree and cheerful Zhou Wenshou he remembered. "By the way, who tore down my house?" Jiang Ming asked, curiously. Although he had left, he assumed that not many people would dare tear down his courtyard. "Who else do you think?" Hu Zi smiled awkwardly. Seeing his expression, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with realization. "Tiananan. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." Late at night, the bar's doors were tightly shut, and a group of people sat around a large table. More than 20 years had passed, and Ah Fei was now a grandfather. His grandchildren were playing with him. A woman in her 30s sat at the table with her sleeves rolled up high. She stared at Jiang Ming and said, "Ming, your courtyard collapsed. To prevent strangers from taking over, I made it into a rice field. I was protecting your property, do you understand?" Jiang Ming was a grandmaster, but he suddenly felt a headache coming on. He quickly nodded and agreed, "You're right." Ah Fei was full of laughter as he held his grandson. "I can testify that your house really had collapsed, and you didn't show up at all, so I helped to tear it down for farming. I wanted to wait for you to come back and rebuild it, but I didn't expect you to only show up after 2 years. Yeah, we can only drink together now." Jiang Ming looked at Ah Fei, who was over 50 years old, and then at Li Qingqing, who had wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. He realized that he really should leave. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye for him, but for ordinary people, it was a quarter of their lives. The invisible gap between Jiang Ming and his old friends had been getting bigger and bigger. If he continued to stay here, it would only add to his troubles. After 3 rounds of wine, they all left. Jiang Ming walked toward the cloudy Dream Mountain forest under the moonlight. A moment later, a balding old dog came out of the forest and slowly followed Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked at it and knew that it was Black Bean. Even if it was a dog that had practiced martial arts, 30 years was a long life for a dog. The fat tiger died 2 years ago, and Master C can't run anymore. Black Bean barked weakly. Jiang Ming nodded. Master C and the fat tiger did not practice martial arts as early as Black Bean. Even if they had eaten a few mutated herbs, they could still not resist the passage of time. In the mountains, the wooden house was old and covered in moss. Master C walked forward, trembling. From a small bag on its back, it took out a thin book. Jiang Ming took it and opened it. It recorded the various changes that had occurred in the depths of the mountain forest, the place where the immortal encounter took place over the past 20 years. The vegetation grew as usual, and everything was normal. In addition, the birds and animals under Master C's command found out that the fire mayfly in the mountain had flown out from the land where the immortal encounter took place. There was a valley with fiery red miasma floating in the air, and fire mayflies were dancing in the sky. It seems that the immortal encounter is indeed related to the fire cloud grass. However, as for what their relationship is, I'll probably never be able to find out. Jiang Ming picked up Master C and looked into the depths of the forest. He shook his head and walked toward the wooden house. Although the land where the immortal encounter took place had been destroyed, it was obvious that it held deeper secrets. Jiang Ming did not want to explore it yet. At the very least, he had to reach the peak of the Grandmaster level. In the evening, Jiang Ming finished cleaning the house and sat side by side with Master C and Black Bean at the door, slowly watching the setting sun sink into the night. Boss, we've lived a good life, thanks to you, Master C's thin paws wrote some words on the ground. Jiang Ming patted its head and did not speak. Master C and Black Bean might be able to hold on for a few more years, but what then? Jiang Ming stared at the endless night sky. To be honest, he liked immortality, but sometimes it was really lonely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The seasons went by. Jiang Ming had been staying on the mountain. Every day, he took Master C and Black Bean up the mountain and down the river to catch fish and collect mushrooms. Every night, he would cook them a hearty supper. When he was bored, he would practice martial arts to improve his blood chi and temper his body. Jiang Ming found that after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Another half a month later, Yu Yan suddenly sent him a message. Something has happened to the Nameless. Jiang Ming opened the note and was not surprised. As expected, the 3 major branches of the Nameless were all unrelated to each other. Everything was done through secret letters, and the 3 leaders had never even met before. But this time, 2 of Wu Hen's Dao Master assassins suddenly appeared in Qinglin City. Wu Yan had not received any prior notice. It was thanks to her management of Qinglin City that she was able to detect it in advance and escape alone. At the last moment, she had sent him this note. It seems that I'm right. Someone among the Nameless has colluded with the Qingxian army, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. If not, how could there be such a coincidence? Just when he was about to exterminate the Liang family, this happened to the Nameless. I haven't finished my work. Miss Wang can't die yet. Jiang Ming shook his head, left some refined pills for Master C and Black Bean, and left with the ghost's head blade. Although the pills written by the immortal cultivator could not be refined, it was of great help to Jiang Ming's medical skills. In addition, he had traveled the world for decades. His medical skills were unparalleled. The pills that he had refined could stabilize and increase his blood qi. Thus, he hoped it could extend the life of his two old friends for a while longer. The pain of outliving his friends had just started to hit him. It's time to settle some matters. Jiang Ming strode down the cloudy dream mountain forest and flew into the distance. It was a cold and stormy night in the midst of winter. On the lone mountain, there was only a small, dilapidated Taoist temple, its roof covered with snow. Outside the Taoist temple, there was a sudden knock on the door. A young monk hurriedly jogged out of the main hall. He stepped on the snow and opened the door. The young monk was stunned when he opened the door. In the wind and snow, a thin old monk in a plain gray robe bowed slightly with a black iron staff in his hand. The weather is terrible tonight. May I please rest here for the night? It was quite strange for a Buddhist monk to come to a Taoist temple. Grandmaster, you're overreacting. However, the young monk was only stunned for a moment before he smiled warmly and invited him in. Of course you may stay the night. However, the mountain road is difficult to traverse at the moment, and there are already a few laymen in our temple staying the night. I do hope you can forgive us for the inconvenience. The old monk muttered a prayer and said with a kind face, "Thank you, I'm already very grateful to have a place to stay." The young monk smiled and led the old monk to the main hall. If you don't mind, you can rest in the main hall for a night. Some scholars have started a fire in the hall. Grandmaster, please come in to get warmth. Fire for warmth? The smile on the old monk's face froze. He frowned slightly and said, "The main hall should be quiet and solemn. How can you make such a scene?" The young monk's smile did not change as he said, "Grandmaster, you must have come from a big place. Your temple may have strict rules. However, our small temple doesn't have that many rules. I suppose the gods and immortals that you worship may be very pleased to see that this hall can protect the people passing by from the bitter cold," the old monk said before he shook his head gently. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. What a disgrace this Taoist temple was. No wonder it was so dilapidated. As they spoke, the two of them entered the main hall. There was a large fire in the middle of the hall, and several people were huddled around it. There was a pot of soup boiling over the fire, and several other food items were ready to be served as well. A hunter with a white beard picked up an axe and quickly sliced up the roasted meat, giving everyone a piece. While everyone was enjoying their meal, the old hunter did not forget to raise his hand toward the old monk. "Master, do you want a piece? It's delicious." The Bodhisattva is merciful, but he also has the Vajra's angry eyes. "Almsgiver, please mind your manners." The old monk's voice was slightly cold. He found a corner and sat on the ground, not joining the people around the fire. The old hunter laughed and did not take it seriously. He continued to make small talk with the others. When chaos shakes the world, heroes are born. Previously, there was Zhang Shan, the hero, who had killed 10 Tao masters in a row and became a grandmaster. Later, there was a man, who called himself Anonymous, who threatened to destroy the Liang family. He must be another grandmaster. Master, who is Anonymous? Can he really destroy the Liang family? Beside the old hunter, a young man who seemed to be his apprentice asked, "When did such a strong martial artist appear?" The people around him were also interested, and they all looked at the old hunter. The old hunter took a big bite of the roast meat, and oil dripped from his lips. "You're too young to understand. Do you know the three mysterious experts, Wu Yan, Wu Hen, and Wu Dao? The young man was shocked. Of course I do. They are the three great leaders of the nameless. They are elusive and mysterious. It is rumored that the nameless has enough wealth to rival an empire. Their intelligence is pervasive, and even grandmaster families have been infiltrated thanks to these three leaders. The old hunter laughed and said, Anonymous is the real leader of the nameless. He single-handedly trained those three Dao masters. Decades ago, he was able to kill a Dao master with one strike. Now that he's threatening to kill a grandmaster, it's obvious that he's already reached the peak of the grandmaster realm. He seems very arrogant. The hunter's apprentice was dumbfounded. He then said, Grandmaster families have usually been around for hundreds of years. How can a new grandmaster with a fairly new force provoke them? The others nodded in agreement, thinking that Anonymous was being too cocky. At this moment, a thin young man, who had been silent all this while, raised his head and said, Grandmaster families are not immortal. The immortal encounter on the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest directly caused the fall of three of the 6 aristocratic families. Why can't we lose another one now? The old hunter looked at the skinny man with a smile, revealing his yellow teeth. You young people really don't know how the world works. He broke off a piece of dry bread and chewed on it. The crumbs fell all over the ground. The hall gradually fell into silence. Only the crackling of the fire could be heard from time to time. A few tired people had already laid down and fallen into a deep sleep. A moment later, there was a sudden knock on the door. Why are there so many people passing by tonight? The young monk, who was dozing off, was suddenly jolted awake. He rubbed his eyes and mumbled to himself, then went to open the door. As soon as the door was opened, a group of people rushed in and pushed the young monk, almost causing him to fall into the snow. He hurriedly stood up and looked over, only to see a group of figures dressed in black with an emblem of a scarlet saber embroidered on their sleeves. This group of men in black clothing entered the hall in a single file, immediately causing everyone in the hall to look over in shock. The Pathless Sect. One of the martial artists saw the embroidered emblem on their sleeves and was shocked. Everyone else's faces also changed drastically when they heard this. The scarlet saber was their symbol. Every member of the Pathless Sect knew how to cultivate the forbidden martial arts technique, the blood-burning saber technique. They were a group of lunatics who did not care about their lives. No one wanted to mess with them. If you have no business with us, get out, one of the men in black shouted. Many people hurriedly ran out. Are you looking for the nameless? From the corner of their eyes, someone saw that the old hunter and his apprentice, who had been talking arrogantly just now, as well as the skinny young man who had been arguing with them, were all sitting still. After a while, the hall became quiet. The old hunter was still eating his dry bread casually, while the young apprentice was staring at the skinny man opposite him with a playful look. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside the hall. Master Wu Yan, we finally meet. The men in black dispersed to the sides, and a burly figure walked in. His black hair was loose, and his eyes were like an eagle's. His entire person exuded a cold temperament. He walked straight to the bonfire and stared at the skinny man. Why are you still in disguise? The skinny man slowly stood up and stared at the burly figure. Wu Dao? So, it was you. I thought you were Wu Hen for a moment. I tricked him into running in circles. Wu Dao sneered in disdain. The skinny man's voice was cold. Wu Dao, master has ordered that the three of us are not to see each other, and those who disobey will die. It seems that you've lived long enough. His voice gradually changed. At first, it was still a rough male voice, but when he finished speaking, it had become extremely soft. His face also slowly changed, revealing an elegant woman's face. It was Miss Wang's true face. She already knew that she probably would not be able to walk out of this temple today, so it was useless to hide her true appearance. Who cares about what he said? Today, it's time to change the rules. Wu Dao laughed, and his face was a bit ferocious. He hasn't shown his face for so many years, and I'm the one who runs the Nameless. Now that you've returned, you want to live a carefree life while ordering me to do all the work. You really don't respect me. I've finally managed to get on the good side of the Qingxian army and found a way for the Nameless to rise to the top. Anonymous actually wants to exterminate the Liang family. He's doing that to spite me. As for you, you're obviously the weakest among the three of us. If it weren't for the resources I found, how could you have broken through to the Dao Master realm? However, your authority is the highest among the three of us, and only you can contact Anonymous. I tried to trick Wu Hen into killing you. Alas, he failed. However, it doesn't matter. Today, I will change the world. After Wu Dao finished speaking, his eyes turned cold. Miss Wang looked at Wu Dao with pity. She knew that with Jiang Ming's ability, even if she died today, Wu Dao would not live for more than a few days. You really think that you ran the Nameless all by yourself? Miss Wang sighed. She shook her head and did not want to say anything more. She knew that this was a greedy person who had been manipulated by the Qingxian army. She glanced at the old hunter and his apprentice, as well as the old monk who was resting with his eyes closed in the corner of the hall. What did I do to attract 3 martial arts grandmasters? There's no need for you to continue acting innocent. The old hunter revealed his yellow teeth and slowly stood up with his axe. Hello, Wu Yan. I'm Wu Tiantong. The Wu family was once one of the 6 great aristocratic families. Now, like the Liang family, they were supporters of the Qingxian army. The young hunter next to him also threw away the dry bread in his hand in disgust. He dusted his hands and stood up. I didn't expect that I would be looking for you guys for long. I can't believe you wanted to hurt the Liang family. You're the Liang family's new grandmaster, Liang Xuanma? Miss Wang's eyes narrowed. Clang. In the corner of the hall, the old monk heavily knocked his staff on the ground and slowly walked to the front, looking at Wu Dao. Wu Dao, even if I don't kill Anonymous today, don't forget what you promised me. Wu Dao coldly snorted and did not say anything. His face was gloomy. Miss Wang glanced at the old monk and said sarcastically, I've always thought that you, Master Kong Jian, would be an honorable person. You have killed too many people. You are no different from the devil. I am simply here to get rid of a devil. Master Kong Jian smiled. Since Anonymous has yet to appear, I will have to ask all of you to make a move. Kill Wu Yan and the Nameless will be under the command of the Qingxian army. Wu Dao announced. He knew that after today, he would be opposing Anonymous. He would only have a chance to live if he clung to the Qingxian army. That's good. Wu Tiantong revealed a satisfied smile. The 3 of them were grandmasters. Of course, they did not come here just to kill Anonymous. They were more concerned about the force that Anonymous had established. If they acquired control of the Nameless, they could rule the world. Master Kongjian chuckled as he walked forward. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door. "My dear guests, how's your rest? Do you need me to prepare some food?" Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they turned around to look. They saw a young monk standing at the door with a faint smile on his face. Liang Xuanma's face was solemn. He could not sense any blood qi from this person. However, behind this young monk, the group of powerful men in black had already fallen into the snow without a sound. In an instant, they realized who the person in front of them was. Anonymous? If everyone has eaten and drunk to their fill, we can continue on our journey. The young monk revealed a smile. The hall was completely silent. The three grandmasters stared at the young monk at the door with serious expressions. Grandmasters could usually sense the strength and purity of blood qi of the people around them. However, when they looked at the young monk, they felt as if they were looking at an ordinary mortal without any blood qi. The first possibility was that he was really an ordinary person, but the dead Dao masters outside the door obviously denied this possibility. The second possibility was that the young monk's control of blood qi had far exceeded the three of them. This is impossible. Other than Marquis Zhou, no one else in the world can reach such a realm. Liang Xuanma replied subconsciously. It's definitely not Zhou Pingshi. He has already left this world. Wu Tiantong knitted his brows tightly. Jiang Ming looked at Wu Dao with a calm expression. Back then, it was a snowy night like this when I found you wandering the streets, almost freezing to death. I gave you hot food, taught you martial arts, and helped you step by step to where you are today. I didn't expect you to still be unsatisfied. I'm not the only beggar you chose back then. If I didn't have some ambition, how could I have gotten to where I am today? Wu Dao looked at Jiang Ming calmly. So what if you're here? All three grandmasters are here. Neither you nor Wu Yan will be able to escape today. Jiang Ming sighed and stepped forward. Wu Dao's expression changed, and he quickly looked at Liang Xuanma and the other two as if he were pleading for help. However, what made his body turn cold was that the three of them did not move and looked at him with cold eyes. Wu Dao's face was pale. It was not until this moment that Wu Dao came to a realization. It turned out that he was just a dispensable chess piece. I thought I could stir up the world. Just as Wu Dao thought of this, he saw a ghostly figure descend in front of him. He did not even have time to fight back before his neck was grabbed. Before he lost consciousness, he seemed to have heard the sound of his spine cracking. His body fell to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Wu Dao, who had been in the martial world for decades, died in this dilapidated temple. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm as he looked at the remaining three masters. Anonymous, even Marquis Zhou can't take down three grandmasters alone. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? We can rule the world together. Wu Tiantong held his axe as he asked to negotiate. Master Kongjian glanced at him and surprisingly did not object. What Wu Tiantong said was true. No matter how powerful a grandmaster was, it would be difficult for him to kill three grandmasters by himself. However, they did not realize how powerful Jiang Ming was until they saw him. The two of them had a tacit understanding now, and they wanted to leave. They did not care about the Liang family anymore, they wanted to leave. Wu Tiantong and Master Kong Jian looked at each other and reached an agreement. Without saying a word, only Liang Xuanma was left, still staring at Jiang Ming with a cold expression, his eyes full of murderous intent. 3 grandmasters? Aren't there only 2.5? Jiang Ming asked with a faint smile. Wu Tiantong and Master Kong Jian did not understand what he meant, but Liang Xuanma's expression changed slightly. He knew his own business. He knew very well how he had broken through to the Grandmaster realm. His blood qi is terrifyingly powerful, but his comprehension of martial arts is deeply flawed. Jiang Ming's tone was casual, and he suddenly looked at Liang Xuanma. Boom! In Liang Xuanma's eyes, everything seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, he felt like he had been plunged into the depths of hell. Liang Xuanma subconsciously shouted. The next moment, an intense tearing pain came from his body. Liang Xuanma woke up and only saw the young monk's face in front of him, as well as an arm that had pierced through his chest. Liang Xuanma's chest exploded, and he flew backward while screaming. Most of his internal organs were blown to pieces, and his torso had been blown off. Jiang Ming's eyes were indifferent. The intent of a grandmaster seemed to be real. He could kill ordinary people with one glance. The biggest disadvantage for martial artists below the grandmaster realm when facing a grandmaster was not blood qi, but the incredible difference in their intent. He did not know what Liang Xuanma relied on to raise his blood qi to the Grandmaster realm, but Jiang Ming's perception was so sharp that he saw his flaws at a glance. When Liang Xuanma was unprepared, he attacked. At this moment, the other two attacked Jiang Ming. Too weak. Jiang Ming smiled faintly. He did not even use his blood qi. He threw out 2 punches. With 2 loud explosions, the blood qi dissipated, and Jiang Ming's hands were unscathed. So strong, Miss Wang's chest heaved up and down. Every time she saw him in action, she was shocked, beyond words. Jiang Ming was calm and composed. He saw Wu Tiantong and Master Kong Jian turn around and flee in horror. One jumped out of the window, and the other hit the wall. Wu Tiantong's heart was beating wildly. Damn it, whoever doesn't run is a fool. Is this guy still human? Even Zhou Pingshi wasn't this strong. Jiang Ming shook his head and rushed out of the window. Jiang Ming immediately saw a figure carrying an axe and fleeing quickly down the mountain. Jiang Ming did not hesitate. The meridian breaker burst out at once. His speed suddenly increased. Like a meteor falling from the sky, he shot toward Wu Tiantong. As he was approaching, Jiang Ming's blood qi gathered around his palm in the shape of a blade. Wu Tiantong seemed to have sensed something. He glanced back and was immediately scared out of his wits. You're so much stronger than me, do you need to use a forbidden skill to kill me? The blood qi shot down. Wu Tiantong's whole body exploded. Only one of the 3 grandmasters was left. Jiang Ming did not waste any time. He immediately changed direction and chased after the other grandmaster. In less than 10 minutes, he saw Master Kong Jian. Stop right there! Jiang Ming shouted. Master Kong Jian turned a deaf ear and continued to flee. Jiang Ming shot a fistful of blood qi at Master Kong Jian's bald head. Master Kong Jian could only stop in his tracks. His blood qi curled around his staff and barely resisted the attack. However, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. He coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood and held his staff, which had snapped in half. He stared at the figure that was floating over in fear. Young monk, I have no enmity with you. I was just bewitched by Wu Dao, please forgive me. Can you spare my life? You were bewitched by Wu Dao? Jiang Ming's expression was slightly serious. I see. Kong Jian was overjoyed. Was he going to be spared? However, Jiang Ming said solemnly, that means your faith is not pure enough. Today, I'll help Buddha get rid of you, you evil creature. Master Kong Jian spat out another mouthful of blood. Jiang Ming suddenly rushed out and punched him. There was a loud clang. Master Kong Jian was struck by a huge force, and his body exploded. Jiang Ming looked at his fist suspiciously. He seemed to have hit something. Just now. He slowly walked up to Master Kong Jian. His body had exploded, revealing a pitch-black stone slab that was less than a foot in length and width. This stone slab didn't shatter after my punch? Jiang Ming was surprised. He picked up the stone slab and looked at it from left to right. The stone slab was rough to the touch, with knife marks on one side, as if it had been chiseled off from a larger stone bit by bit, while the other side was densely engraved with tiny writing. On the far right side there were a few extremely complicated ancient words. Fortunately, Jiang Ming had traveled extensively over the years and read a lot of books, otherwise, he really would not be able to read them. This is an ancient script from more than 2,000 years ago. Jiang Ming's heart trembled as he recognized the words. The thunderclap technique. He took a rough look and was instantly overjoyed. This seemed to be a pure body strengthening technique, but it also required the help of spiritual power. Since Master Kong Jian can't cultivate it, he can only use it as armor. Jiang Ming shook his head. Unfortunately, although he could block the attack, the blood qi had seeped through and crushed him. I didn't expect that I would find this day. Jiang Ming caressed the stone slab lovingly, this is fate. He laughed and turned to leave. After that night, Miss Wang regained control of the Nameless. Under her instructions, the news of the battle spread everywhere. In just a few days, the legend about Anonymous spread throughout the continent. He had killed 3 grandmasters alone. Such a battle record was even more terrifying than Zhang Shan's last battle. Anonymous had also completely suppressed all the martial arts powerhouses. For a time, he was in the limelight and became a legend of the martial arts world. The power of the Nameless had also reached its peak overnight. The Nameless of the past were mysterious, but without a grandmaster to hold down the fort, they could not reveal themselves for fear of being killed. However, after today, no matter who it was, they would have to treat the Nameless with caution. Miss Wang launched an investigation and attack on the Liang family. Countless hidden forces of the Liang family were uprooted in just a few days, and their heads rolled to the ground. At the same time, the flying cloud castle suddenly moved out and pressed toward the Qingxian army's sphere of influence. The friction between the two sides turned white-hot, as if they were about to usher in the final battle. Jiang Ming was wandering around the capital. It had been more than 3 months since the battle at the temple. Jiang Ming had already arrived in the capital, but he did not directly rush to the Liang family. He needed to bide his time. He walked into a bar and went up to the 2nd floor. He sat by the window and ate while looking outside the window. In the distance, one could vaguely see a huge mansion. That was the main residence of the Liang family. It was said that it was even more luxurious than the palace. The Qingxian army has been defeated again. They've already lost the 3 prefectures. In the restaurant, everyone was talking about the recent battle. If they continue to retreat, the capital might be a target soon. Many people sighed. Jiang Ming could sympathize with them. No one wanted to live through a war. Breaking news! Breaking news! Suddenly, a breathless figure rushed into the restaurant and shouted, "The patriarch of the Liang family risked his life to kill a grandmaster of the Flying Cloud Castle. He has emerged victorious." In the bar, the atmosphere suddenly stiffened. A few months ago, Anonymous had killed 3 grandmasters in a row. The number of grandmasters in the Qingxian army had been reduced by half, and their morale had plummeted. For the past few months, the Flying Cloud Castle had been constantly attacking the city and forcing the Qingxian army to retreat. The situation was getting worse. The people in the capital were panicking, and countless people were thinking about how to escape. The news that the Liang family's head had killed the enemy grandmaster made cheers erupt in the bar. Everyone gets a free glass of wine. Eat and drink to your heart's content. The manager's face was flushed red. The atmosphere became livelier, and many customers praised the manager's generosity. Jiang Ming was drinking alone, and his face showed a wry smile. Although Jiang Ming was not afraid, he was still unhappy to hear about this surprising turn of events. It did not matter. He would eventually destroy them all. "I just want to live a peaceful and stable life, but you almost disturbed my peace. For the sake of the bigger picture, please die." Jiang Ming was drinking while sighing internally. Thinking about how he was almost 50 years old, Jiang Ming quickly rubbed his face. After the excitement had subsided in the restaurant, someone sighed, "The Liang family's head is a little reckless. He's the only grandmaster in the Liang family now. Why would he dare fight with the enemy? Now that he's seriously injured, Anonymous might come to his door." The surrounding people held their breaths. At the mention of Anonymous, everyone felt chills run down their spines. The messenger took a few big gulps of tea and calmed down. Hearing this, he immediately sighed. "There's a reason for this. When the young grandmaster of the Liang family and Master Kong Jian tried to kill Anonymous, the head of the Liang family was already confronting a grandmaster of the Flying Cloud Castle. On the battlefield, the Liang family had 1 sect and 2 grandmasters. Naturally, there was no need to worry about any backup. Moreover, grandmasters don't make moves easily. However, no one expected that the young grandmaster would be killed by Anonymous in 1 move. Even the Wu family's head and master, Kong Jian, were killed. The situation has suddenly changed. When the news spread to the battlefield, the Liang family's head wanted to retreat, but he could no longer do so. The Flying Cloud Castle kept pressing forward, and the grandmasters kept provoking the Liang family's head. It was only a few days ago that he was finally forced to use a forbidden technique to kill one of the 2 grandmasters of the Flying Cloud Castle and injure the other. Only then did he manage to escape from that situation. He finished speaking, and the happy atmosphere in the restaurant seemed to have sobered. Although the Flying Cloud Castle had lost a grandmaster, it was hard to say if the Liang family's head still had any strength left. After a few more battles, the grandmasters of the Qingxian army would be exhausted, and the battle would be over. I can only hope that the Liang family's head can survive this calamity." Jiang Ming smiled, paid his bill, and left the restaurant. He returned to his place of rest and sat quietly in the dark room with his eyes closed. He was waiting for the night to fall. The Nameless was operating at full capacity. Everything that needed to be done had been done. Now, all that was left was a fuse. The time had come, there was no need to wait any longer. It was time for the fuse to be lit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Late at night, the Liang family's residence was still brimming with a festive atmosphere. More than 10 tables were set up in the front courtyard, and many officials and nobles from the capital were invited to celebrate the grand victory. To Sui Hao, you've reached the peak of first class at such a young age. You'll definitely have the chance to reach the Grandmaster realm in the future. A young disciple of the Liang family was toasting to another young man. Sui Hao's expression was calm as he smiled and sipped the wine in his glass. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the eyes of the Liang family's disciple, but his face was still full of enthusiasm as he drank the entire glass in one gulp. The entire scene looked extremely strange. It was as if the one who killed the Grandmaster was not the head of the Liang family, but the head of the Su family. In one of the attics, 2 middle-aged members of the Liang family stared at the banquet below with gloomy eyes. Most of the people who came are young. What is the meaning of this? Do they really think that the Liang family is finished? Or are they afraid that Anonymous will come and kill them all? Liang Fenghua of the Liang family sighed, forget it. It's best that Master Su is here. Out of the 6 Grandmaster families, only the Su family and the Liang family are left to help each other. If we can survive this disaster, when Master recovers, the Liang family will rise again. It won't be too late to teach these families a lesson then. If Anonymous really comes today, I'll definitely make sure he doesn't get out alive. We don't even know who will win until the last moment. Let's go. We'll also go down and take a look. Today's banquet was held in a hurry, mainly to invite the Su family. The Su family's head is also among them. No matter what, we still have to show the Su family respect, Liang Fenghua said with a laugh. The 2 of them walked down from the attic and saw that many people in the courtyard were already drunk and had fallen asleep on the table. We didn't serve very strong wine today. Liang Fenghua was confused, but his expression changed. Something's wrong. This is a knockout drug. In just a moment, even he felt dizzy. Only a few people with good martial arts cultivation were still holding on. Leave quickly. Liang Fenghua immediately circulated his blood qi to expel the effects of the drug. He was prepared to say something to the person beside him. However, when he turned his head, he saw that the person beside him had a calm and peaceful smile on his face. However, there was no sign of life in his body. Liang Fenghua's expression changed drastically. However, before he could say anything, he felt a chill in his heart. A strange feeling welled up in his heart, and he could not help but smile gently. Before he died, he thought of a rumor he had heard. Among the nameless, Wu Yan and Wu Dao were well known, but Wu Hen was the only one who seemed to not exist. Those who had seen him never lived to tell the tale. It was said that Wu Hen's saber was infused with love. All those who died under the traceless saber had one thing in common: they were all smiling peacefully. At the moment of his death, Liang Fenghua finally understood why that rumor existed. The saber was comforting like a lover. However, its betrayal would kill you. Not only was Anonymous here, but his most terrifying assassin, Wu Hen, was also here. One by one, people at the banquet died with smiles on their faces. A blurry figure moved each time a person fell. Don't kill me, I'm a member of the Su family. Sui Hao could no longer remain calm. He screamed with a pale face, the Grandmaster of the Su family is right here. The blurry figure seemed to have paused for a moment. Then, it passed by Su Yihao without touching him. However, Su Yihao was still in a cold sweat. He kept changing his expression and touched his chest and back to make sure that he was still alive. When he confirmed that he was not dead, Su Yihao was overjoyed. Even Wu Hen doesn't dare kill me. After a while, everyone except for Su Yihao and a few Su family disciples had been killed. The previously lively banquet instantly became silent. The courtyard was filled with smiling corpses. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange and terrifying. At this moment, a figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the front courtyard. His face was plain, and he stood with his hands behind his back, calmly looking at the Liang family's courtyard. Sui Hao's expression changed as he had already guessed the identity of the person. It was Anonymous. That blurry figure also quietly stood half a step behind Anonymous, standing with his hands by his side. Did we actually see Wu Hen's true appearance? Sui Hao and the other members of the Su family held their breaths. They looked at the middle-aged man who was hiding in the shadows behind Anonymous. In disbelief. They could vaguely see half of his face. Their hearts were immediately filled with excitement and pride. Maybe Anonymous won't really kill the Liang family's head today on account of the Su family's head. He might just ask for some compensation, Sui Hao thought as he relaxed. At this moment, two surging auras rose from the inside and outside of the Liang family. Anonymous, you will die here today. In the courtyard, an old voice rang out like thunder. A tall figure flew out from the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, the other aura was also approaching rapidly and landed on the top of a pavilion. The two Grandmasters appeared at the same time, trapping Anonymous and Wu Hen. In the middle, Jiang Ming smiled and looked at the two of them nonchalantly. There were once 3 Grandmasters who were so confident, but in the end, I killed them all with a single hit. Don't think that only you and Zhou Pingshi are at the top of the Grandmaster realm. I've been immersed in martial arts for decades, and I've not wasted my time. The Liang family's head's eyes were cold. Besides, you killed 3 Grandmasters in a row and used a forbidden technique. I don't believe you're not injured at all. His breathing steadied. He was also almost at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. It seems like your injury was an act as well, huh? The expression on Jiang Ming's face changed slightly, as if he was somewhat surprised. Although I'm slightly injured, I'm still healthy enough to kill you. The Liang family's head laughed coldly. No one knew if he was telling the truth. Jiang Ming frowned slightly, as if he was a little afraid. Then he turned to look at the figure above the attic. You must be the head of the Su family. I'm here to destroy the Liang family today, but it has nothing to do with you. Please don't make a mistake, Elder Su. When the Liang family's head saw this, he calmed down. He was even more certain that Anonymous was afraid of the two of them joining forces. If not, why would Wu Hen kill everyone in the courtyard and only leave the Su family alive? He must not have wanted to anger Elder Su. Elder Su laughed from above. Anonymous, the legend of the martial arts world, is actually afraid? How can it not be related to me when you annihilate the Liang family? Elder Su said in a deep voice, today, the Su and Liang families will advance and Retreat together. You have been a martial arts legend for a few months. You've had your fun for long enough. The Liang family's head nodded his head. What's there to be afraid of two grandmasters? Jiang Ming's eyes were fierce, and he looked like he was going to risk it all. If you have the guts, come and face me. The two grandmasters sneered before they rushed out at the same time. Their blood chi exploded, and the two of them arrived in front of Jiang Ming in an instant. The Liang family's head's face was filled with ruthlessness as he threw a punch at Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming parried, and his fist collided with the Liang family's head. A terrifying ripple exploded, and the force splashed in all directions, almost killing a few Su family's disciples. The Liang family's head swayed. He thought to himself that Anonymous really lived up to his name. His physical strength was truly terrifying. However, if this is all he's got, then he'll definitely die today. He's blocked my punch, but how can he block Su's killing move? The Liang family's head was delighted. It seemed like Anonymous had used a forbidden technique to kill 3 grandmasters in a row. As expected, he was still injured. The next moment, the body of the Liang family's head was suddenly sent flying. Half of his chest had collapsed, and he coughed out blood as he looked at the person who had attacked him in disbelief. Su. In the Liang family's courtyard, a figure coughed out blood and was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. The Liang family's head went flying and crashed through several walls. Blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His hair was disheveled as he stared at the Su family's head. His gaze was terrifying. How dare you? The Liang family's head clutched his badly mangled chest, his voice hoarse. In front of him, the head of the Su family slowly retracted his fist and stood calmly beside Jiang Ming. The punch just now was obviously from the Su family's head. Just when everyone thought that he and the Liang family's head were going to hunt down Anonymous, he attacked the Liang family's head. No matter how strong the head of the Liang family was, he was only human. The head of the Su family was also a grandmaster who had been training for decades. But even so, the Liang family's head still did not die. Jiang Ming looked at the injured man and smiled indifferently. Who asked the Liang family to manipulate Wu Dao into trying to kill Jiang Ming? He would have his revenge now. But instead of killing him with his own hands, Jiang Ming would let comrades of the Liang family betray them. Of course, this reason was secondary. The main reason was that Jiang Ming did not want to enter the Liang family residence alone. It was better to send some cannon fodder to gauge the enemy's strength first. The Liang family's head almost spat out a mouthful of blood as he glared at Jiang Ming. It was obvious that the Su family's head and Jiang Ming were in cahoots. The eyes of the Liang family's head turned red, and he almost lost his mind. He had never expected that the old friend he had painstakingly asked to protect him would actually help Anonymous kill him. Sui Hao and the others were also dumbfounded. Their head was here to kill Elder Liang? Su, I treat you like a brother. The Liang family's head glared at the Su family's head and said through gritted teeth. Stop your nonsense. You claim to treat me like a brother, but during the Immortal encounter, you killed my men and stole our loot. When have you ever treated us well? You've always acted like you and your family stand above ours. And treated us like dogs. Jiang Ming listened with great interest. No wonder when he went to find the Su family's head, he agreed without a word. It turned out that he had long had Enough of the Liang family. However, he had been biding his time all these years. Jiang Ming glanced at him discreetly. He was afraid that this old man had bad intentions. If Anonymous and the Liang family's head were both injured in tonight's battle, then it was obvious who would benefit the most. That's good. I can get rid of him without any guilt later. Jiang Ming chuckled internally. I see how it is. Prepare to die. The Liang family's head had a slightly crazed expression as he stared at Jiang Ming. I'll show you the power of an immortal today. He had already realized that if he did not take care of these two tonight, not only would he die, but the Liang family would fall with him. Only by fighting to the death with these two would the Liang family have a chance to survive. The Liang family head's blood qi circulated madly, and he charged toward the two of them. In the hands of the Liang family's head, a decayed green wooden seal suddenly appeared. It was only half the size of a palm and was full of holes. At this moment, it emitted a terrifying pressure and headed towards Jiang Ming. The blood qi of the Liang family's head was pouring into the green wooden seal. Like it was free. Wisps of green mist fell from the wooden seal. Jiang Ming suddenly felt a heavy pressure, and he felt like he was being squeezed. Jiang Ming suddenly raised his head, but his eyes were flashing with excitement. He had been searching for immortals for decades. He could occasionally find a trace of their existence. However, Jiang Ming had never seen the power of an immortal cultivator in this world except for the blood spirit technique and the fireball spell. Jiang Ming stood still, carefully sensing the mysterious power in the blue mist. Go to hell. When the Liang family's head saw that Jiang Ming did not move, he thought that Jiang Ming had been completely suppressed. He immediately roared with pleasure and swung the seal in his hand down. Although it was the head of the Su family who had ambushed him, he knew very well that Anonymous was his biggest enemy. Only by killing Anonymous would he have a chance of surviving tonight. As expected, it's a completely different kind of power from a martial artist's blood qi. Jiang Ming was deep in thought. This green mist was extremely similar to the spiritual power produced by the blood spirit technique, but it was more complicated and mysterious. Jiang Ming still could not figure it out. Immortal cultivation sure is interesting. Jiang Ming revealed a smile. However, this level of power is still not enough. In a flash, the green wooden seal was less than 3 feet away from Jiang Ming's forehead. When he got closer, Jiang Ming could also see that at the bottom of the green wooden seal, there were a few small, ancient characters that were faintly shining. The handwriting was very similar to the one on the copper coin that he had obtained back then. It seemed that they came from the same place. In the distance, the head of the Su family had already retreated 1,000 feet away, staring at the green wooden seal in fear. It was precisely because of that seal that the other 5 great aristocratic families were always afraid of the Liang family. No one wanted to provoke the Liang family. Even a Dao master could kill a grandmaster by sacrificing his blood qi to use this green wooden seal. Not to mention Anonymous, even if Marquis Zhou came in person, he would also die here. This was a power that completely surpassed that of a grandmaster. However, using the power of an immortal in this world is a terrifying thing. When old Liang kills Anonymous, he will definitely be heavily injured and on the verge of death. By then, the Su family's head smiled and there was a flicker in his eyes. The Su family would be the final winner here. A soft sound rang out, causing the 2 family heads to be stunned. The green wooden seal emitted a weak light, but it was blocked in the air by a palm surrounded by blood chi. This thing is not bad. It's mine now. Jiang Ming grabbed the green wooden seal and pulled it to his side. The Liang family's head staggered from being dragged, but he was staring at Jiang Ming in shock. How was he not suppressed? What kind of monster was this? The Liang family had inherited this seal for generations and had killed countless famous grandmasters. Even Zhou Pingshi did not dare be too forceful when facing the Liang family because he was afraid of this seal. No one had ever been able to withstand the suppression of this green wooden seal. At the next moment, Jiang Ming threw a punch without any mercy and sent the Liang family's head flying backward. He then held the green wooden seal firmly in his hand. This seal might be very strong, but the spiritual energy it contains is too thin. Jiang Ming shook his head. If he were an ordinary martial artist, he would have died. However, Jiang Ming's physical body and blood qi had been tempered for decades. He had already undergone immense transformations, and his resistance to spiritual energy was far beyond that of ordinary martial artists. In this world, no one could match him in terms of physical strength. No matter how abundant the blood qi of the Liang family's head was, he did not have enough spiritual energy to power this seal. Thus, it did not even scratch Jiang Ming. Moreover, I finally have the chance to see the power of the laws of this world with my own eyes. Jiang Ming played with the dimmed green wooden seal and then looked at the Liang family's head, who had fallen in the courtyard. An invisible force seemed to have descended from the void and had already left a deep wound on the body of the Liang family's head. It was as if he had been cut by an invisible sharp blade. In just an instant, the Liang family's head's entire body was spurting out blood. Before he could even let out a scream, he had already been killed in this torturous manner. The head of the Liang family, one of the 6 great families of the continent, had died here. A gentle breeze blew past, and the unknown force in the air seemed to have dissipated. Jiang Ming's pupils shrank. He had just triggered his heightened perception and felt an aura that made his heart palpitate. It seemed to be able to kill all those who violated the laws of this world. However, it seems that this rule is nothing to the origin light that I possess. Jiang Ming touched the space between his eyebrows. Just now, when he triggered his heightened perception to sense the laws of this world, a wisp of the power seemed to conveniently descend on his body, causing a wound to appear between his eyebrows and spread to his body. However, the indestructible origin light shook slightly, and the terrifying power of the laws disappeared, never to appear again. It seems like the laws of the world have no effect on me. However, if he encountered an immortal cultivator, he still needed to be careful. After all, he did not have the power to really kill immortal cultivators. Even if he could cast the fireball spell, it was not certain whether this low-level spell could even scratch an immortal. If I want to attack, I need to kill them with one strike. Jiang Ming thought to himself. Then, he put the green wooden seal away and looked up at the head of the Su family in the distance, with a smile. Master Su, why did you run away just now? The Su family's head, Master Su, looked at Jiang Ming in fear. Even he could not figure it out. How could Anonymous not be afraid of the power of the green wooden seal? Anonymous, you're invincible. I really admire you. Master Su's mind was blank, and he could only reply drily. However, he cupped his hands and looked up, only to find that the place where Anonymous had been standing was now empty. At the banquet below, Sui Hao and a few other Su family disciples were staring in the direction of Master Su with their mouths wide open, as if they were trying to tell him something. However, before Master Su had time to turn around, he felt his head turn and saw his back crack. It was only at this moment that Master Su seemed to realize that his neck had been broken. His body fell to the ground. The last Grandmaster of the 6 aristocratic families had died. The 6 aristocratic families have finally returned to their former glory. Jiang Ming strolled leisurely into the depths of the Liang family. "Are we alive?" Sui Hao stared at Anonymous and asked, with trembling legs. However, no one responded to him. When he turned around, he saw his companions smiling serenely beside him, and then his consciousness fell into darkness. In the Liang family's courtyard, Jiang Ming strode forward. Along the way, he casually killed anyone from the Liang family he came across. In just a moment, blood flowed like a river. In the distance, a blurry figure was moving like a ghost, reaping the lives of a large number of Liang family members, leaving only corpses with serene smiles on their faces. "Liang Shanyan?" Jiang Ming stopped before a white-haired old woman and suddenly heard someone calling her name from a distance. Jiang Ming's memory was suddenly jogged. The Liang family elder, who investigated the beast-taming technique, was named Liang Shanyan, right? Spare me. The old woman did not know why this murderous demon suddenly stopped. Thinking that she had a chance to live, she quickly begged for mercy. "Spare your life? The Liang family was destroyed because of you," Jiang Ming said with a laugh. Then, he killed her without mercy. He killed everyone in his path. After a while, Jiang Ming finally remembered the most important matter. He caught a few members of the Liang family, and after interrogating them one by one, he finally found out where the Liang family kept their loot from the Immortal encounter. Jiang Ming kicked open the steel door of a secret warehouse and stepped in. Jiang Ming squinted and stared at the center of the secret warehouse. A human's torso was placed there. There was a big hole in the chest, and the heart was missing. Jiang Ming suddenly remembered the information that Yu Yan had sent back that year. The great families had divided the Immortal's corpse. A mysterious Grandmaster, who had attacked the ancient Immortal cultivator, had only taken the heart of the corpse and left without taking anything else. For some reason, a name suddenly came to Jiang Ming's mind, Zhou Pingshi. He had never met this person before, but this person seemed to have always been ahead of him. In the face of this dangerous and unpredictable storm that came with the Immortal encounter, Zhou Pingshi emerged victorious. And throughout the entire event, no one had ever seen Zhou Pingshi appear. According to the follow-up investigation over the years, the only person who fit the description was the mysterious Grandmaster, who disappeared without a trace after seizing the heart. Jiang Ming squinted. This person seemed to have left this world. Had he entered the Immortal cultivation world? He was probably a ruthless man if that was so. Forget it. As long as I don't bump into them, it's fine. Jiang Ming shook his head and began to search for other things. A moment later, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed, and he stared at an ancient book in his hand with some excitement. An immortal cultivation technique at last. In the dark night, the Liang family manor was razed to the ground, and people could vaguely hear the screams and cries of the Liang family. Countless people were woken up and looked at the manor that was engulfed in fire and shock. How did this happen? Didn't the Liang family's head just return? Who would dare attack them? Is the Liang family going to be destroyed tonight? Someone asked in a trembling voice. His face was extremely pale. If the Liang family was destroyed, would the Qingxian army still be able to survive? Some commoners ran to the Liang family courtyard with tears streaming down their faces. An ox cart slowly passed by the burning manor. The coachman driving the cart seemed to not pay attention to anything, and slowly waved the whip. Behind the ox cart, in a pile of junk, was an old man. He smiled and looked to the side. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was unkempt. He looked at the chaos and shook his head. The ox cart slowly moved away. After a while, the ox cart passed by the Su family manor. After a short stop, the cart had more goods on it, and then set off again. At the city gate, there were corpses of the Qingxian army soldiers with smiles on their faces. The ox cart gradually drove away in the dark night. ******. The next day, the ox cart was shaking on the bumpy dirt road. Jiang Ming was holding a book in his hand and reading it thoughtfully. The history of the Liang family? He had found many things in the secret warehouse last night. This book was hidden very well, but it did not escape his eyes. He flipped to the first page and was shocked. In the 300th year of the Qingwu dynasty, the world was in chaos. I, Liang Jiao, have been ordered by the immortal master of the Fire Lotus Valley to establish the Liang family and have obtained the immortal master's magic artifact to protect myself. The descendants of the Liang family must protect the magic artifact and cannot lose it. To the future generations, this is what I have to say. Pay attention to the cloudy dream mountain forest, fire cloud, grass, and the king of medicine. After reading for a while, Jiang Ming did not turn the page, but closed his eyes and pondered. The Qingwu dynasty was the dynasty before the previous one and had ruled for almost 400 years. The Liang family had existed since then, and there were traces of immortal cultivators behind the Liang family. This was unexpected. Even the immortal cultivators were paying attention to the king of medicine in the cloudy dream mountain forest. They had even supported a grandmaster family to compete for the king of medicine on their behalf. It seems that the king of medicine, which is even more precious than the fire cloud grass, is also very valuable, even for immortal cultivators. However, according to the Liang family's history, the immortal master of the Fire Lotus Valley left very quickly. He seems to be avoiding something. Jiang Ming was deep in thought. Could it be because of the laws of this world? Even if the immortal cultivators did not use their power, they would still be injured? He opened his eyes and continued to read. They were all about the inheritance of the head of the Liang family, the deeds of the grandmasters, and other major events. There were also a few records of the Liang family fighting for the king of medicine in the cloudy dream mountain forest. Since the establishment of the Liang family, the king of medicine had appeared 3 times in the cloudy dream mountain forest. Each time, the grandmaster of the Liang family used the green wooden seal and fought for it with great force. He sent people to deliver it to the red pine snowfield in exchange for precious medicine, cultivation techniques, and other things that could help the martial artists cultivate. Whether it was the wave-swallowing saber technique of the Liang family or the vitality snatching technique that had been given to the Shi family, they were all techniques given to him by cultivators after the fight for the king of medicine. It seems that although the incident regarding the king of medicine incident has quietened, it's still dangerous. Jiang Ming rejoiced that he did not join in the fun that year. However, after this incident, he was even more certain that the border between this world and the world of immortal cultivators was most likely in the red pine snowfield. However, I'll have to carefully plan how to go there. Jiang Ming was not in a hurry. If he rashly rushed over and was taken away by the immortal cultivators, he would not fare well. He continued to read and soon saw a piece of news that the Liang family had suddenly received 40 to 50 years ago. Above the king of medicine is immortal fate. If you hide in the depths of the cloudy dream mountain forest and hold the yellow jade pearl, you can enter. Hundreds of years ago, although that immortal cultivator supported the Liang family, he had never given the Liang family the immortal cultivation method. Therefore, after learning that the immortal encounter existed in the cloudy Dream Mountain Forest, the Liang family had been frantically searching for the yellow jade pearl. The Sher family had also been mobilized to search the cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. In the end, the Sher family was the first to find a broken yellow jade pearl. However, they kept it a secret from the Liang family and studied it. In the end, they discovered that it could help a martial artist cultivate and placed it in Sher Junwei's body. It seems that not only did the Liang family receive the news, but the other 5 grandmaster families and even many major forces outside of the country of Yan received the news of the immortal encounter by chance. Combined with the information that Jiang Ming had obtained over the years, there was no need to guess the truth of the matter. It must have been Marquis Zhou Pingsher who had spread the news of the immortal encounter and attracted the aristocratic families to work together to break in and help him take the heart of the immortal cultivator. It seems that even the immortal cultivators who supported the Liang family in the past did not discover the immortal fate here. Marquis Zhou is a grandmaster of the secular world, so why does he know so much about this immortal encounter? Jiang Ming was deep in thought. However, he could only shake his head helplessly. Marquis Zhou probably had many secrets, but now that he had already left this world, there was no need to investigate further. Jiang Ming flipped to the last page, recording the Liang family's research on the immortal encounter in the past few decades. The corpse of an immortal was found. It was extremely tough. However, it carried a rotten and broken aura. Its blood seems to contain spiritual energy. But when it enters the body of a Tao master, the Tao master will die on the spot. Jiang Ming suddenly felt extremely disgusted. Fortunately, he did not put the torso into the cart at all. Even if that thing was useful for his immortal cultivation, he still felt disgusted. Jiang Ming immediately skipped through several sections until he finally found the immortal cultivation technique, the 5 elemental arts. The 5 elemental arts was suitable for martial artists of any physique to cultivate. However, several people from the Liang family had tried and used up all their spirit stones, but none of them had succeeded. Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed. It seemed that immortal cultivation was not simple. He slowly put down the book and took out another ancient book from a bag. He did not know what it was made of, but it was extremely tough. It was the 5 elemental arts tome. Jiang Ming opened it and read it carefully. A path of immortal cultivation that he had been searching for decades finally unfolded in front of him. Immortal cultivation has 2 realms, the Qi refinement realm and the foundation establishment realm. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. The 5 elemental arts could only be cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. There was not even a cultivation method to break through to the foundation establishment realm. He could not help but wonder how terrifying the power of immortal cultivators was. That ancient immortal cultivator was only at the chi refinement realm, but he could live for 1,000 years. Jiang Ming shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued to read. According to the records of the tome, the quality of Immortal's body was different. Even if one had the cultivation technique to become an immortal, they would not be able to successfully cultivate it. Although the 5 elemental arts was a weak technique, it was suitable for everyone to cultivate. However, its weakness was that the cultivation speed was extremely slow, and it consumed a lot of resources. Jiang Ming memorized all the contents of the tome before he closed his eyes and began to comprehend it carefully. ******. A few days later, the ox cart stopped at a tea stall at the intersection of an important traffic road. Merchants and martial artists who passed by from all directions would stop here for a short rest. I never thought that the 6 great families would be completely annihilated. Just like that. Anonymous is terrifying. I heard that he only used 1 punch to kill the head of the Liang family. Even the head of the Su family had his neck broken. Surely he's the strongest grandmaster in the world. Grandmaster families have been rooted in the world for hundreds of years. I thought the Liang family and the Su family could hold on for a little longer. Hey, do you think that Anonymous is just a brute? From what I know, before Anonymous attacked the old capital, Anonymous had already started to investigate and assassinate all the forces of the Liang and Su families. Someone immediately continued, after Anonymous killed the grandmasters of the Liang and Su families, and massacred half of the Liang family, the Nameless cleared out all of the Liang family's pawns, uprooting all of the Liang family's forces. He eliminated them completely. Most of the grandmasters in the Qingxian army are dead and only 1 or 2 are left. The Flying Cloud Castle is already pressing down on the border. Things are finally going to calm down. Who would have thought that the Nameless, who came out of nowhere, could have such a great influence on the world? Jiang Ming sat in the corner, quietly drinking tea. He was feeling emotional. He had achieved so much. Everything is done. Next, I just have to focus on my cultivation. He needed to cultivate the 5 elemental arts and the thunderclap technique that he had obtained from Master Kong Jian. Before he could get stronger, Jiang Ming did not intend to leave the mountain for the time being. As for the information on the various immortal cultivators that Miss Wang had gathered, he would just leave it for now. At that time, no matter what kind of immortal cultivator they were, under the laws of this world, they would not be able to escape from his palm. He hopped on the ox cart and continued his journey once again after he had eaten his fill. He headed in the direction of Great Cloud City at a leisurely pace. Although there were many amazing places in the world, Jiang Ming still preferred to stay in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest, which he was used to. Moreover, after this quiet cultivation, Jiang Ming also planned to explore the place where the immortal encounter occurred. He was now strong enough to explore that area. As the ox cart swayed back and forth, Jiang Ming continued to practice in silence. He used the trace of spiritual energy refined by the blood spirit technique and tried to condense it in his lower abdomen with the 5 elemental arts to open up his own spiritual core. Although he had long used spiritual energy to refine his body, immortal cultivation was a completely different process. Only by absorbing spiritual energy into his spiritual core and transforming it into his own spiritual energy could he perform all kinds of mysterious immortal cultivation methods. If one could not open up the spiritual core, everything would be useless. Jiang Ming had been trying for several days, but he had failed. It seems that my aptitude for immortal cultivation is worse than my aptitude for martial arts. Jiang Ming was not surprised at all. This definitely was not because of him. It was probably because of the restrictions caused by the laws of this world. What? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the coachman in front of him. What's wrong with you? In his eyes, the coachman's aura had suddenly weakened for a moment. It was thanks to his heightened perception that he was able to catch it. If it were any other grandmaster, they would probably only sense that the person in front of them had disappeared. The coachman turned his head and smiled in embarrassment. Master, I think I'm about to break through to Grandmaster. Jiang Ming was stunned. Although Wu Hen was the most talented beggar he had ever taken in, he had only cultivated for less than 3 decades. This was ridiculous. Wu Hen said slowly, at that moment, I seem to have seen my own path to becoming a Grandmaster. Over the past few days, when I recall the scene from that night, my comprehension gets deeper than ever. Jiang Ming opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. Maybe Wu Hen was a genius. I've even sensed it with my heightened perception, but I haven't realized anything yet. However, it's good to have a Grandmaster among the nameless. Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something. Looking at Wu Hen in front of him, he began to get a few new ideas. What do you think of the person that killed the Liang family's head? Jiang Ming asked with great interest. When Jiang Ming first met Wu Hen, he felt that there was a strange temperament about him. He was obviously in the crowd, but he was easily ignored. He was so inconspicuous that he would make the perfect assassin. When he heard that Wu Hen saw the path of Grandmaster because of the power that killed the Liang family head, Jiang Ming was naturally very interested. After all, according to Jiang Ming's speculations, that force was closely related to the deeper secrets of this world. Wu Hen thought for a while and said, I'm not sure, but I didn't feel any fear at that time. Instead, I felt a sense of intimacy. I couldn't help but want to merge into it, and then, my comprehension suddenly increased. I can feel that my power is one with nature. Jiang Ming could not help but look at him a few more times. Was Wu Hen blessed by the heavens? However, there is a higher possibility that he is talented in the art of assassination. He is amazing. He can sense most things that ordinary people cannot sense. He has an amazing future ahead of him. Jiang Ming was very satisfied. If such a person became a Grandmaster, he would be much more terrifying than an ordinary Grandmaster. No one in the world would be able to stand against him, aside from Jiang Ming, of course. Jiang Ming closed his eyes and pondered. In the past, I thought the laws of this world were man-made. But from everything I've seen so far, there is indeed a higher power that governs this world. Whoever violates their laws will die. Now that I've encountered the immortal cultivators of this world, it's not certain who will win or lose. But when I reach the peak of the Grandmaster realm, I'll practice the immortal cultivation method. Thus, wouldn't I be invincible? If I go to the world of immortal cultivators in the future and find it difficult, I'll simply return to this world. Whoever chases me will be restricted, and I'll defeat them. Unconsciously, Jiang Ming had begun to think about repeatedly jumping between the two worlds in the future. It's a pity that there's no spiritual energy in this world. Otherwise, I could plant some spiritual herbs, raise some spiritual beasts, and so on. Jiang Ming mumbled. However, the situation was not bleak. When the immortal encounter occurred in the cloudy Dream Mountain forest, didn't a wave of spiritual energy burst out? Although the laws of the world were cruel to immortal cultivators, they did not seem to suppress spiritual energy itself. If he could find a place with a little more spiritual energy, it would not be impossible to practice immortal cultivation techniques. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming returned to the cloudy Dream Mountain forest again, but he did not visit Peace County. Instead, he went directly into the depths of the mountain. On a steep and isolated peak, he built a small wooden house and concentrated on cultivating. Occasionally, he would walk down the mountain and stroll around the cloudy Dream Mountain forest. He would watch the sunrise and sunset with the aging Master C and Black Bean. In Peace County, he disguised himself as a middle-aged wood carver and was well liked by the townsfolk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming sat cross-legged in the wooden house and waited for his heart to be as calm as water. Once again, he circulated the blood spirit technique. After a trace of spiritual energy appeared in his body, he immediately began to practice the 5 elemental arts. The human spiritual core is extremely mysterious. I have to be calm. He controlled the trace of spiritual energy and directed it to his spiritual core, trying to open it up. However, even if Jiang Ming was not in a hurry, the difficulty of immortal cultivation was far beyond his expectations. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2.5 years passed. On the cliff of the lone peak, Jiang Ming sat cross-legged and controlled the trace of spiritual energy, trying to open up his spiritual core again. Suddenly, Jiang Ming's body trembled, and the wisp of spiritual energy disappeared without a trace. But what followed was an extremely mysterious feeling in his lower abdomen. Jiang Ming suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. Finally, I've opened up my spiritual core. He let out a long cry, startling the birds in the forest. Jiang Ming sighed with emotion. After a long time, he finally calmed down. He closed his eyes and sensed the newly opened spiritual core. The path of immortal cultivation is to absorb the qi of all the spirits in the world into the spiritual core. The path of martial arts is to constantly tap into one's potential. Jiang Ming murmured. He had a vague feeling that these two paths seemed to be opposing each other. But they were also perfectly integrated. If they could advance together, it might have an unexpected effect. However, the 5 elemental arts doesn't seem to record this kind of cultivation method. Jiang Ming frowned. After a moment of contemplation, a trace of enlightenment suddenly flashed in his eyes. Whether it was practicing martial arts or immortal cultivation, it took him more than a year just to open up his spiritual core. Cultivating to the 9th level of the qi refinement realm might take decades or even a century. Jiang Ming himself was an immortal, so he did not care about the passing of time. However, ordinary immortal cultivators did not have so much time. Their hair had already turned white by the time they started cultivating, and less than 1 in 100 people could build their foundation. Thus, concentrating on both paths would be a ridiculous feat for them. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. He was going to practice both paths. He had a long life. If he wanted to be the strongest, he could not neglect one path for the other. Jiang Ming recalled the spells and techniques he had learned and gently stroked Master C, who was sleeping by the fire. He sighed. No matter what kind of immortal techniques he had, there was no way to save Master C's life. Perhaps there was a technique out there that could, but with Master C's current state, Jiang Ming could not leave him alone. His eyes flickered. In another half a year, I'll be able to familiarize myself with these techniques. In addition, I'll have mastered the fireball spell. Then, I'll be considered an immortal cultivator who can hold his own in a fight. Moreover, over the past 2 years, I've been using the vitality snatching technique and the blood spirit technique to constantly temper and enhance my physical body's blood chi. I've gradually reached the end and my progress is getting slower and slower. There's no one in this world who can defeat me. It is time for me to go on a trip. He walked out of the house and looked toward the depths of the cloudy dream mountain forest. That place was always shrouded in smoke and clouds. Even if the place where the immortal encounter had occurred had been destroyed, it was still inaccessible. Ordinary herb gatherers could not go there at all. Even the martial artists who wanted to try their luck gradually dispersed. This place had almost been completely forgotten. Only Jiang Ming still remembered it. He felt that things were not that simple. He was finally strong enough to explore that area. But I still have to be fully prepared. Jiang Ming pondered for a moment and took out a black stone slab from the house. It was the one he had taken from Master Kong Jian. The thunderclap technique is magical. Even a grandmaster can cultivate it. Jiang Ming stared at the stone slab. In the past 2 years, he had mainly studied immortal cultivation methods. Occasionally, he simply tempered his blood chi and physical body. He had never really practiced this body refining method. However, according to the description on the stone slab, the thunderclap technique was magical and could improve the physical body of a grandmaster. Unfortunately, this cultivation technique was extremely overbearing and only the physical body of a grandmaster at his peak could cultivate it. Otherwise, one's physical body would collapse and they would die. Jiang Ming's physical body was at the peak of the grandmaster realm. It was time to try this technique again. It's all thanks to Miss Wang. She even found a matching breathing technique for internal training. Jiang Ming immediately took out a thin booklet. This was the item collected by Miss Wang when she took over after Wu Dao's death. It seems that the deal between Master Kong Jian and Wu Dao relied on this breathing technique. Jiang Ming began to read it carefully. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another half a year later, winter passed and spring came. Master C and Black Bean were getting older and older. Master C could not even walk anymore. He lay beside the stove all day long, his eyes cloudy and weak. He no longer had the energy he had before. A low rumble of thunder suddenly came from the lone peak. A figure moved as fast as lightning, practicing a set of fierce fist techniques. His breathing was rhythmic, and blood chi rumbled in his body with every move, producing thunderous sounds. As his training became more and more violent, red blood chi seeped out from the surface of his body. It flickered like red lightning and looked demonic. Jiang Ming suddenly stopped, and the blood chi on the surface of his body re-entered his body. He controlled his aura and was calm again. The thunderclap technique is extraordinary. Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with surprise. In the past half a year, as Jiang Ming cultivated the thunderclap technique, he managed to improve after stagnating for so long. His physical body and blood chi had definitely surpassed the peak stage of a grandmaster. However, even so, it did not attract the invisible laws of the world. Jiang Ming clenched his fist and suddenly punched a huge rock. The rock exploded. However, Jiang Ming was still standing there, intact. Could it be that the laws of the world only target the power of immortal cultivation and ignore the power of the martial arts? Jiang Ming pondered. Was this the reason why martial arts were so popular in this world? However, it seemed that no one had ever been able to reach the grandmaster level with martial arts practice alone. Even Jiang Ming's physical body had only surpassed that of a grandmaster, but his martial arts conception had not yet broken through. Perhaps, the fact that the laws of the world had not been drawn in had something to do with this. Jiang Ming shook his head and did not think about it anymore. He turned around and went back to his little house. Master C, Black Bean. Jiang Ming looked at his two old companions who were all skin and bones. Let's go. He was the strongest man in the world now. If he continued to hide, he would appear cowardly. Woof, Black Bean barked weakly. There's no need. It stared at Jiang Ming with its turbid eyes and shook its head gently. Black Bean came from the Wu family, an ancient family that had a longer history than the Liang family. They knew more about this world and knew that there were many great secrets that even immortal cultivators could not uncover. It was already on the verge of death, and it did not want Jiang Ming to be in danger. Master C also waved its paws. Jiang Ming smiled. Don't be so wishy-washy. I've always planned to go to the land where the immortal encounter occurred to find out what it is. Thus, I'm bringing you two along out of habit. Jiang Ming was the strongest man in the world now. He was confident he could escape unscathed if he needed to. Asterisk. A moment later, Jiang Ming carried his beast companions on his back in the big bamboo basket. He had equipped himself with his strongest armor and weapons. He strode toward the depths of the cloudy dream mountain forest. Gradually, he approached the place where the immortal encounter had occurred. Around them, insects and birds were chirping. It looked just like a regular forest. Finally, Jiang Ming came to the entrance of a valley. In front of them, the mountain rocks were shattered, and the peaks collapsed. Only then could one vaguely see the scene of the great battle. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm as he stepped in. A fire mayfly flapped its wings and flew past Jiang Ming. Its fiery red wings refracted the sunlight, and it disappeared into the distance. The fire mayfly flew further and further away. Jiang Ming looked at it for a moment before he turned back and continued to walk into the valley. The fire cloud grass back then was transformed from the purple root grass that fire mayflies dwelled on. Jiang Ming's mind was whirling. The immortal encounter has disappeared. Powerful ancient immortal cultivators have fallen. Countless martial artists have died. The 6 major families have also been destroyed. In the end, only these fire mayflies that can only live for a day are still roaming in this forest. Jiang Ming sighed and continued to walk forward. Along the way, he could still see the rubble left from the destruction caused back then. Jiang Ming's left hand held the green wooden seal, and his right hand held the ghost's head blade, triggering his heightened perception. He carefully looked over, but as expected, he did not find anything. In the past, countless martial artists had come here in search of immortal fate. It would be strange if Jiang Ming could pick up any scraps. However, he did not come here today for scraps. If we can find the source of the spiritual energy explosion, Master C and Black Bean can still be saved. This was his purpose. The spiritual energy refined by his blood spirit technique could only be used by him. Even if he wanted to save them, he was powerless to do so. If he could find the source of spiritual energy, he might be able to nourish their declining blood qi. After searching through one place after another, Jiang Ming's expression was a little gloomy. Not to mention the source of the spiritual energy, he could not even feel a trace of spiritual energy. Then there's only one last place left. Jiang Ming walked to a broken cliff with no end in sight, and under the cliff was a deep valley with no end in sight. In the deep valley, fiery red clouds were constantly floating. Like a burning flame, they emitted a brilliant light. From time to time, fire mayflies would fly up from the deep valley under the fiery red clouds. They flapped their translucent wings and flew out of the valley. Is this the valley that Yu Yan explored back then? He stared at the fiery red clouds. They were not ordinary clouds, but a kind of extremely poisonous miasma, which was formed by the ore powder in the valley and the poisonous fog produced by the rotten trees at the bottom of the valley. Under the sunlight, they fused and transformed into an extremely potent fire poison. Other than these fire mayflies that were born here, no one dared touch this fire poison. Even grandmasters did not dare enter this place for a long time. In the past, countless martial artists had jumped down here and never came back up again. According to the records, the fire poison miasma would only dissipate at midnight. But even if countless cultivators took advantage of the dispersing miasma to enter this place, they would not find anything. Even grandmasters had gone down to explore, but there was nothing else other than the dancing fire mayflies. Even the cave where the ancient immortal cultivators lived didn't have any spiritual energy. Could the source be here? Jiang Ming frowned and did not have much hope, but this was the only place left, so he had no choice but to explore. You too, wait here. Jiang Ming put down the bamboo basket and slowly walked to the edge of the cliff. His blood qi quietly circulated. Then, he jumped down. Jiang Ming only heard the wind whistling in his ears, and his whole body fell into the rolling miasma. A burning sensation slowly rose in his body. This miasma is extraordinary. It's troublesome even for a grandmaster. The blood qi in his body trembled, and the fire poison was expelled from his body. The miasma was nothing to him. Jiang Ming suddenly fell to the bottom of the valley. Huh? The miasma at the bottom of the valley is much thinner. Jiang Ming raised his head and looked up. The miasma was essentially a cloud hanging over the bottom of the valley. The view was much clearer here, and there was almost no miasma. In front of him was a tall forest, the highest canopy almost reaching into the miasma. Jiang Ming's landing startled a group of flying insects. Jiang Ming glanced at them casually and was about to leave, but he suddenly made a soft sound. Are these the fire mayflies? These insects had the same shape as the fire mayfly, with two short feelers, slightly yellow eyes, and a pair of long tails at the end of their abdomens. However, their wide front wings were ugly and pale. In general, these insects looked uglier and more lifeless. Ah! Jiang Ming found that only the higher the fire mayfly flew, the redder and more gorgeous its wings were. So, after they devour the miasma is when they grow into complete fire mayflies and rush out of this deep valley, huh? Jiang Ming was a little interested. It turned out that this fire mayfly only ate the poisonous miasma that was extremely toxic to other creatures. It's a pity that it can only live for one day. What's the point of flying out? Jiang Ming reached out and took an ugly fire mayfly, shook his head, and Let it go. Jiang Ming continued to walk forward. He passed through the incomparably tall forest and walked through a large open space of white gravel. There was a stream in front of him that flowed into a dark valley. On the other side of the stream was a tall cliff. Obviously, this was the end of the deep valley. Is this the only way? Jiang Ming frowned and suddenly looked at the stream. There seemed to be a faint trace of spiritual energy in this stream just now. Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. Although it was just a flash, Jiang Ming's heightened perception had become more powerful, so naturally, he would not be wrong. He suddenly strode upstream. Soon, he arrived at a mountain wall. The water in the stream flowed out from a crack in the mountain wall. There was a pile of gravel near the crack, as if it had been excavated. It was obvious that the cultivators who had come down here in the past had also explored this place, but had not found anything. Jiang Ming glanced at the crack. However, he quickly shifted his gaze and stared at a place more than 10 meters downstream of the crack. It looked completely innocuous. However, Jiang Ming's heightened perception sensed an unusual aura from there, an intermittent weak spiritual energy. It was spreading out from within. The spiritual energy was very weak. Even other immortal cultivators would not be able to sense it. Jiang Ming retreated, and his face showed a look of vigilance. The ghost's head blade in his hand trembled slightly, and threads of crimson blood chi were lingering on it, filling the air with an increasingly terrifying aura. Blood wave saber technique. Jiang Ming shouted in his heart. He raised his hand and slashed at the mountain wall. Little brat, stop. The moment Jiang Ming struck out, an exasperated voice suddenly came from the mountain wall. The voice was familiar. However, it shocked him even more. He increased the strength of his strike, and his blood chi circulated like crazy. He made the most powerful strike he had ever made. Blood chi left the blade and cut across the sky like a red waterfall, slashing at the mountain wall. Vaguely, Jiang Ming seemed to hear an angry voice coming from the mountain wall. Then, a wall of green light appeared in front of the blood chi. The blood chi and the wall of light collapsed at the same time, blowing away a heap of fallen leaves nearby. When the fallen leaves scattered, Jiang Ming saw that the mountain wall revealed a narrow crack, and a figure had already walked out from it. The figure was extremely fast. At first, he was as thin as a piece of paper. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of the crack and turned into a slightly fat old man with white hair and a ruddy face. He was staring at Jiang Ming angrily. Jiang Ming also stared at this man in shock. Damn it, Dr. Sun. So, it was you. He did not hesitate to burst out his blood chi and slashed out again. However, the chubby Dr. Sun opposite him only showed a trace of helplessness. His right hand gently formed a strange seal and pushed forward. Threads of green light rushed out of Dr. Sun's palm and condensed into an ancient seal character in the void. It wriggled like a tadpole and fell lightly toward the blood chi from the blade. The two collided, creating ripples. They all dissipated, leaving only a light breeze that blew up some fallen leaves. Stop fighting. I can't beat you. However, you can't easily kill me either. If you attack me again, I'll run away. Dr. Sun took the opportunity to shout. His chubby appearance was a bit funny. But Jiang Ming could not laugh no matter what. He stared at the person in front of him with a serious look. In his mind, the memories of his first visit to the tiger hunting village decades ago flashed past. Under the recommendation of pharmacist Feng, Jiang Ming went to the next door, Ji Shirtang, and asked Dr. Sun to guide him in. Practicing martial arts. Every time he went, he would buy the best roast chicken and wine as a visiting gift first. It cost Jiang Ming dozens of silver taels. However, Dr. Sun was not bad back then. He even sold the prescription for the medicinal soup in the end. Later, the Green Mountain Army entered the city, and Jiang Ming went to Ji Shirtang during the war. He met Dr. Sun, who had kept his strength hidden all this while and killed many bandits. After a few decades, Jiang Ming had already stood at the peak of the Grandmaster realm. The tiger hunting village had joined the flying cloud castle and made a meteoric rise. The people in Great Cloud City had changed. When Jiang Ming passed by the tiger hunting village, he saw that Ji Shirtang had become a restaurant and Dr. Sun had disappeared without a trace. He did not expect to meet this person again in this mysterious place. I thought that you were just a first-class martial artist who was hiding your strength. I didn't expect this. Jiang Ming stared at Dr. Sun in front of him and spoke slowly. Back then, Dr. Sun was already very old. Now, more than 30 years had passed, but he still looked the same. Moreover, he had suddenly appeared here and even displayed techniques that belonged to immortal cultivators. Jiang Ming realized that Dr. Sun was a terrifying existence. This was also why Jiang Ming wanted to kill him as soon as he saw him. Only the death of such an existence would be reassuring. However, it did not look like he would be easy to kill. Jiang Ming squinted and suddenly remembered that the immortal cultivators means used by Dr. Sun just now did not cause the laws of this world to restrain him. What kind of monster was this? Hey, kid. What's with that look in your eyes? Dr. Sun quickly waved his hand. Don't stab me with that blade anymore. I really can't take it. Just as he finished speaking, Dr. Sun slapped his mouth in annoyance and immediately continued, we're friends. Let's sit down and talk. He squeezed out a smile on his face, trying to ease the atmosphere. Jiang Ming stared at him with the ghost's head blade in his hand, but his mind was spinning rapidly. Although I can't kill him, he doesn't seem to be able to do anything to me either. Otherwise, he wouldn't be smiling at me like this. What friend? It was all nonsense. Dr. Sun was hiding here, obviously not wanting to be discovered by others. The friendship they had back then was nothing in front of such a big secret. Jiang Ming still remembered the scene of Dr. Sun killing people in Ji Shirtang. If he could kill Jiang Ming at this time, he would probably not hesitate at all. Unfortunately, it seemed that neither could kill the other. In the deep valley, the fire mayflies were flying everywhere. The two of them stood facing each other, and the atmosphere seemed to have become a little stiff. After a few dozen breaths, Jiang Ming suddenly relaxed and smiled gently. He nodded and said, you're right, we're friends. Let's chat over some drinks. Jiang Ming came here after changing his appearance, but now, Dr. Sun had obviously seen through his disguise. He did not need to pretend anymore. Put away your green wooden seal first. Don't be impulsive and fight to the death with me. Dr. Sun pointed to his left hand and snorted. Obviously, Dr. Sun also recognized the treasure of the Liang family. However, he doesn't know that if I use the green wooden seal, I don't need to risk my life, Jiang Ming thought in his heart. This was his trump card. But if they really fought, unless he had the confidence to kill Dr. Sun directly, Jiang Ming would rather turn around and run for his life than use These immortal cultivators means. He smiled and put the green wooden seal away. Dr. Sun was still staring at Jiang Ming with a strange expression. It seemed that he did not expect Jiang Ming, of all people, to find him. Moreover, only a few years had passed, and Jiang Ming had already grown into a grandmaster. Even the green wooden seal of the Liang family had fallen into his hands. What on earth had happened outside the mountain? Dr. Sun sighed and stopped thinking about it. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light flowed between his fingers. A table and 2 chairs appeared by the stream. The legendary storage ring? Jiang Ming looked at the ring on Dr. Sun's finger with great interest. He became more and more curious about the person in front of him. How did he dare use the power of an immortal cultivator so brazenly? Was it because of him, or was it because this deep valley could shield him from the laws of the world? Sit down. Dr. Sun waved at him to sit down. He took out a bottle of wine and poured a glass of wine for each of them. He took a sip first, but shook his head and said, "The wine brewed with the berries in the forest is tasteless compared to the wine you brought back." Then Jiang Ming pretended not to hear his fake nostalgia. He sat down with a smile and drank the wine in the glass. "Tell me, Dr. Sun, what are you doing here?" Jiang Ming slammed the wine glass on the stone table and stared at Dr. Sun with burning eyes. "Why am I here?" Dr. Sun smiled and said frankly, "I'm the immortal behind the encounter." Jiang Ming's whole body trembled, and he stared at Dr. Sun in disbelief. "How is that possible? That person is already dead." He subconsciously tightened his grip on his blade. There are thousands of martial arts techniques in the world. Even if this world suppresses my power, it's still easy for me to fool you martial artists. Dr. Sun smiled, but then he seemed to remember how terrifyingly powerful Jiang Ming was, and his smile instantly disappeared. But now, it's no different from being dead. He shook his head helplessly. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and calmed down. He stared at Dr. Sun and in a deep voice, "What's going on? Who are you?" "I was only left with a broken body that was struggling to keep me alive. Everything seemed to have stopped for me. My memories had become fragmented. And sometimes I couldn't tell day from night. I can't even distinguish reality from my dreams," Dr. Sun mumbled. "When you saw me back then, only a part of my memories had come back. Stop speaking in riddles, tell me what you can remember." Jiang Ming frowned. Dr. Sun laughed and shook his head. "I only remember that it seemed to be more than 1,000 years ago. I was seriously injured by the enemy and escaped to this world. With the help of my unique means, I used immortal cultivation techniques and killed many immortal cultivators who were chasing me. But in my memories, the enemy outside this world was terrifying. I didn't dare leave this world anymore, so I found the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest and hid here to recuperate. Sometimes I'm awake, sometimes I'm muddle-headed, and I've even lost a lot of my memories." He said it lightly. However, Jiang Ming was shocked. If what Dr. Sun said was true, then he must have lived for at least 1,000 years. His strength among the immortal cultivators was probably also terrifying. Then how ridiculously strong was the enemy who had seriously injured him? Jiang Ming thought for a long time before he continued, "Then, what is going on with this world? And what's the secret of the Cloudy Dream Mountain forest?" Dr. Sun glanced at his chest as if he were looking at the green wooden seal in Jiang Ming's arms. Then he smiled and said, "You've experienced the terrifying power of this world?" Jiang Ming nodded in silence. "Actually, I don't know the secret either." Dr. Sun shook his head gently. "I only remember that I escaped into this world back then, because I knew the rules of this place. I could kill all those who used immortal cultivation techniques. That was how I managed to escape with my life. But from what I can remember, this terrifying law has existed for more than a few thousand years. It's so old that it can't be traced back. Even the masters of the great sects in the immortal cultivation world who sit above the clouds will be killed if they enter this place to perform immortal cultivation." Jiang Ming's eyelids twitched as he listened. He felt that this world getting more and more mysterious by the second. As for the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest, there seems to be a big secret hidden within. However, with my injured body, I didn't dare investigate further. I only treated this place as a blessed land where spiritual energy occasionally erupted. I paid a great price to set up a formation and slept in this source of spiritual energy to recuperate. Dr. Sun pointed behind him at the crack he had just walked out of, indicating that the source of the spiritual energy was in the crack. Every 100 years or so, the spiritual energy in the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest will have a small eruption, but it only remains in this deep valley. Other than causing a few fire mayflies to mutate and then induce the birth of the fire cloud grass and the king of medicine, there is no other major impact. Every few 100 years, there would be a huge explosion of spiritual energy, which would even affect the surrounding mountains and forests. Occasionally, the bursts of spiritual energy will overlap with each other. As Jiang Ming listened, he suddenly thought of the storm brought by the king of medicine and the immortal encounter decades ago. That should have been the overlap period. I will only wake up from my deep sleep when the spiritual energy erupts on a large scale. Then, I will absorb the spiritual energy and repair my broken body. I will also leave an opportunity for those who come here by chance to help me find various rare treasures in the world to help me heal. Jiang Ming suddenly said, "Then, when the Grandmasters besieged this place, how did you escape?" Although Dr. Sun's methods were strange and unpredictable, since he did not want to fight to the death with Jiang Ming, it meant that there were still some restrictions in place for him. If he had been surrounded by those Grandmasters back then, he probably would not have been able to escape death. Hey, what siege? More than 100 years ago, during the small explosion of spiritual energy, when Zhou Pingshi first came here to fight for the king of medicine, he eyed this place with malice. I was woken up back then. Dr. Sun suddenly sneered, a mere martial artist actually wanted to scheme against me. Of course, he slipped away in advance and spent a lot of effort to refine the corpse of an immortal cultivator who had once intruded into a puppet, placing it here to pretend it was the immortal behind the encounter. Jiang Ming could not help but look at him with a sense of respect. No wonder the Liang family's information recorded that the corpse was emitting a decaying aura. At that time, he only thought that the immortal behind the encounter had died during the battle. He did not expect it to be a corpse all along. However, when Jiang Ming heard Zhou Pingshi's name again, he was also shocked. It turned out that he had been creating this plan for more than 100 years. A Grandmaster's lifespan was only about 100 years or so. However, Marquis Zhou was astonishingly patient. He truly was ruthless. But why did he only take the heart of the corpse? Jiang Ming suddenly thought of this and asked. Dr. Sun's eyes were dark as he spoke. He suddenly stood up and undid his clothes. What are you doing? Jiang Ming was shocked. Why was Dr. Sun being a pervert? However, a second later, he was stunned by what he saw. Under Dr. Sun's clothes, there was a large hole in his chest. It was empty, and only the blood vessels could be seen. The heart in the middle was missing. How is he still alive? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. Dr. Sun put on his clothes again and sat down. He said lightly, "My heart is the essence of my cultivation. In order to deceive Zhou Pingshi, I had to dig out my heart and implant it in the puppet. Then aren't you completely finished? Why have you been recuperating for so long in vain? No matter how powerful Marquis Zhou is, he's just a martial artist. Why is he like this?" Jiang Ming was shocked. How would an ordinary martial artist know how to deal with me? How would they know so much about me to only want to take my heart? Zhou Pingshi must be a pawn of my greatest enemy, Dr. Sun said calmly. He must have discovered my tracks and lured all the martial arts practitioners in the world to besiege and kill me. Only when my greatest enemy sees my heart and confirms that I'm dead will I be at ease. What is the cultivation difference between you and your enemy? Jiang Ming could not help but ask. I don't remember. Dr. Sun shook his head. Jiang Ming frowned gloomily. Then do you still remember any immortal techniques? Teach me a few moves. I don't remember those either. Dr. Sun continued to shake his head. Jiang Ming squinted. He suspected that the old man was lying to him, but he had no evidence. Then what do you know? So many people sought you to ask for an immortal fate. And you gave them all something. How come you don't remember anything when it comes to me? I gave them what had been brought previously, Dr. Sun explained. For the past 1,000 years, countless brave warriors and immortal cultivators have barged into this place. They have left behind layers of corpses and the treasures they had with them. There's basically a small mountain of them now. As for myself, I used everything I needed when I was running for my life, and I threw away the rest. Other than this storage ring, I have nothing left. The battle that Zhou Pingshi started decades ago took everything else. Jiang Ming suddenly understood. No wonder the things he found from house to house all these years did not look so advanced. Even the immortal cultivation technique he got from the Liang family could only be cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. He glanced at Dr. Sun and felt that he truly did look like the shrewd doctor of Jishir Tang he had met all those years ago. However, I do have a natal technique that is rooted in my soul, and I have never forgotten it. If you want to learn it, I can teach you, Dr. Sun said faintly. Jiang Ming glanced at him, but he did not show any excitement. Dr. Sun had been rather shrewd all this time. Thus, he would not be surprised if this technique could secretly kill him. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun and said with some disdain, "Don't tell me that. Your natal technique is something along the lines of digging out your heart and cutting out your liver or something." He always felt that Dr. Sun was too different from the immortal cultivators he had imagined. He even suspected that this guy was practicing some kind of sham technique. Other people cultivated their spiritual cores. Why are you the only one who focused all your efforts on the heart? No wonder he was being hunted down so miserably. It was not without reason. Kid, are you blind? This natal technique of mine is an amazing technique that Many cultivators can't even dream of obtaining. Even my greatest enemy chased after me for this technique. Then why do you still want me to learn it? If I were to be discovered by your enemy, wouldn't I be dead? Jiang Ming ridiculed him. Dr. Sun gritted his teeth in hatred. If it were not for the fact that he could not beat this kid in this world, he would have smacked him silly. Jiang Ming no longer talked nonsense and said with a faint smile, Dr. Sun, why don't you first tell me what I need to do? If I can't do it, you don't have to teach me. One of the purposes of Jiang Ming's visit was to find the immortal behind the encounter. He might as well listen to Dr. Sun's request now that he was here. But if it was too outrageous, he did not need to learn it. Dr. Sun glared at him, and after a moment, he slowly said, of course, I have a request for you. If you have the opportunity in the future, do something for me. Don't tell me it's the enemy who killed you? Jiang Ming immediately asked. Of course not. Dr. Sun shook his head and said lightly, if I don't take revenge myself, what's the point? If I die, this enmity will return to dust. Even if you want to be his best friend in the future, that is none of my business. Jiang Ming smiled and suddenly felt that Dr. Sun was somewhat interesting. I only have one request, Dr. Sun continued. If you learn this technique, if you meet my clansmen in the future, you must teach it to them. It turned out that he had been entrusted an orphan. Jiang Ming stared at Dr. Sun for a moment. Are you really going to die? He asked. Dr. Sun said calmly, when he fought me that year, he left an internal injury in my body. It has not healed yet. Even if I still have my heart, unless my injury heals, I won't be able to last more than 300 years. Now that I've lost my heart, I only have about 100 years left. However, it was worth it to deceive Marquis Zhou. There shouldn't be any more trouble after this. Over the past 1,000 years, my attainments in the natal technique have also improved. In a few decades, if I can wait for the next small explosion of spiritual energy, I will fight for my last chance of survival here. If I succeed, I will teach you this technique for free. If I fail, I will do as I said just now. But where did you come from? What race are you from? Jiang Ming asked doubtfully. Besides, you escaped from another world, so who the hell knows where your clansmen are? However, this time, Dr. Sun did not say that he did not remember. Instead, he smiled mysteriously. If you really intend to learn my technique, then come back here again when the fire cloud grass reappears in a few decades. Observing me might be the last time I'll use it, and maybe I can comprehend something. I'll tell you when the time comes. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. Dr. Sun did not know that he could use the blood spirit technique to continuously produce spiritual energy, so he naturally would not say anything. What if I don't meet your clansmen in the future? He asked with a frown. Then I'll give you this technique. Dr. Sun's eyes were lonely. In this world, I am the only one who has mastered this technique. If I die, you can pass it down. It can be considered proof of my existence. He was gloomy, and his cloudy eyes were a little yellow. He was like an old man who was about to die, longing to live longer, but was helpless. Is there really such a good thing? Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun suspiciously. By the way, Dr. Sun said lightly, with your body, you should only be able to cultivate the first level of this technique. You will only be able to continue to cultivate the next levels if you meet my clansmen. Jiang Ming's face was gloomy. I knew you didn't have good intentions. But how? Come, I didn't see that you're a sentimental old fool. Dr. Sun shook his head and said, I'm not a sentimental person. It's just that. For thousands of years, this path has been very lonely. I hope that in this world, there will be someone who will walk the same path as me, even if I'm already gone by the time he steps on this path. What about it? Do you have the guts to learn this? Dr. Sun looked at Jiang Ming with a faint smile. Jiang Ming smiled freely. What's there to be afraid of? As long as you have the guts to teach me, I will have the guts to learn. He thought to himself, I have an undying body, why would I be afraid of learning your natal technique? Dr. Sun laughed and no longer said anything. Good, you have guts. Then I'll tell you about the spirit restriction seal. When you came here and hacked me with your blade, did you notice the seal I used? Spirit restriction seal? Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. He was immediately interested in a secret technique that could avoid the laws of the world. He did not need to think to know how powerful it was. It's not just a seal. I'm using it to cast other spells. As long as it doesn't exceed the limit, I can deceive the laws of this world, Dr. Sun said. Slowly. From what I remember, the spirit restriction seal was something that I comprehended on my own when I was still weak. It became my greatest weapon in the world of cultivation. This is a sealing technique that specifically targets spiritual energy. When I cast the spell earlier, I used the spirit restriction seal to seal my breath and the spiritual energy that seeped out of the spell. When facing an enemy, their spiritual energy can be blocked and destroyed. According to my calculations, if this spirit restriction seal is cultivated to the 9th level, even a true immortal can be killed. Amazing. Shouldn't this be enough to kill any cultivator? Jiang Ming could not help but ask. Which level are you at? He was a little suspicious. The 4th level. Dr. Sun smiled in embarrassment. However, I'm about to advance to the 5th level. If I succeed, we might be able to survive this tribulation, and we might even have a way to fight against that greatest enemy. Jiang Ming was rendered speechless. What was he even saying? Dr. Sun ignored him and continued, the spirit restriction seal has a total of 6 basic levels. Even if you've only cultivated the 1st level, you'll be almost unrivaled in both the Qi refinement realm and the foundation establishment realm. When you reach higher realms, you'll still need to use it. Why can't I practice the last few levels? Jiang Ming frowned. Dr. Sun glanced at him and suddenly stretched out his hand. A layer of fine gray-white fur grew on his palm, and his entire palm became a little slender, like the forelimb of some insect. I'm from the demon race. Only the blood of my own race can resist the backlash of this spirit restriction seal. Even so, I don't dare use the 5th level easily. If I'm not careful, I'll suffer the backlash. According to my estimation, the highest level that my race can cultivate is only the 6th level. The later levels only exist in theory and can't be achieved. As for you humans, you can only cultivate the 1st level. If you dare cultivate the 2nd level, your entire body will be devoured by the spirit restriction seal and turn into a mortal body. You'll become a restricted body, and your spiritual core will be dead. You won't be able to refine any more spiritual energy, and your body will even collapse. How can you continue to cultivate? You're not human? Jiang Ming was also very surprised. Dr. Sun returned his palm to its original state and continued, I'll teach you all 5 levels, but if you can't resist the temptation to cultivate the second level in the future and die, don't blame me for not warning you. I won't. I won't. Jiang Ming said. However, in his heart, he was laughing. It seems like the spirit restriction seal can be considered a forbidden technique. Jiang Ming's eyes flickered. He was naturally not afraid of the backlash. If he really learned it, would he be able to surpass Dr. Sun one day? And comprehend the spirit restriction seal to a higher realm? Would he really be able to slay immortals one day? Is your enemy chasing after you for this technique? Can he cultivate it? Jiang Ming remembered the reason why Dr. Sun was being hunted down and asked curiously, what corresponds to the technique is the innate cultivation body. It's the only body type in the entire world of cultivation that can cultivate this technique. Dr. Sun glanced at him. If you think that you may have an innate cultivation body, you can try this technique in the future. If you combine an innate cultivation body with the spirit restriction seal, your future achievements will be immeasurable. It may be a real road to immortality. It's that scary? Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then it's fortunate that your greatest enemy didn't obtain the spirit restriction seal. That's hard to say. Dr. Sun shook his head. My heart has condensed the fruit of my life. That person might be able to comprehend something. Jiang Ming was even more confused. Now that I'm about to comprehend the 5th level, I can't go further. Thus, my enemy can use this to his advantage. If I survive this tribulation, I'll definitely have my revenge. Jiang Ming completely understood. It turned out that Dr. Sun was about to die. But he was still plotting against his enemy and planning their demise. I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. I wonder how you became an immortal cultivator? Dr. Sun suddenly asked nonchalantly. Jiang Ming was shocked and looked at him warily. Dr. Sun smiled. You don't have to be so careful. The Cloudy Dream Mountain forest is not the only mysterious place in this world. If you find the source of the spiritual energy somewhere else, I won't bother to ask. Anyway, I can teach you the spirit restriction seal. So, you can stay here for a few days. Jiang Ming let out a sigh of relief and nodded, that's good. However, I've come here with a request. Speak. I have 2 old friends who are at the end of their lives. I want to come here to ask for a way to extend their lives. It's that rabbit and the black dog, right? Dr. Sun was not surprised at all. When I came back from outside the mountain this time, I passed by the forest and found these 2 little guys who were dying of old age. So, they are your friends. Jiang Ming always felt a trace of fear. It was good that Dr. Sun was not in the mountains when he transmigrated here. Otherwise, his every move would have been under his surveillance. Immortal cultivators were really a force to be reckoned with. He had to be careful. However, I'm about to die. How can I find a way to help them in this place where spiritual energy is exhausted? At most, I can use the remaining spiritual energy in my body to sort out their blood chi. However, it's just drop in the bucket. Dr. Sun shook his head. Besides, I'm afraid you're too old. Friends won't be able to hold on until the spiritual energy explosion in a few decades. If they could, there would still be some hope. Is there really no other way? Jiang Ming frowned. There's one, but I don't know Dr. Sun muttered to himself for a moment, before saying, the source of the spiritual energy here is an ancient well. Even if it's not the eruption period of spiritual energy, there's still a thin layer of spiritual energy seeping out. If I do something to seal their blood and let them sleep in the well, there might be a chance for them to hold on until the eruption of spiritual energy and help them embark on the path of becoming demons. However, that dry well always gave me a sense of fear. Even though I've been here for more than 1,000 years, I've never really gone inside. If I put them in there, I don't know what the consequences would be. Jiang Ming frowned. He did not expect that even if he found the immortal behind the encounter, he still would not be able to find a solution. If we seal their blood qi and let them sleep in the well, how confident are you that it will work? Jiang Ming frowned and asked. Dr. Sun shook his head, it's impossible to estimate. Because I don't know the roots of the well, maybe they will sleep until they die, or maybe they will gain some great benefits from it. Jiang Ming suddenly lowered his head in silence and hesitated. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and smiled, I shouldn't be making this decision. Can I bring them here and let them make their own decisions? Dr. Sun smiled and nodded. I'll go with you. I want to stretch my legs. The two of them walked down the stream together. Along the way, fiery red miasma filled the sky, and fire mayflies of different shades danced around. The light in the deep valley was a little dim, as if it was almost evening. Many fire mayflies dancing in the miasma fell from the air at this time. In the distance, the forest towered into the clouds, and the stream beside them was clear. This valley hidden under the miasma had a different kind of beauty to it. Have you been here before when you were roaming the world of cultivators? Jiang Ming suddenly asked, curiously. Otherwise, why do you know so much about this world? And why did you deliberately escape here? I don't remember. Dr. Sun raised his head in confusion and looked at the red miasma. Suddenly, a light flashed in his eyes. Huh? He suddenly remembered something. I was born here, in the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. I must have lived here for many years. At that time, Great Cloud City was still a small mountain village. I often went up the mountain with the villagers to hunt and collect herbs until they found out that I was a demon. More than 1,000 years ago, when I returned to recuperate from my injuries, under my influence, someone started a small town here, which slowly became Great Cloud City. Jiang Ming looked at him in shock. So, you're the legendary immortal who established Great Cloud City? He could not help but be shocked. It seemed that there was an even deeper secret in the depths of the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest. This great demon was actually born here. Maybe it's because I'm dying, but I only remembered these memories from the depths of my mind. Even when I'm awake, I don't seem to recall my past. Dr. Sun continued to mumble, when I was in the world of cultivators, I went to many places and saw many things. However, after living for more than 3,000 years, I didn't expect that I would have forgotten all of these things. You've lived for over 3,000 years? Jiang Ming was also surprised. It was even longer than he had initially estimated. Even if a cultivator's lifespan was much longer than a mortal's, an existence that could live for so long must be extremely powerful. Yes, I have lived for more than 3,000 years. I'm the demon king of the demon race, and I've ruled over a vast territory. Dr. Sun spoke with increasing confidence, as if he was remembering more things. However, he looked confused. But 3,000 years seem to have been wasted. The scenery here is so gorgeous and colorful. Why didn't I notice it 3,000 years ago? At that time I was young and full of vigor. I seemed to only feel that this place was boring and monotonous. I only wanted to escape from this boring place with hardly any spiritual energy and go to the legendary world of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming looked at the rolling miasma above and smiled. Perhaps if you stay here, you will never find the scenery of your hometown. Now that I think about it, you didn't waste those 3,000 years. He suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Since he was immortal, would he feel the same in the future? Looks like I still need to experience more. Jiang Ming thought to himself. After I'm done here, I'll go down the mountain and have fun for 3 years. Dr. Sun laughed out loud. Well said. But I still feel that it's a pity. 3,000 years of constant cultivation and killing mean that I haven't made a lot of fond memories. Now, I suddenly feel that I am no different from these fire mayflies that only live for 1 day. I have lived for so many years and have not really experienced anything. If I die here with these little insects, I would be at peace. Jiang Ming looked at Dr. Sun's turbid yellow eyes and suddenly felt that they were somewhat similar to the eyes of the fire mayflies. Perhaps Dr. Sun had chosen to hide here to recuperate because he could resonate with the fire mayflies. At midnight, the miasma in the deep valley dissipated, and some moonlight shone through. Jiang Ming carried Master C and Black Bean on his back and returned to the deep valley with Dr. Sunday. They walked to the crack in the mountain wall where he was hiding earlier. Follow me. Dr. Sun beckoned them to follow him and led the way into the crack. When he touched the extremely narrow crack, his body shrank and became as thin as paper as he walked in. Jiang Ming exclaimed in surprise and tried to walk there, but he suddenly felt that the crack suddenly became larger, as if it had become a canyon that allowed him to walk in. Behind the crack, a wide open space of about an acre in size was revealed. Not far away, there was a thatched house with a small garden. There was also a field of medicinal herbs. You really know how to enjoy life. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. This was much better than his cottage in the mountain. You've really decided? Dr. Sun, on the other hand, walked slowly and glanced at the 2 old men in the medicine basket. Woof. Black Bean raised its head slightly. Rather than dying like this, I might as well take a gamble. Who wouldn't want to live a little longer? If we die like this, we won't be able to see our boss again, Master C said. Dr. Sun chuckled and did not say anything more. A moment later, Dr. Sun brought Jiang Ming to an unremarkable, dry well behind the thatched house. Jiang Ming stared at the dry well with mild shock. It was more than 3 feet in diameter, but the wall of the well was not made of soil or stone. It was pale and rough, as if it were carved out of some kind of hard material. Jiang Ming looked down and suddenly felt like this well was carved out of the bones of some giant creature. Jiang Ming looked down. The dry well was only a few feet deep. It was filled with a faint spiritual aura, as well as an unknown aura that made Jiang Ming's heart palpitate. Dr. Sun let out a strange laugh. The truth of this world might be even more terrifying than I guessed. If it is revealed one day, perhaps the entire world of cultivation will be shaken by it. Jiang Ming frowned slightly. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing to let Master C and Black Bean enter this dry well. However, at this point, this was the only way. I'll pick some medicinal herbs to help your good friends sort out the blood qi in their bodies. We can begin in a few days, Dr. Sun said. Jiang Ming sighed and nodded. Over the next few days, Dr. Sun collected all the medicinal herbs in the valley and refined them into medicinal liquids and pills. He fed them to Master C and Black Bean. Both of them seemed to have recovered a little, and their faces were glowing. However, Jiang Ming could see that these were only temporary solutions and did not address the root cause. Dr. Sun also taught Jiang Ming the spirit restriction seal. A few days later, it was time. Boss, don't worry. We'll meet again one day. Master C stood by the well with its dry fur fluttering in the wind. It cupped its paws and bowed to Jiang Ming, just like the happy and fat white rabbit it was when they first met. However, after this separation, Jiang Ming did not know if they would meet again. Hurry up, come quickly. Black Bean was waiting for Dr. Sun to start. When you two return, we'll amaze the world with our power. Jiang Ming smiled. Dr. Sun did not waste any time. Strange green runes shot out and fell on the bodies of the two. The aura of the two quickly converged and gradually disappeared. Dr. Sun waved his hand, and Master C Bai and Black Bean's bodies flew into the dry well. Whether they succeed or not will depend on their luck, Dr. Sun said. Jiang Ming stared at his two old friends at the bottom of the well who were still and motionless. Suddenly, he felt a little upset. It felt like just yesterday that the three of them were traversing the mountains and forests. However, in what seemed like the blink of an eye, he was left alone in the world. Dr. Sun patted him on the shoulder and walked out first. Jiang Ming looked at the well for a moment, sighed, and turned to leave. On the cliff, Jiang Ming looked at the rolling miasma below and smiled. Then, we'll part ways here. We'll meet again the next time the fire cloud grass appears. At the horizon, the sun slowly rose and shone on the red miasma like a raging flame. One after another, fire mayflies rushed out from the bottom of the miasma with their wings reflecting a brilliant light in the sun. They flew in all directions. Dr. Sun looked at the dancing fire mayflies in a daze, and a hint of envy flashed in his eyes. The fire mayfly is the world's weakest insect. They're born in the morning and die in the evening. However, they still fight so hard. Isn't their single day of life more eventful than all 3,000 years of mine? Suddenly, Jiang Ming thought of something. Maybe they swallowed the poisonous miasma, that's why they only live for a day. If they can resist the temptation to swallow the miasma, they might live longer. Dr. Sun glanced at him. Perhaps it isn't a temptation. Perhaps it's an experience they should have in their lives. They wouldn't be true fire mayflies otherwise. Dr. Sun sounded dejected. He turned around and jumped. Sinking into the miasma, he disappeared. Jiang Ming's heart twinged. He had a few speculations, but he felt they were ridiculous. He could not help but laugh and shake his head. He turned around and left. This place, which was once a ravaged battlefield, had once again regained its peace. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Back at Peace County, the old wood carver was thriving. Not only could he make toys for the children, but he could also help the neighbors repair their furniture. He was very popular with the townsfolk. After a hard day's work, the old wood carver went back home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw a man reclining on his chair, reading a book. Master. Wu Hen bowed respectfully. Jiang Ming stood up with a smile. Not bad, not bad. You're very close to breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. The world is going to have another Grandmaster in a few years. Wu Hen flushed. How are things going? Did anything happen in the past 3 years? Jiang Ming asked casually. Wu Hen said slowly, the change of dynasties has been the only major event so far. The former Qingxian army and the country of Yan have been completely destroyed. The Flying Cloud Castle has taken over Great Cloud City, and Grandmaster Zhang Yuanhe has become the emperor. Great Cloud City has been made the new capital city, and the country is now the Cloud Empire. Jiang Ming was momentarily stunned. He did not expect that Great Cloud City would be under the emperor's feet. However, it did not affect him much. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why cultivators rarely come to this world, Jiang Ming thought. In addition, there's one more thing that you might be interested in, Wu Hen continued. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows. Half a year ago, there was a self-proclaimed immortal cultivator who came to contact the Nameless and said that he wanted to meet Anonymous. Jiang Ming was surprised. He had been searching for immortals for decades, but he did not find any real immortal cultivators. He had only found Dr. Sun, a demon. However, now, immortal cultivators had come to find him. Jiang Ming suddenly realized that after Anonymous killed several grandmasters in a row, he was treated with reverence. Even the new imperial family of the Cloud Empire would have to treat him with respect. If this is true, maybe I can use this opportunity to increase my understanding of the world of immortal cultivation, Jiang Ming thought. After all, Dr. Sun had left the world of cultivators for more than 1,000 years, and he was still suffering from dementia and had a fragmented memory. Do you have any more details? Jiang Ming looked at Wu Hen. It's all under the control of Wu Yan. It seems that they are still in contact. She is now in Great Cloud City, Wu Hen replied. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next day, in Great Cloud City, Jiang Ming could see a magnificent palace from afar. It was under construction. The residence of the imperial family had to be luxurious. It was common for it to take a few years to build. The walls of Great Cloud City had even been broken open, and the city was being expanded. The city was also much livelier than before, and countless people swarmed in. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Opposite the Zhou Manor was a stall selling meat stew. It attracted several customers. The Zhou family is an aristocratic family with a Dao master. You must be on good terms with them to be able to have your stall here, a customer said. Carefully. Haha. I'm just a foreigner, and the Zhou family's master was kind and pitied me. Thus, he let me open my stall here. This is a blessed land, an old man with a white beard said with a smile. Do you know who lived here when I was young? After attracting many gazes, the old man smiled proudly and said, the Wang family. They were highly respected in this area. Miss Wang was beautiful and kind. Many people in the city have received help from the Wang family. Is that what you were so excited about? Nobody cares about the Wang family anymore. Many customers rolled their eyes. The old man's face suddenly turned red. He wanted to argue, but he could not. In the end, he could only leave with a sigh. After Jiang Ming finished his speech, he got up and left. The glory and liveliness of the past had long been buried under layers of dust. Even if some people remembered it, no one would care anymore. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was a large tree in the Zhou manor. Under the tree was a swing. A person was seated on the swing, swaying gently. There was no one around. Everyone in the Zhou family knew that this was a forbidden area of the Zhou family. Only with the permission of Madame Zhou could anyone enter. I didn't expect that you would still return here. A faint laugh suddenly rang out. The swing stopped abruptly. Miss Wang stood up from the swing and saluted the figure who had suddenly appeared. She then explained carefully, when I was young, my father tied a swing under this tree for me. This used to be my favorite place to play. Jiang Ming waved his hand and did not let her continue. Tell me, did the immortal cultivators come to find me? What's going on? Miss Wang's gaze turned serious. Half a year ago, a Dao master, under the nameless command, was suddenly found by a mysterious person. They asked him to send a message, saying that he wanted to meet Anonymous and discuss a deal. That person only said that they were from the Fire Lotus Valley. Jiang Ming squinted. According to the Liang family's records, it was the immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley who sought out the heads of the Liang family. That was how the Grandmaster family was established for hundreds of years. The Liang family had presented the King of Medicine for generations in exchange for martial arts resources from the immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley. Are they here to seek revenge? Jiang Ming muttered to himself and then looked at Miss Wang. What else did they tell us? Did they leave anything? They left behind a jade pendant, saying that the path of martial arts is just one aspect of life. They also said that if Anonymous wants to go further and look for immortals, he should go to the Red Pine Snowfield and seek an audience. Seek an audience, huh? Jiang Ming had a faint smile on his face. Don't the depths of the Red Pine Snowfield belong to this world? Won't he be suppressed? Man, these immortal cultivators sure are arrogant. Jiang Ming chuckled. Immortal cultivators are gods in terms of power. However, in this world, their power is suppressed. Jiang Ming's eyes were cold. This was a world that belonged to martial artists, and martial artists were the masters here. Where is the jade pendant? It's in the secret vault along with the other treasures that we've accumulated over the past few decades, Miss Wang replied respectfully. Jiang Ming glanced at her with a smile and nodded. You've worked hard all these years. Let's go and take a look. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm as he followed Miss Wang into the depths of the house. Soon, they stepped into the vault. It was bursting at the seams with rare treasures from all over the world. Miss Wang walked to a wall on the side, unlocked a secret compartment, took out a small wooden box, and handed it to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming opened the wooden box, and a long, white jade pendant was revealed. The jade pendant was warm to the touch and had a 9-petaled lotus carved on it. There was a faint red light within it that was changing shape and flowing continuously. Jiang Ming stared at the jade pendant and sensed the spiritual energy flowing in it. He was almost certain that the messenger most likely belonged to the Fire Lotus Valley force that had connections with the Liang family. Jiang Ming wondered if they just wanted to find another worker to help them get the King of Medicine. According to the Liang family's records, the King of Medicine of the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest was of great value even to immortal cultivators. Otherwise, the immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley would not have to support the Liang family to find it for them every 100 years. There should be at least 60 to 70 years before the next appearance of The king of medicine. Jiang Ming looked at the jade pendant. If the immortal cultivators of Fire Lotus Valley wanted to continue taking the king of medicine, they would definitely take action regardless of whether he showed up or not. Maybe they were also contacting other martial arts grandmasters at the same time as they were contacting him. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming looked at Miss Wang. From now on, pay close attention to the movements of the grandmaster forces in the world. If there's anyone who tries anything suspicious in Great Cloud City, make a note of them immediately. Miss Wang did not ask any more questions and nodded. That's right. Keep an eye on Zhang Yu and his men as well, Jiang Ming added. Yes. Miss Wang's face was still calm. Zhang Yuanhe was the founding emperor of the Cloud Empire, a man who would be recorded in history books for thousands of years. However, in the eyes of Jiang Ming and Miss Wang, he was nothing special. There will be another storm in a few decades, Jiang Ming said softly, his face calm. This time, he was going to participate in the storm. He was finally strong enough to face any enemy in this world. Now, let's take a look at the things you've collected over the years. Jiang Ming took the lead and walked forward. Miss Wang's eyes were filled with a trace of unease, and she quickly followed behind. Most of them are ordinary items. Jiang Ming walked slowly, but his face was calm. Now that his heightened perception was at its peak, if there was anything unusual about these items, it would definitely not escape his eyes. Miss Wang looked at Jiang Ming, and she felt sad. Was there nothing that could help him? Jiang Ming walked to a wooden shelf and stared at a light blue piece of jade. The surface was smooth. However, it still seemed to be emitting a faint glow in the dim light. This piece of jade contained some spiritual energy. Is this the jade slip mentioned in the files about the immortal cultivators? In the world of immortal cultivation, jade slips were used to record information. As long as one's soul entered it, one could browse the information. Jiang Ming picked it up and continued to walk forward. A moment later, he picked up a dark green dagger and flicked it with his fingers. The sound reverberated in the vault. The rust on the dagger immediately fell off, revealing a sharp, cold glint. Is this a magic tool? Jiang Ming sensed the spiritual energy rippling inside the dagger, and he was surprised. Over the years, he had collected many items that were suspected to be magic tools, but all of them were either completely damaged or had lost their power. None of them were as intact as this dagger. Where did you get this? When Miss Wang saw Jiang Ming's interest in the dagger, she quickly said, Do you still remember the corpse of a suspected immortal cultivator around 20 years ago? Jiang Ming nodded. This dagger was found in a forest near the corpse. It was found by the villagers and sold as a scrap iron dagger. It was bought by the subordinates of the Nameless. Could it be the remains of a battle between immortal cultivators? Jiang Ming pondered for a moment. Collect all the information related to this matter. I'll come and get it in a few days. Before dealing with the immortal cultivators of the Fire Lotus Valley, he had to make some preparations. There was still a long time before the king of medicine appeared, so he decided to do some research. As for the rest, you can handle it yourself. Jiang Ming looked around the vault and smiled faintly. Other than the mission I gave you today, it's up to you how you want to manage the Nameless in the future. I won't interfere anymore. Miss Wang was stunned for a moment, but she could only nod her head. She then gathered her courage and asked, Master, are you going to the world of immortal cultivation? After so many years of development, Miss Wang knew that there was a mysterious and vast world above the world of martial artists. However, that world was not something that ordinary people could come into contact with. It was said that only grandmasters were qualified to walk on that path. As the leader of the Nameless, Miss Wang knew better than anyone else that although the Nameless was a force whose name shook the world, their purpose was only to collect information on immortal cultivators for him. Jiang Ming smiled. This was not a secret that needed to be hidden from Miss Wang. We have been acquainted for so long. However, it is time for us to go on our separate ways. After a while, Jiang Ming left, leaving Miss Wang alone. ******. Jiang Ming walked on the streets of Great Cloud City, feeling a little emotional. In the blink of an eye, it had been decades since the Shi family and the Wang family had been destroyed. Now that the new dynasty had been established, first-class martial artist families in the city were no longer a big deal. No one remembered those old families anymore. Suddenly, a clamor came from the side of the street. Opening bonus. Buy one portion of pig's ear mushroom and get one free. This offer is limited to the first 300 customers only. Jiang Ming looked over with a strange expression. This offer sounded familiar. When the 100 Herb Hall in Peace County had just opened, Jiang Ming had used similar sales tactics. Jiang Ming looked at the newly opened medicine shop. Several sales attendants were running around, and business was booming. When Jiang Ming looked up, he was stunned when he saw the store's signboard. In the shop, a figure could be seen quickly walking back and forth, giving the sales attendants instructions. Jiang Ming looked at the busy figure in the medicine shop. More than 20 years had passed, and his old friend had experienced a great many things. Her face was still delicate and sweet, but there were some crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. Time truly was cruel. Jiang Ming looked at the figure and left slowly. A moment later, he reappeared outside the medicine shop. This time, he revealed his true appearance. However, he had aged himself up appropriately. Jiang Ming walked in slowly, and the sales attendants were still greeting him warmly until the figure in the medicine shop turned around and saw Jiang Ming. The sunlight outside the window shone on the two of them. It was as if they were coated with a layer of golden light. Jiang Ming looked at the surprised woman in front of him and grinned. Long time no see, brat. Zhou Wenshou stared at Jiang Ming in shock. Where have you been for the past few decades? I thought you had died. As she spoke, Zhou Wenshou's eyes reddened. She jumped up, without a care, and threw herself on Jiang Ming's body to give him a big hug. Around them, the sales attendants of the medicine shop were shocked. Although their boss was easygoing, they had never seen her do such a thing to anyone. Jiang Ming was too lazy to explain. He gently pried Zhou Wenshou off him, and they walked to the backyard together. It's been a few decades since we last met, and you're finally able to hold your own. Jiang Ming sat on the stone bench, looking at the large medicine shop, and smiled. Now that Great Cloud City was under the Emperor's control, it was not possible for ordinary people to obtain such a large piece of land. I didn't waste my time. I joined the Flying Cloud Castle and started as a lowly doctor. Over the years, I became the most outstanding doctor in the army. My position was quite high. This is a plot of land that Marquis Feng personally granted me. Zhou Wenshou hugged Jiang Ming's arm. In front of Jiang Ming, she seemed to have become the cheerful girl she used to be again. She proudly told him about her achievements and her experiences over the years. Jiang Ming listened quietly until Zhou Wenxiu was done. He ruffled her hair and gave her a thumbs up. Jiang Ming glanced at her weather-beaten hands and the faintly visible calluses. It's been more than 20 years. It must have been hard. Zhou Wenxiu's eyes reddened again, but she held back her tears and said stubbornly, I'm the most powerful doctor out there. Nothing can stop me. Jiang Ming laughed. Zhou Wenxiu mumbled and began to talk about the things she had seen and heard over the years, as well as the new friends she had made. Jiang Ming listened carefully and smiled gently. He could see that although Zhou Wenxiu had not had an easy time over the past 20 years, she seemed to be very happy. It was indeed the Zhou Wenxiu he knew. She was outstanding, no matter where she went. Oh right, Marquis Fong often mentions you. Do you want to go find him? Zhou Wenxiu suddenly asked. Jiang Ming was stunned. He recalled the gentle teenager in his mind. Back then, he only focused on reading philosophy books. Later, he had no choice but to learn martial arts. In the end, he joined the Flying Cloud Castle by accident. 20 years had passed. Now he was a marquis. Minister Wei Yan and Marquis Fong Lai were the two pillars of the Cloud Empire. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming. The moment Fong Lai saw Jiang Ming, he immediately rushed up and gave him a bear hug. Jiang Ming looked around. All his old friends from the tiger hunting village were gathered here today. Guanfeng was there as well. He was now one of Fong Lai's generals, but at the gathering today, no one dared treat him as a subordinate of Fong Lai. Master Guan, long time no see. Jiang Ming and Guanfeng looked at each other and smiled. They did not need words to communicate what needed to be said. That night, everyone drank merrily and reminisced about the past. However, everyone kept a respectful distance from Fong Lai. Late at night, Jiang Ming broke away from the crowd and walked to Fong Lai's side. He was the only one there, sipping the strong wine. It's lonely at the top, isn't it? Jiang Ming glanced at his old friend. His gentleness had disappeared and was replaced by a stern, cold temperament. Only when he occasionally laughed and talked with his old friends could a trace of his old self be seen. How are you? Has your dream been realized? Fong Lai was stunned for a moment before he took a big gulp of wine and sighed. Now that I think about it, I understand. From the moment I joined the Flying Cloud Castle, I was simply someone else's pawn. Now, even though it looks like I've ascended to a high position, the truth is that I have no power. Fong Lai took another big gulp of wine. That's why it's hard to live according to ideals. Simply enjoying life is enough for me. Jiang Ming smiled. That's right. Wei Yan has been trying to find out about you. The night wind blew, and Fong Lai seemed to have sobered up a little. At the mention of Wei Yan, Fong Lai's gaze turned cold. It was obvious that the relationship between the two was not as pleasant as the outside world thought. Back then, when Ningzhou City was surrounded, Fong Lai almost killed Wei Yan. Asking about me? Jiang Ming was slightly stunned. He was sure he had covered all his tracks, but to be honest, he was not a god. Even if he could disguise himself, he could not completely hide his traces. If someone paid attention, they would be able to find some clues. The most obvious thing was that Zhang Shan had rushed to Ningzhou City to save Guanfeng from a desperate situation and had even broken through to the Grandmaster realm in that battle. It was obvious that he had a close relationship with Guanfeng. Naturally, the Flying Cloud Castle had heard of Zhang Shan's name. After investigating the area where Zhang Shan was active, they found that he was most active in Great Cloud City and Peace County. Back then, there were only a few martial artists who had come out of Peace County. Jiang Ming was one of them. He had even gone to the tiger hunting village to learn martial arts. It was reasonable for him to save Guanfeng. However, he must have something up his sleeve for him to be able to deduce it was me. I don't know why he's looking for me. Is it simply to rope in a grandmaster, or does he have other motives? But it did not matter anymore. He was too strong for him to be afraid of Wei Yan. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming smiled. You don't have to worry about this matter. If he can find me, I'll be glad to welcome him. Feng Lai frowned and hesitated for a long time before he asked nervously. Does Zhang Shan have anything to do with you? Jiang Ming laughed. It seems you already know the answer. Do you still need to ask? As soon as he said that, even though Feng Lai had already guessed it, he still looked at Jiang Ming in shock. I'm nothing compared to you. Feng Lai shook his head and sighed. Jiang Ming smiled and looked at him. What's wrong? Don't you have any dreams anymore? Feng Lai looked up at the sky. Of course I do. Unfortunately, I'm completely trapped now and can't pursue those dreams. His eyes twinkled under the starlight. From afar, a sweet little girl ran over and shouted for her grandfather to drink less, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Feng Lai lowered his head. The twinkle in his eyes disappeared, and a kind smile appeared on his face. He picked up the little girl. This is my granddaughter. Feng Lai turned around and realized that his old friend who was drinking beside him had disappeared. Feng Lai looked up subconsciously and saw a figure nodding at him from a pavilion in the distance. The figure turned and disappeared into the night. Feng Lai waved his hand at the invisible figure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 3 days later, Jiang Ming and Zhou Wenxiu returned to Peace County to meet with Ah Fei, Li Qingqing, and the others, who were getting older and older. His old friends in Peace County were not martial artists. They aged far faster than Zhou Wenxiu and Feng Lai. Now, Ah Fei even looked a little like old Jiang. From back then, things may have remained the same, but people always change. In the early morning light, Jiang Ming took one last look at Zhou Wenxiu's medicine shop, smiled, and turned to leave. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Half a month later, a caravan was slowly moving forward on a trade route. This was a newly opened trade route between the Cloud Empire and the country of Jing in the south. It had been very busy over the past few years. Jiang Ming had disguised himself as a slightly chubby old man, who looked like a rich merchant. He was calmly seated in the caravan with many books beside him, all of which contained information about the dead bodies of the immortal cultivators of the country of Jing. I was thinking of stealing a part of a corpse to study. However, I have a new target now. Jiang Ming stared at the book in his hand. It recorded a strange man who had suddenly appeared in recent years on a riverside pier a few hundred miles away from the small mountain village where the dismembered corpse appeared. He was thin and looked weak. However, he was surprisingly strong. He could carry several bags of food, and he made money at the dock. However, he kept a low profile and had almost no contact with people. His appearance coincides with when the corpse appeared. However, there's a gap between them by about 2 weeks. Back then, Jiang Ming had suspected that the appearance of the corpse was caused by a battle between immortal cultivators in this world. The Nameless had investigated the forest, and there were indeed traces of a battle, indicating that in addition to the corpse, another immortal cultivator had escaped. I'm almost certain that the strange man is another immortal cultivator. Jiang Ming laughed and looked forward to this trip. After another 2 weeks, the caravan finally arrived at their destination. They stopped at Huyuan City. This was a prosperous prefecture city built near a canal. Farewell. The caravan driver, a member of the Nameless, waved goodbye to him. Jiang Ming stood in a tea house in the city, looking at the canal in the distance. The streets were bustling. There was no need to be in a hurry. He was going to settle down first. He still did not know the other party's background. If he rashly exposed his identity as an immortal cultivator, it would inevitably cause some unrest, and it would be difficult to get any useful information thereafter. At the very least, I have to master the level of the spirit restriction seal. I have to be able to seal my spiritual aura before I can get in touch with him. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. There were still a few decades before the appearance of the King of Medicine. He could slowly cultivate and lay out his plans. Over the next few days, with the help of the Nameless, he created a new identity for himself. At the Tiger Subduing Dojo in Huyuan City, fireworks lit up the sky. It was their grand opening, and a crowd had gathered to partake in the festivities. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a burly middle-aged man walked out of the Tiger Subduing Dojo. After demonstrating a few techniques, he bellowed to the crowd, "I'm Li Si, a first-class martial artist at his peak. Today, I'm opening this martial arts school in Huyuan City. Please support us. Those who are interested in learning martial arts can sign up." After saying a few words, the burly man turned around and returned to the martial arts school, leaving only a few hired martial artists to entertain the crowd. We're almost done setting up. In a hall inside the school, Jiang Ming smiled as he completed a painting. He called a young martial artist to send it to be framed and hung in the main hall. Wang Ji, one of the martial artists, complimented his piece. Jiang Ming shook his head and smiled. As soon as he announced he was opening a martial arts school, dozens of martial artists applied to be a part of it. In 2 weeks, I will teach you the second-class martial arts technique, the Tiger Subduing Fist. Jiang Ming said lightly and then strode out. It had been more than a month since Jiang Ming had come to Huyuan City. This time, he did not ask the Nameless for their help. He opened more than a dozen different shops in secret, covering a range of demographics. With these precautions, he was sure the immortal cultivator here would never find him. I'll wait for a few decades and slowly try to get in touch with him. If I still can't get him to talk when the fire cloud grass appears, it won't be too late to try to use force to solve the issue. By then, I would be even stronger. In fact, Jiang Ming had estimated that he could defeat the immortal now. However, he chose to be cautious. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In a secret underground vault, Jiang Ming was sitting cross-legged with 3 items placed in front of him, the jade slip, a dagger, and a jade pendant. Jiang Ming first picked up the jade pendant of the Fire Lotus Valley. The light on his fingertips flowed slightly, and an extremely vague rune appeared. There seemed to be a vague kind of power he could not grasp yet. The spirit restriction seal is quite hard to learn. Jiang Ming shook his head. Since I can't seal this jade pendant, I must destroy it, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. It could have some sort of tracking function, after all. It was a ticking time bomb. With this in mind, he crushed the pendant. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm. He picked up the thin jade slip and tried to put it on his forehead. According to the information he had gathered, if this item really was a jade slip, a cultivator would need to use their soul to examine it in order to browse the information within. However, there were very few Qi refinement realm immortal cultivators who could release their soul, so they could only stick it to their forehead to browse the information. Is this a map of the red pine snowfield? As soon as the jade slip touched his forehead, he could browse through all the information recorded within. It recorded the situation of the snowfield outside North Peace City, such as where there was a path to the world of immortal cultivation and where the laws of the world did not apply. The snowfield's name was actually the Red Pine Snowfield as well. It seems that the Red Pine Snowfield is indeed a place that leads to the world of immortal cultivation. However, perhaps it's because it's located at the boundary between the worlds. The laws of this world are not stable there. No wonder the people of the Fire Lotus Valley asked me to go to the Red Pine Snowfield to seek an audience. They're quite cautious. Jiang Ming smiled. It seemed that these people also knew that immortal cultivators were not omnipotent in this world. In addition, Jiang Ming also found out that the Red Pine Snowfield was extremely vast. However, danger lurked in the depths of the snowfield. Not only was the terrain difficult, but there were also fierce beasts lurking everywhere. Even a Grandmaster might be in danger, and it was impossible for anyone below the Grandmaster realm to walk out alive. This is good news for me. Jiang Ming smiled. He was worried that he would be discovered on the way to the world of immortal cultivation, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry. He then picked up the last item, the dark green dagger. It was heavy in his hand. However, when Jiang Ming tried to inject the spiritual energy in his body into the dark green dagger, he suddenly felt that something was eating his spiritual energy. The dark green dagger suddenly trembled and flew into the void from Jiang Ming's hand. At the same time, Jiang Ming could also feel that there was a faint connection between his mind and the dagger. His eyes lit up in realization. It's the legendary flying dagger. Jiang Ming's eyes lit up and he tried to control the flying dagger. Go. The dagger turned into a ray of green light and suddenly shot out. It sank into the wall with a bang, leaving only the hilt outside. Jiang Ming's face also turned pale in an instant. This attack alone had completely sucked out his spiritual energy. At the same time, there was a sharp pain on the surface of his body. Sharp cuts suddenly appeared all over his body. The origin light shook slightly, and those wounds disappeared. Jiang Ming gasped for air. After a while, he pulled the flying dagger from the wall and frowned slightly. It's not that powerful. However, he was not disappointed. On the contrary, this confirmed his guess. Immortal cultivators were not necessarily stronger than martial artists. Maybe it's because I didn't pour enough spiritual energy into it, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. He had just entered the first level of the Qi refinement realm. If his cultivation was stronger, the dagger's power might be greater. He had to practice harder to become stronger. Asterisk. Autumn had arrived. After a few years, the Tiger Subduing Dojo had gradually become a well-known martial arts school in the city. Jiang Ming's other business ventures were also doing well. He was making steady progress in his cultivation of immortal techniques. However, the cultivation of the 5 elemental arts was still difficult. 10 years passed and he finally broke through to the 3rd level of the Qi refinement realm. As he broke through to the 3rd level of the Qi refinement realm, the speed of his cultivation became slower and slower. In fact, it felt like his progress had even come to a halt over the past few months. Moreover, Jiang Ming's need for spiritual energy was also greater every time he advanced to the next level. However, the blood-spirit technique that he obtained in the past could not sustain his increased demand for spiritual energy. With no results from his cultivation, Jiang Ming simply left home and continued to stroll around the city. He looked at the calendar and realized it was time for him to recruit new apprentices. When Jiang Ming arrived at the martial arts school, he saw that there were already many new apprentices standing in the courtyard. What? Jiang Ming's face was expressionless. However, he was actually very shocked. The person he had come here to find was now here to learn martial arts from him. My name is Zhao Hong. I've never learned martial arts before, but I'm very strong. Please take me in, Master Li, a thin young man said respectfully and handed 2 taels of silver to the burly man in front of him. Jiang Ming sat calmly on an armchair, smiled, and did not move. Wang Ji, who was beside him, quickly stepped forward and took the silver. He said solemnly, "We are not taking your money for profit. We are taking it to buy you equipment and martial arts medicine." I understand. Thank you for your guidance. Zhao Hong nodded and bowed respectfully. He served Jiang Ming tea and then stood aside. Jiang Ming taught Zhao Hong and a few other new disciples the basic form of the tiger subduing fist. After saying a few words, he stood up and left. Zhao Hong. In the secret vault, Jiang Ming repeated this name several times, and his expression was a little strange. Zhao Hong was the weirdo who was suspected to be an immortal cultivator. He had worked at the dock for 10 years, kept a low profile, and did not cause any trouble. It seemed like he was prepared to stay here for a long time. He did not expect that he would come here to learn martial arts. An immortal cultivator coming here to learn martial arts. How interesting. Jiang Ming smiled. He had just sensed the spiritual energy in Zhao Hong's body. Through his heightened perception, he was indeed an immortal cultivator, but his aura did not seem to be much stronger than his own. He should be a rookie. In the early stages of the Qi refinement realm. Over the years, Jiang Ming's practice of the spirit restriction seal had led to some results. He was not afraid of this noob discovering anything. Jiang Ming's eyes were calm as he continued to close his eyes and cultivate. Although the spiritual energy refined by the blood-spirit technique was getting thinner and thinner for a level 3 Qi refinement realm cultivator, it was still better than nothing. If I go to the world of immortal cultivation, my cultivation speed should be able to increase a little, Jiang Ming muttered. Previously, Jiang Ming wanted to reach the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm before going to the world of immortal cultivation. But according to his current progress, even if he trained for a few more decades, he would at most be at the 5th or 6th level of the Qi refinement realm. I wonder if the king of medicine will be of any use. Asterisk. Time flew by quickly. Jiang Ming continued to maintain the pace of his life, practicing, teaching, and having fun. In the tiger subduing dojo, Zhao Hong was quite hardworking. He learned martial arts in the dojo during the day and worked at the dock at night too. earn money for his tuition fees. However, his aptitude was average. It took him more than 3 years to become a martial artist. It seems that martial arts and immortal cultivation aptitude have nothing to do with each other. Jiang Ming stared at Zhao Hong and the others who were practicing in the courtyard. He found it funny and continued to shake his head while reading the book in his hand. "What book does Master read every day?" one of the disciples suddenly asked, his eyes darting around. "Don't let your mind wander. Focus on practicing." Wang Ji snorted coldly. After more than 10 years, he had become a second-class martial artist and had made a name for himself in Huyuan City. The disciples were embarrassed and did not dare say anything. Zhao Hong stood in the corner with narrowed eyes. Jiang Ming glanced at him from the corner of his eye. He also covered his face and sighed. How did he survive in the world of immortal cultivation? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Another 12 years passed. Zhao Hong gradually surpassed many of his seniors. He finally became a second-class martial artist and became the second senior of the Tiger Subduing Dojo. The dojo master, Li Si, was also getting older and older. Wang Ji was in charge of almost all the important matters in the dojo. However, although Wang Ji had a lot of prestige, he was still respectful to Li Si on the surface. This was because Li Si still did not pass on the first-class martial arts techniques to any of his disciples. As for Zhao Hong and the other disciples, they often saw the dojo master lying on the bamboo chair, his hair gray, and his eyes listless as he looked up at the sky. In a small bar, many disciples of the martial arts schools had gathered to eat, drink, and make conversation. Today, there were sighs and grumbles. After so many years, the disciples in the martial arts school gradually and unintentionally learned what kind of books the dojo master was reading. They were all strange ancient books that recorded the legends of powerful immortals. Wang Ji sneered. He could not believe their dojo master was wasting time on such books instead of trying to break through to the Tao master realm. Wang Ji was at the peak of the second class, and his strength was terrifying. All he needed was a first-class technique to break through. Li Si was old now, and he had not fought for a long time. If the two of them were to fight, it was not certain who would win. The other disciples immediately fell silent. Now, everyone could see that Wang Ji was getting stronger and stronger. Even if they waited for a few more years, their master may still not teach them first-class techniques. No one could tell what would happen. Zhao Hong, cheers! Wang Ji suddenly said as he stared at Zhao Hong with a burning gaze. Zhao Hong sighed internally, but he revealed a foolish smile on his face. He clinked glasses with Wang Ji and drank the wine in one gulp. Only then did Wang Ji reveal a smile. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. If Li Si did not teach him the martial arts technique, Wang Ji could not be blamed for his actions. Everyone dispersed after drinking. Late at night, Zhao Hong lay in a dark room, but he could not fall asleep. What should I do? I also need a first-class martial arts technique. With Wang Ji's character, even if he obtained a first-class technique, he definitely wouldn't pass it to me. But it's almost impossible to ask Master for it. Unless... Zhao Hong's eyes were filled with conflict. However, in the end, he did not act on his impulses. The next day, Jiang Ming looked at Zhao Hong's bloodshot eyes as he stepped into the school. He raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Heavy footsteps sounded. Wang Ji suddenly walked in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Master, I've been hovering at the peak of the second class for many years. I'm confident that I can improve further. Jiang Ming was unperturbed and said nonchalantly, wait a little longer. You have to lay a more stable foundation in order to go further. Wang Ji's face turned red, and he turned to leave without saying a word. Jiang Ming stared at his back with a complicated expression as if he was sad about something. Just wait a little longer. I still need to achieve my goal. Don't be so eager to die. In the corner of the courtyard, Jiao Hong stared at his master's complicated expression for a long time. His gaze gradually became firm. He seemed to have finally made up his mind. Jiang Ming stared at the book in his hand and seemed to have suddenly seen something interesting. He showed a relieved smile. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 2 days later, in the evening, Jiang Ming lay on the bamboo chair and finished reading the last page of the book in his hand. He got up and was ready to go home. Jiao Hong looked around and realized that Wang Ji was not here today. He finally made up his mind and strode to Jiang Ming. He said in a deep voice, Master, I have something to tell you. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on him. Although Jiao Hong was a respected senior, he was usually very inconspicuous and never took the initiative to look for their master. What's the matter? We'll talk about it in a few days. Jiang Ming waved his hand and walked out impatiently. Jiao Hong immediately became anxious. He had already taken this step today. If he did not get anything out of it, the other disciples would definitely report this to Wang Ji. That would be bad. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a thin book from his arms and handed it to Jiang Ming. Master, please take a look. Jiang Ming's face was doubtful. He frowned and opened it, flipping through casually. After reading a few lines, Jiang Ming pretended to be shocked. He immediately raised his head and looked at Jiao Hong in faux surprise. Jiang Ming seemed to have thought of something. He quickly pulled Jiao Hong's arm and went to the inner courtyard of the school excitedly. The other disciples were at a loss, not understanding what had happened. A few of them looked at each other and saw the uneasiness in each other's eyes. They quickly left to find Wang Ji, who was not here today. In a quiet room in the school's inner courtyard, Jiang Ming held the book tightly in his hand and looked at Jiao Hong excitedly. Where did you get this? Is this the legendary cultivation technique of immortal cultivators? Jiao Hong stood up straight and took a deep breath. He looked at Jiang Ming calmly. Master, what I'm going to say may shock you, so please don't tell anyone, Jiao Hong said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming quickly nodded. He was feeling quite good internally. He had been waiting for this day for a while. Jiao Hong looked at Jiang Ming and said, Actually, it belongs to me. What? You're an immortal cultivator? Jiang Ming's face was filled with a myriad of emotions. He felt like he should win an award for his performance. Jiao Hong nodded. I was being hunted down by my enemies and entered this place by mistake. Although I killed my enemies, I deeply feel that the world of immortal cultivators is dangerous. I don't want to go back anymore. I want to survive in this place without immortal cultivators. That's why I've come to you to learn martial arts. After a long time, Jiang Ming pretended to calm down. However, he still asked suspiciously, can you prove it? Why don't you show me an immortal cultivation technique? Jiao Hong shook his head. There's no spiritual energy in this world. Moreover, this world will kill all immortal cultivators who use their immortal cultivation techniques. My enemy died this way. Jiang Ming's body trembled, and then he said dejectedly, then wouldn't it be useless even if you gave me the immortal cultivation method? That's not the case. As long as you go to the depths of the red pine snowfield, you can meet the immortal cultivators from the outside world who stand guard there. You may be able to seek the immortal fate and go to the world of immortal cultivation to live a carefree life. But I must remind you, Master, that the world of immortal cultivation is much more dangerous than this world. You must be careful, Zhao Hong said slowly. What's so dangerous about it? I've encountered many dangers here as well. Jiang Ming seemed to be very excited. Since there's a way to attain immortality, I must go there. His hands trembled as he flipped through the book in his hands. After a moment, he looked at Zhao Hong suspiciously. However, your immortal cultivation technique says that there are several realms. Therefore, why does this book only have the cultivation method for the third level of the qi refinement realm? Master, I want a first-class technique. Zhao Hong's face turned red. Jiang Ming's face turned serious. In fact, he could hardly hold back his laughter. There must be a reason why this fellow doesn't want to return to the world of immortal cultivation, Jiang Ming thought. He stared at Zhao Hong and said in a deep voice, if I were to give you a first-class martial arts technique, even if you were to give me the complete immortal cultivation technique, it wouldn't be enough, right? There's no spiritual energy here, so I can't cultivate. I'll give 3 spirit stones to you, Master. Zhao Hong seemed to have gone all out. I don't plan to return to the world of immortal cultivation anyway. I'll give you all these things. 3 spirit stones can buy many things in the world of immortal cultivation. Do you have anything else? Jiang Ming frowned and seemed to be indecisive. No, I can't afford a storage ring, and I could not bring too many things with me. It's a pity that I lost my flying dagger when I was running for my life. Otherwise, I could have given you that too. Zhao Hong shook his head in regret. Jiang Ming coughed lightly. Then let's do this. Jiang Ming sighed. I've seen that you have had a good character all these years. You're much stronger than Wang Ji. I can teach you a first-class martial arts technique. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Zhao Hong was overjoyed when he heard that. He bowed and thanked him. Also, tell me what the world of immortal cultivation is like. If I go, I can't be in the dark, Jiang Ming said. The thin book had long been placed on the side of the table. The first page had the words 5 elemental arts written on it. Jiang Ming wanted to roll his eyes. It seemed he was right. The 5 elemental arts was indeed just a basic technique. His true purpose was finally revealed. The reason why he was painstakingly looking for immortal cultivators was naturally not for any cultivation techniques, but to obtain the latest information about the world of immortal cultivation. He did not want to be robbed by someone when he first crossed this world. Zhao Hong scratched his head in embarrassment and said, the world of immortal cultivation is vast, and no one knows how big it is. Compared to it, this world is like a drop of water in a vast ocean. The area I know is only 10,000 miles in radius. I don't know how far it is beyond that. Then tell me about this area. Jiang Ming laughed. Zhao Hong nodded and said slowly, outside the red pine snowfield is a vast land called the Northern Territory. Almost no one knows how big it is. It's said that ordinary immortal cultivators will never be able to cross it within their lifetime. The place I live in is called the Feather Kingdom. It rules over a vast territory, but rumors say that compared to the Northern Territory, it's just a drop in the ocean. In the Feather Kingdom, there are many cultivation sects, both big and small. However, I am only a cultivator at the third level of the chi refinement realm. Thus, I am not taken seriously. I have not come into contact with those legendary cultivation sections all year round. I stay in a place where individual cultivators live in groups. It is called Shaoqian Mountain. There is a core formation cultivator there, and it is usually peaceful. Zhao Hong said many things, and Jiang Ming finally had some initial understanding of the mysterious world of immortal cultivation. From Zhao Hong's description, Jiang Ming also learned that the Fire Lotus Valley was a force of immortal cultivators near the Red Pine Snowfield. It also had core formation cultivators in charge. The sect's geography was unique, and lava gushed out naturally all year round. Its main business was refining medicine and artifacts, and it mainly sold them to the Feather Kingdom. Master, if it's possible, you must strive to join a true, immortal cultivation sect. That's the place for you to soar. Zhao Hong said sincerely. Join my ass. I'm not going. Jiang Ming thought to himself. If I want to hide, I'll hide in the place of individual cultivators. Although it may be a little chaotic, was more suitable for Jiang Ming to hide there. No one would notice if he changed his identity every few decades. But on the surface, he still smiled bitterly and said, I'm nearly 100 years old now, and my vitality has begun to decline. How can I join an immortal cultivation sect if I go? That's not the case. Zhao Hong said solemnly. To be able to become a martial arts master from a place with low spiritual energy shows that your comprehension and perseverance are extraordinary. There are many people like this who have shown in the world of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ming nodded expressionlessly. It's a pity that my martial arts aptitude is not that good. I only got here by using forbidden techniques. Zhao Hong saw that Jiang Ming did not seem to believe him. He suddenly thought of something and said, I heard that 100 years ago, there seemed to be a cultivation genius who came out of this world. He was taken away by a powerful person, and the news spread like crazy in my land of individual cultivators. I know that there are still legends about him. His name is, I think he's called Zhou Pingshi? Isn't that the Marquis of the country of Yan? Jiang Ming asked. It's him. I only found out after coming to this world that he has such a great reputation here, Zhao Hong quickly said. Jiang Ming calculated the time, but he felt that something was not right. Marquis Zhou had participated in the storm of the immortal encounter on the Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest a few decades ago. How could he have been taken away by the almighty immortal cultivators 100 years ago? Could it be that he became a grandmaster when he was young, and after entering the world of immortal cultivation and becoming a disciple of an almighty immortal cultivator, he returned to become a marquis of the country of Yan? Jiang Ming was secretly shocked. He remembered that Dr. Sun had once said that Marquis Zhou was suspected to be a pawn of his greatest enemy. Now it seems that it might be true. It seems that Dr. Sun's spirit restriction seal can't be used in front of others in the future, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Zhou Pingshi is the real dummy. Master, these are the spirit stones. The two of them talked until late into the night. Jiao Hong took out 3 square, light blue stones. They were as clear as glass and exuded a faint glow. With just a glance, Jiang Ming could feel the abundant spiritual energy contained in them. The spiritual energy in these 3 spirit stones alone is equivalent to the blood spirit technique that I've been using for months. Jiang Ming sighed internally. If he had these spirit stones, he would not have to spend 30 years to reach the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, I can't use these spirit stones in a hurry. When I reach the peak of the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm, I'll keep them to break through the bottleneck. They might be of great use, Jiang Ming thought as he put the spirit stones into his pocket. Jiao Hong immediately became nervous. He did not know if his master would keep his promise. Jiang Ming looked at Jiao Hong and muttered in his heart, I've disguised myself very well for the past few decades. Moreover, Jiao Hong is only at the 3rd level of the Qi refinement realm. It's impossible for him to see through my layers of disguises. Although he is a little stupid, he's a good person. There's no need to create more trouble. Let nature take its course. The information I get from him is also valuable to me. Since that's the case, I'll give him a reward. Jiang Ming smiled and said, I don't have any pre-prepared techniques with me. Come and get it early tomorrow morning. Yes, thank you, Master. Jiao Hong was overjoyed. Jiang Ming asked a few more questions about the world of immortal cultivation. And the master and disciple parted happily. In the blink of an eye, it's already been 60 to 70 years since the last time the fire cloud grass appeared. I'm almost 100 years old now. When I'm done with my business tomorrow, I'll leave this place and find a place to quietly cultivate. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The next morning, a cold gray mist filled the air. Jiang Ming walked into the tiger subduing dojo from the back door. What? As soon as he entered, a smile appeared on Jiang Ming's face. It turned out that Jiao Hong was not the only one who could not wait. He walked into the front yard of the martial arts school with an indifferent expression and saw Jiao Hong anxiously pacing back and forth. His hair was wet with dew, and he had no idea how long he had been waiting here. Seeing Jiang Ming's appearance, Jiao Hong also walked forward and saluted in surprise. Jiang Ming smiled and did not say anything more. He handed the prepared technique to Jiao Hong. Take a look first. Jiang Ming shook his head and laughed helplessly when he saw Jiao Hong putting the bag into his pocket. I believe in you, master. Jiao Hong's face turned red, but he still took out the technique and flipped it open. However, Jiao Hong only read the first page before he raised his head in shock. Master, this is... On the first page, it was written that this tiger subduing fist could be cultivated all the way to the Tao Master realm. In addition, it even instructed one on how to follow the path of a grandmaster. Take care of it. I still have other things to do today, Jiang Ming said nonchalantly. After today's matter, he would probably have nothing to do with this world in the future. Back then, in the small courtyard in Peace County, he had learned his first martial arts fist technique from Master Zhou. Today, he had passed it down. It was like an inheritance. The door of the side room next to him was kicked open. Old man Wang Ji carried a blade and strode out with a face full of murderous intent. Behind him, 2 slightly nervous people followed. They were the disciples of the tiger subduing dojo. On the other side of the house, a few more figures rushed out. Jiang Ming took A rough look. Including Wang Ji, there were 5 second-class martial artists, all of whom were staring at Jiang Ming with murderous intent. Jiang Ming looked at this scene with interest. Wang Ji, you're early today, Jiang Ming said lightly. Wang Ji stared at Jiang Ming with a face full of anger and said fiercely, "Old man, stop pretending to be calm. Today is the day you die." Jiang Ming was calm. "When you became my disciple, you listened to me every day. In the blink of an eye, how come you don't know how to respect your teacher?" Wang Ji spat and stared at Jiang Ming with hatred. "I've been at your beck and call for decades, doing all your dirty work. However, you're still not willing to teach me the first-class technique. Why did you pass it to this kid?" He suddenly pointed at Zhao Hong. Obviously, he had already seen Jiang Ming giving Zhao Hong the technique. "I just don't want to give it to you." "So what?" Jiang Ming smiled indifferently. "Then you can only blame yourself for getting killed." Wang Ji sneered coldly. "So what if you're a first-class martial artist? I'm afraid that your vitality has declined to almost nothing. You're all bark and no bite. I'd like to see how you defend yourself." Wang Ji, don't talk nonsense, quickly snatch the technique and end this. A second-class martial artist beside him frowned and shouted. "All right, old man, you're heartless. Don't blame us for this." Wang Ji raised the blade in his hand and suddenly shouted, "Let's go together and chop them up." The 5 second-class martial artists all burst out their blood chi and charged at Jiang Ming. Zhao Hong was shocked. He gritted his teeth and wanted to rush forward. He knew that his master's vitality was exhausted, and he would not be able to withstand their combined attack. "Go to the back." Jiang Ming pulled him behind him. This kid was a hothead. But he was loyal. The fastest martial artist had already raised his fist and aimed at Jiang Ming's side. However, in just an instant, this person was sent flying. Only then did the blood-curdling screech come out. A moment later, silence descended. Wang Ji took a glance from the corner of his eyes and saw that there was a bloody hole in the place where his chest should be. He can't even throw a few punches. Wang Ji was shocked, but now that things had come to this, he could only grit his teeth and shout. He raised his blade and charged forward. A few muffled sounds were heard as blood splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the school's courtyard was littered with corpses. Wang Ji's limbs were all broken, and he was lying on the ground powerlessly. He looked at the approaching figure in shock. "How can you still have such a vigorous blood chi?" Jiang Ming's eyes were indifferent. A frog at the bottom of a well doesn't know how vast the sky is. You can't imagine the power of a first-class martial artist. He picked up Wang Ji's long blade and stabbed him in the chest, nailing him to the ground. Zhao Hong's emotions fluctuated as he looked in shock at his master, who had killed several second-class martial artists in the blink of an eye. "Compared to your immortal cultivation technique, which one is stronger, and which one is weaker?" Jiang Ming walked back and asked with a smile. Only then did Zhao Hong return to his senses. He pondered for a moment and said seriously, "If the distance is more than 30 feet, the immortal cultivator will definitely win. However, if it's within 15 feet, immortal cultivators below the 3rd level of the Qi refinement realm will probably be killed by first-class martial artists. Of course, if the immortal cultivators catch them off guard, it's difficult for martial artists to resist the attack." Jiang Ming nodded slightly. It seemed that his current cultivation as an immortal cultivator was only slightly better than that of a first-class martial artist. In that case, immortal cultivators had to cultivate to the 9th level of the Qi refinement realm to be almost at the Grandmaster realm. It seems that I really can't let go of the path of martial arts. If I encounter immortal cultivators in the future, I might be able to defeat them. If I catch them off guard. Jiang Ming stopped thinking after a moment. He looked at Zhao Hong and said, "From now on, I will pursue the path to immortality. I will hand over the tiger subduing dojo to you. How you manage it will depend on you." Zhao Hong's eyes were slightly red. He bowed and cupped his fists. "Have a safe journey, master." Jiang Ming patted Zhao Hong's shoulder. Although his original intention was to plot against Zhao Hong, after decades, he found out that Zhao Hong had a kind heart. The two of them got along well and were good friends now. Let's go. Let's go." Jiang Ming's voice dissipated in the wind, leaving only Zhao Hong looking at the messy courtyard in a daze. He stroked the cultivation method in his arms, sighed, and began to clean. After 7 or 8 years, Jiang Ming finally broke through the bottleneck of the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm and stepped into the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm with the help of the rich spiritual energy in the 3 spirit stones. 10 years later, Jiang Ming reached the peak of the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm, but no matter what, he could not break into the 6th level. It seems like we can only wait for the king of medicine to appear. Great Cloud City was becoming more and more prosperous. It had surpassed the old capital and became the center of power in the Cloud Empire. No one mentioned the country of Yen anymore. Even the 6 Grandmaster families had returned to their former glory. However, while the world and dynasties changed, some things would always exist. The new generations of Grandmaster families in the Cloud Empire were so powerful that even the royal family had to show respect to them. In the Lu family's courtyard, the head of the Lu family, Lu Huaji, stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the fire cloud grass in front of him and asked, "How many have you found this month?" The sun was scorching. A young man riding a donkey was slowly wandering on the road. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Fire cloud grass has finally reappeared. In recent years, Jiang Ming had been paying attention to the news on Cloudy Dream Mountain Forest with the aid of the Nameless. However, he acted like an ordinary martial artist and bought information from them and did not reveal himself to be anonymous. Miss Wang had probably passed away after all these years. He did not particularly want to get to know the new leaders. "I'm afraid that my old friends from back then have all died by now," Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Jiang Ming sighed before his expression went back to being neutral. Time was cruel. He could hardly even remember what his old friends looked like. Now that the fire cloud grass had reappeared, it was time for him to make a move. For the past few decades, the growth of his cultivation had almost stagnated. And he was still stuck at the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. However, he had cultivated the few spells that came with the 5 elemental arts, to perfection. He lived in seclusion in the mountains and planted many medicinal herbs. Every day, he would use the misty rain technique from the 5 elemental arts to create a rain of spiritual energy to water them. Although the spiritual energy was thin, it was more than enough for these ordinary medicinal herbs. He focused on practicing the fire control technique because he found that its Proficiency was also of great help in casting the fireball spell, making the ball of fire more condensed and more powerful. Over time, he had mastered these two spells. Jiang Ming looked at the city in front of him, which already belonged to the Cloud Empire. Now that the storm of the King of Medicine is approaching, we may encounter cultivators in the Cloud Empire. It's safer to cast a few more layers of the Spirit Restriction Seal. As he spoke, he quietly cast the spell on himself, completely sealing his spiritual energy. According to Dr. Sun, with this method, not even powerful immortal cultivators would be able to sense his spiritual energy. Not to mention, in this world, no immortal cultivator would dare to use such techniques recklessly. It's always good to be safe, Jiang Ming muttered to himself. Over the years, he had become more and more proficient with the first level of the Spirit Restriction Seal. Unfortunately, he still had not mastered the last 5 levels. Perhaps he would be able to improve further in the world of immortal cultivation. However, although his improvement was not that great, Jiang Ming also had a deeper understanding of the Spirit Restriction Seal. Jiang Ming sighed, and the donkey continued to move forward slowly. He took a break at a tea stall and listened to the local gossip. 1 mug of beer, please, a pretty young girl with a sword slung over her shoulder sat down and shouted in high spirits. Beside her, an old man with white hair frowned, but he did not dare to stop her. He could only sigh helplessly. Jiang Ming glanced at the girl and continued to drink. The way the blood qi in the young woman's body circulated was familiar to Jiang Ming. However, he did not plan on searching for anything. There were too many people who cultivated similar techniques. A few minutes later, Jiang Ming set off on his donkey. The young girl watched him with great interest. Uncle Tong, there's someone who still rides a donkey in this day and age. How interesting. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jiang Ming rode into Peace County. It had changed a lot and looked more modern. Jiang Ming did not know any of the people in the city. Jiang Ming did not feel too sad. He had always felt like an outsider observing everything from a distance. 1 mug of wine. Suddenly, a loud, rough voice came from a street stall. Jiang Ming turned his head and saw a rundown wine stall at the back of the alley. There were a few old farmers and herb gatherers in shabby clothes and other poor men sitting there, drinking wine from chipped mugs. At the side of the stall, a nimble young man was deftly selling wine to the customers. Jiang Ming looked at the young man, who was beaming with joy. For a moment, he was in a trance. It was as if he was seeing the high-spirited Ah Fei again. It felt like just yesterday that he and Ah Fei were fishing in the river. Jiang Ming slowed down and approached the wine stall.